Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Carol. How about some more good mornings? That's better. One more time. People in the back can't hear you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That is exactly what I was hoping for. Thanks for being here. I'm Mark DeCourcy, the Senior Vice President of the U.S. Chamber Foundation, and we are thrilled to have you here this morning for our Business Solves Conference. You know, we've been doing this for over over 25 years. Having people come into Washington, or sometimes we took this on the road, to really talk about what businesses are doing to make the world a better place. And I can't think of a better audience that I'd rather spend the day with than all of you making the world a better place. If you had a chance, you probably saw the finalist display in the Lee Anderson room. Those were 30 organizations this year that an external panel of expert judges said, look, these are the best programs this year. And we've been doing that for 25 years too, and it's really remarkable to hear about their stories and their impact. And I know that many of those organizations are in this room right now, and a lot of them were with us yesterday. But if you have a chance, check that out. It's really inspirational, and you can also win a prize. So what we also are doing, if you write about them and put it on the fan wall, we're going to have a drawing for Southwest Airlines tickets, and that's going to be open till noon today. So if you want some free airlines tickets, courtesy of Southwest, fill it out if you can. But let's get on to the programming today, right? So we're going to hear from leaders who are elevating civic engagement and paving career paths for Americans and others around the world. We're going to be talking about how communities are helped during disasters, and we're going to talk about a lot of other issues that may surprise you. These topics are really important here at the Chamber Foundation because we work with businesses year-round to develop these complex solutions to these really, really hard problems. But before we move on to our speakers, just a few housekeeping notes. I know that a lot of you are on social media. Keep doing that today. We're at the hashtag BusinessSolves. We want others to hear about what we're talking about today, so help us out. We appreciate that. And if you have a moment, you can download our event app. The QR code is on your table. That way you can learn more about our speakers, about our programming, and also about a little bit about how to contact each other. And then lastly, we have a reception at the end of the day. And we hope that you'll stick around for that. It's a great way to network. There'll be networking opportunities throughout the day during the conference, but I think we can all use an adult beverage at the end of the day and get to know each other just a little bit better. So we have these exciting moments ahead of us today, and as I started this morning, we're all here to make the world a better place, and part of that is because we all have purpose, whether it's individual, whether it's with our organizations, whether you're a company or a nonprofit, maybe even part of state or local government. We welcome that because purpose is the why we're doing what we do. And I can't think of who better to talk about the why and to talk about individual purpose as well as organizational purpose is our first speaker, and that is Aaron Hurst. If you don't know Aaron, you should. He is an award-winning social entrepreneur. He's an expert on the science of leading with purpose. He was the founder of the Taproot Foundation, as well as Imperative and Board.dev. He's dedicated his career to using technology, research, and this is the really important part, human connections, to really drive positive social change. So let's get started, right? Let's have Aaron welcome to the stage and enjoy the day. Thank you, everyone.
Morning, everybody. Everybody get breakfast? Satiated? I'm so excited to be here. I think the last time I was here was maybe 10 to 15 years ago, around the launch of my book, The Purpose Economy, and just love this community and just grateful for you for hosting this conversation. And I'm always empowered by this because I just think about the people in this room truly have the opportunity to change the world. The people you represent, the resources you represent. So excited to share with you sort of the journey I've been on for the last 20 years and where I'm seeing the world going, where I'm seeing the trends going in terms of social impact when it comes to business. So, are we ready? Yeah. Come on. Are we ready? Woo! So, my name is Aaron Hurst. I'm originally the founder of the Taproot Foundation. How many of you know Taproot? So, a couple of you. All right. So, I started Taproot right after 9/11 because I saw that the business community, business professionals wanted to do something more meaningful in the community, and traditional volunteering wasn't cutting it. They basically were saying most volunteering, it's like going to do things that are like field trips to see poor people, but we're not actually making an impact. I heard that over and over again. We want to use our professional skills. We want to be able to make a bigger impact building the technology, marketing, HR, finance, infrastructure of nonprofits. And we scaled that across the country and globally, and it was honestly the best job I've ever had. It was so much fun to build this movement of professionals around the world who truly gave a damn and wanted to use their skills to make a difference. Fast forward to about 10 years ago, I left Taproot and really wanted to help tell a story about what I was seeing in the world, what I was seeing through these tens of thousands of professionals who were doing this crazy thing. They were working 40, 50 hours a week, and then on top of that, they were volunteering for 5 hours a week, which just made no sense at all. Seeing a next generation that was making different decisions about how they wanted to spend their money and wanting to actually make an impact in the world, and realized that we were on the cusp of something new, that actually this thing called purpose was a source of value for workers, it was a source of value for consumers, and we were starting to see a shift where we were moving from the information economy, I believed, into a new economic era where purpose was going to be what defines value creation and innovation. And it was so wonderful yesterday to be among you and to see 10 years later, like every other sentence had the word purpose in it. Like we've truly, I think, leaned into this next stage in our evolution where we have really said purpose is a source of value creation. It's not purpose versus profit, but purpose actually is what amplifies profit when we do this properly. We're truly seeing this across so many parts of the economy. And had a great time just traveling the world, like really advocating for purpose, for companies, with academics, with government, just seeing people get this aha moment that purpose really is the thing that we need next at that point. And a lot of the reason for that, we saw in a study we did with NYU out the gate, the reason people were volunteering for 5 hours on top of their busy job, on top of being parents, was because work is fundamentally broken. What we found with NYU is 66% of the workforce is unfulfilled. 2 out of 3 people are unfulfilled. These are human beings that are spending the majority of their time doing something that's left them unfulfilled. It's not surprising that they're looking for alternatives. They're looking for ways to supplement. They're looking for other ways to get that need met. And it's actually interesting. We built this platform where we enabled peers, so think about you and someone else in your company, to actually coach each other instead of having to use a professional coach. And at the beginning of each of these sessions, each person has to say, how are you feeling at work today? How are you doing today, right? This is what they said. Overwhelmed, stressed, scattered, frustrated. Like, this is the typical day for the typical person at work. That's how they're feeling. That's why 66% of people are unfulfilled. Like, work fundamentally isn't working. Working with NYU, we were able to then really look at what is it that makes work fulfilling. We said all these people are unfulfilled. What would it actually take to make someone fulfilled? We talk about it as this like big idea of fulfillment. It seems unobtainable. What does it even mean? We were able to break it down and realize it's just about 3 simple things. And I always feel like if you can't explain something to a kindergarten, first grade student, it probably isn't true. Like it needs to be something that's that basic. And we really came down to these 3 things. We need relationships. If we don't have relationships, we're not fulfilled. We need to feel like our work actually matters. And we need to grow. We can be having good relationships, making an impact, but if we're not also growing, we're not fulfilled. People who say they're fulfilled, it's because they have these 3 needs met. And we spent a lot of time working with companies to say, let's change this model of talking about employee engagement, which is what management wants to do, is engage you. No one wants to be engaged. You want to be fulfilled. We've created these complicated rubrics for thinking about employee engagement to control people. The reality is people want to be fulfilled. People are willing to do the work to be fulfilled, but you got to frame it in the language that they use, not in management language. And the way people talk about their own lives is they want to be fulfilled. As I said, no one, like on their deathbed, says, wow, my life was so engaging, right? Like that's not what we as human beings want. We want to be fulfilled. So what's interesting is at the other end, remember I was talking about these peer coaching conversations where you start off and you're like, how are you doing? Blah, 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 terrible, awful, stressed. And then after an hour of conversation, they said again, like, how are you feeling now? And this is what they said. How are they feeling? Good, motivated, happy, excited, energized, great, focused. A couple in there I think still said, you know, some challenges here and there. It doesn't mean it's perfect. Relationships and conversation are the most powerful thing for change in the world. Think about when you've had a terrible day at work, just terrible, where you'd normally go home and just feel like just dump all of that all over everybody, but instead you actually had a chance to talk to somebody and talk through your day. It actually enables you to let go of so much of that. We need to emotionally process things. We need relationships to be able to actually show up in the world as whole. And what we came to realize is that impact is important, growth is important, but the fundamental thing that is broken in our society with work and overall is that we have forgotten how to have relationships as individuals, but also as organizations and as a society. We have a massive challenge with relationships, and therefore we are seeing people dissatisfied, disengaged, and just frankly miserable. And it really caused me to start to think, purpose has been what has driven, I think, a lot of us over the last decade, 2 decades, but that what needs to drive us going forward is actually something much more simple, which is relationships. Full stop. We need to address the fact that we as individuals and as a society have forgotten how to have friends, we've forgotten how to have conversations, we've forgotten how to trust each other, and it is at the core of so many of the problems we see today. We are dangerously disconnected. When I saw these data points, I was just blown away. It really reinforced what I was seeing at the corporate level. We know that people who are lonely, it's the same as smoking 15 cigarettes a day on your health. I mean, this is a very real health impact. Today, 44 million Americans are lonely. 26 million, so think about how many people that is compared to this room. 26 million people have not a single good friend in this country. Think about that. What's that like to have not a single good friend? What that does to you, what that does to everybody around you. And only 32% of Americans trust other people. How are we ever going to do anything in this society if only 32% of Americans trust each other? And the economic cost of this, if we want to forget all the human side and just talk pure economics, we know lonely people cost about $500 per employee in extra healthcare costs. We know they're $4,200 less productive as employees. So even if you don't care about them as human beings, their cost of a lonely employee is tremendous on an organization. And when we think about what the lack of trust does to the economy, it's been estimated, I think it was the World Bank, it's $250 billion in lost opportunity economically due to lack of trust, and the amount of additional systems that are necessary to overcome that lack of trust. We have a fundamentally broken social system in our country right now, and we are seeing it more and more. The Surgeon General has done a brilliant job of starting to bring our attention to it, but it's not just around health. This is an issue with democracy as well, which we all know with what's going on right now. This is why our system is so broken, is because when people don't trust each other, when people feel lonely, when people feel insecure, they're not able to actually participate in a civil society. And this is what happens. I was really fascinated by this research. So when you're lonely, you become stressed, anxious, and depressed. That's what actually happens. And guess what happens when you become stressed, anxious, and depressed? Your capacity to connect actually goes down, which makes you lonelier, and it is really freaking hard to get out of that cycle. And this is what's happening to millions of people every day in this country. And then what happens? We know from research your health declines when you're in this state. We know that your energy, productivity, and your burnout are all dramatically affected. Your ability to actually adapt starts to shift. And what I found most interesting was that actually when you're in this lonely state, your body actually stops being able to have empathy. You actually can't feel empathy. They've seen, with lonely people, if someone else gets hurt near them, they have a different reflex to it than someone who's not. So we actually, with all these lonely people, what we're creating is a society of people without empathy. And then we're like, how come we can't make progress on anything? They literally don't have the ability to feel empathy because they're in this psychological state of loneliness. And that, to me, is such a devastating realization. Last month, I asked on LinkedIn people to say, what is the greatest challenge of today? And I threw out some different options. Is it climate change, poverty and inequality, tech and AI, all these things we talk about in the news every day, right? What do the overwhelming majority of people say? It is our lack of social connection and trust is the greatest challenge of the day. And I strongly believe this. We talk about all these other issues. They're all symptoms of this core issue. And yet we as a community are not proactively doing anything about social connection. We're working on the symptoms. We're not working on the root cause. And the root cause is the thing we all have to be spending every waking hour trying to work on if we're ever going to really figure out how to solve these other challenges. We've got to dedicate ourselves to this need for connection, to turn this around for our families, for our friends, for our communities, and for the country. So I predicted purpose was going to be the thing for this last decade. Hopefully you feel like that was reasonably accurate across the board. My prediction is that over this next decade, the KPI for social impact in companies is going to become connection. That we are increasingly going to be seeing focus on connection as the issue that as companies we're able to make an impact on, because we're increasingly see that workforce productivity is not going anywhere positive without connection. We're going to see all the social impact issues we want to impact not going anywhere because of lack of connection. And to also realize that companies, unlike any other body in this country, are in a position to actually turn this around. They're actually the ones in a position to influence the employees, their families, the broader community, but it requires rethinking your role. The same way when we thought about going from volunteerism and philanthropy to like, oh, actually we should also look at what our company does beyond that and look at our broader purpose. Now we need to go even further and look at how are we building connection for every employee, not just at work, but in their lives? How are we creating the environment for that to happen? How are we helping the communities where we are investing actually build connection? How are our storefronts? How are our manufacturing facilities? How are all these places that enable connection? Because without that, the whole system is continuing to degrade, and no matter how much you want to invest in climate change and these other issues, we're not going to make the progress we need. We have to come together. In our research and the work we're doing now, we've identified there's 6 types of connection that people need. And I was talking last night about this. Like when we talk about we all need to eat, we know you should have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, right? But when it comes to connection, people are like, okay, I'm supposed to have friends. Like, I don't really know, like, what does that mean? What is success? How do we talk about this? We need to develop lexicon around what does it mean to actually be socially connected? What does success look like? And it really comes down to these 6 things, which I'll just talk about very briefly. One, very basic, you need to have a neighbor that you can go to in an emergency. How many of you have a neighbor you can go to in an emergency? Awesome. Those of you who don't, it's the easiest one to get. It is so important. Number 2, are you a member of a community with a shared identity? A place where you feel safe, like you're among your people, where you can just sort of fully be yourself and not worry about judgment because you're among your people. People need a community like that. How many people feel like they have that kind of community? So slightly fewer. Most people don't have that in this country, which is part of the challenge. This is a really important one. You need to have at least 2, but preferably more, one-on-one interactions with somebody that are meaningful, that are outside of work or your household. Going for a walk in conversation, having coffee. How many of you have at least 2 meaningful one-on-one interactions? Amazing. Vast majority of Americans don't even have 1. The average is like under 1 for the number of people who actually have meaningful interactions. People need a third place, a place to go and be among the community that's not work or their household again. It could be a cafe, it could be a park. People need a place to be among each other, to see people casually, that they feel safe going into. How many of you have a place you regularly go to just to get out of the house and like feel like you can just hang? Looks like about half of you. Amazing. The next one, which I've discovered recently is so much fun, is people need a community around a shared activity, passion, or interest. I found it recently with pickleball, which I'm embarrassed to say, but I love it. I started playing a lot in the last year or so, and what I love about that is it's getting me out of my normal community. I have my community I feel safe in. When I go out and play pickleball, a lot of the people I play with are not people I would normally interact with. And it started me to actually, I have now regular mahjong dates where I go and like go over to this woman's house and we play mahjong, which never would have happened if I had not played pickleball. And I'm not good at mahjong yet, but I'm working on it. And the final, which all of you, actually, so how many of you have that kind of a sort of an activity-based community? This one, especially as you get towards retirement, is absolutely critical, because if you don't have that, like you're going to watch a lot of Netflix. The average boomer watches 50 hours of streaming TV a week because they don't have this, right? Everyone's best friend now is Netflix, which is a huge problem. Nothing against Netflix. And I'm seeing that I'm running over. So the last one, volunteering, is the final one. People need to be committed to their community. People need to be doing work, and not episodically. They need to truly be integrated. So I just want to challenge you, like it's 10 years from now, you have solved this problem. What is it you did in your company that actually was a catalyst for this change? I want to leave you with that challenge, and then I want to lead you with this quote, which is sad because it's dated, but it is like the best quote about our times that I've seen from MLK. We must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. That's where we are today right now. And I just want to challenge you all to come together as brothers and sisters to actually address this issue. Because if we don't, the next generation really is in major trouble. So thank you all for your time today. Thank you for all that you do. And before you go, I have to do one quick thing inspired by my friend yesterday. Today is my daughter's birthday. So I'm going to put it on video here. I want you all to say, her name is Lola. Great name, right? So we're going to do on the count of 3, happy birthday, Lola. People ready? All right. Thank you for that. And thank you all for all the great work you're doing.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Hey, thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Aaron. How great was that? And also to all the people working behind the scenes. You can't see how many people and how well programmed this is. And I know Hillary and Catherine and the whole team, let's give them a round of applause. They're doing a fantastic job. My name is Damon Young, and I'm from the Kansas Leadership Center based in Wichita, Kansas. And in 2022, I came to Washington, D.C. as the chair of the Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce in a delegation fly-in. And I heard about this crazy idea that they were going to start a national Civics bee. And guess how many states they were in with a pilot? Let's hear it. 5. They were in 5 states. And they said, we're going to have a national civics bee. It's going to be bigger than the spelling bee. It's going to be in all 50 states. And I started talking to them about it. And in 2023, when I was at the Leadership Center, we decided to be the state sponsor for Kansas. In 2024, we had the first Kansas Civics bee. And going into next year, we've signed up to do it again in 2025. And guess how many states they're in right now going into 2025? 40. 5 to 40. That's pretty good. But these last 10, they need your help. We need you to be advocating, sponsoring with your local chambers of commerce to get this in your state. And to find out those states, talk to Hillary and the team to find out. But before you can advocate for something, I know you got to know what it is. So the National Civics Bee is a program for middle school students to learn about civics and just basic civic knowledge. So to get a taste, let's play, okay? So you got your phone out. We're going to do 5 questions. These first 2 questions we're going to do solo. No talking to your neighbor, okay? No cheating. I got my eye on you. Okay, let's go. Okay, which principle of government in England's Magna Carta influenced the delegates who wrote the U.S. Constitution? Remember, middle schoolers are doing this. Are you smarter than a middle schooler? Is the question of the morning. How are we feeling? Okay, next question. Name the rights guaranteed by the First Amendment.
In England?
In the United States. It's the United States National Civics Bee. Okay, what is the primary purpose of Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution? Okay, for these last two we're going to do, you can phone a friend. But you only got 30 seconds, so talk to a neighbor if you're unsure. Let's see the answer here. From the moans, I'm knowing how this is going. Okay, questions 4 and 5, you can talk to a neighbor. Question 4. Due in large part to the draft and the Vietnam War, the 26th Amendment was ratified to change the voting age. What was the voting age before the 26th Amendment? You can talk to a neighbor. Okay, how'd we do? How'd we do? See the answer. Feeling a little better. Okay, last question. Last question. What did the 17th Amendment do? You can talk to a neighbor. All right, let's see the answer. All right, so mixed. So this gives you a taste and a flavor of what the National Civics Bee is all about. When the students enter the competition, they actually write an essay, and they elevate a civic challenge that they want to make progress on. And I'll tell you, from what I've heard from our state in Kansas, that when we hosted and across the country, these students are elevating real, complicated, adaptive challenges that you and I want to make progress on, and we're stuck. Do you think we could use some new energy coming into our systems, into our ecosystems, wanting to solve those same challenges? And getting them off of their tablets and onto the stage of civic leadership. When we're talking about civic knowledge, often we're talking about expertise. And just like in business, you need to know your numbers, right? Know your numbers. You have to know your business. And if we're going to be entrepreneurs in this thing called civic life, we have to know our information. But that's still in the realm of expertise and knowledge. And I think about it like often we're in this realm of knowledge and expertise, but what's required of us once we have that, right? So civic knowledge is absolutely essential, and that's the beginning. We have to catch up with the middle schoolers on this one. We have to train ourselves in the civic knowledge. But then when we want to go to solve the tough, adaptive, complex problems, we're going to need something else. And at the Kansas Leadership Center, we think we're going to need a thing called civic leadership. We've been around for 17 years. We were founded out of a health foundation. We're not connected to a university. And we define civic like this: in and across all sectors. In and across all sectors, all silos, all divisions. We need leaders. We don't need leaders in civics. We need civic leadership. We need leaders who can work in and across all sectors. And we need leaders who understand that leadership is an activity, it's not a position. Authority has a role, and it's not enough. We have to have leaders that can move from sector to silo through division and up and down hierarchy, whether you have the most authority or whether you don't have any authority. you have to be able to exercise this thing called leadership. We've been teaching these skills to over 20,000 people in all 50 states and in 60 countries. We're one of those little gems that's like hidden in plain sight. And I want to take the next few minutes to show you a little bit of our framework. So these are the 4 skills. So civic leadership, since it's not a position, it's an activity, that means you can teach it. And these are the 4 things we teach to people across sectors, silos, businesses, government, nonprofits, education. We all need to have these skills. We teach that it starts with you, it must engage others. So it starts with you have to manage yourself. Can I get an amen on that? I know I'm not preaching, but you got to manage yourself. I mean, if ever there was a time where we'd see, we want leaders who can manage themselves. How are you going to manage someone else if you can't manage yourself? You have to manage yourself. You need to diagnose situations, you need to energize other people, and you need to intervene skillfully. Skillfully. We're going to practice with just one of these. Energize others, inspire a collective purpose. These are the competencies of the KLC framework. Inspire a collective purpose. I'm going to show you how we do that. Spoiler alert, it's not about knowing the answer. It's about asking the question. So I'm going to ask you this question. When you think about the future of civic life, what concerns you the most? Not a little bit, the most. When you think about the future of civic life, take a minute and just reflect on that for yourself. We don't have a lot of time to table talk. Just think about it yourself for a minute. When you think about the future of civic life, what concerns you the very most? This is part of an exercise we call the gap. It's 3 questions. I'm going to show you 2 of them, and I'll show you how to access the 3rd. Okay, shout out at some answers as loud as you can so I can hear it. Civility. What you mean? We have too much of it, right? Yeah, the lack of civility. What else? Injustice. What else? No, over here. Lack of participation. Literacy. What else? Social connection. Thank you, Aaron. Yes. What else? Fascism. Factions. Division. Lack of equity. We could go on and on. And what we would contend is that there's a technical part of this and there's an adaptive part of this, which we'll talk more about in a minute. Second question. Remember, we're inspiring a collective purpose. I bet we don't all vote the same. We don't all have the same ideology. We don't all have the same religion, but we can agree about the things that were just shouted out. These things deeply concern us. What about our aspiration? Take a few moments just to reflect. When you think about the future of civic life, what is your highest aspiration? Think on that for a minute. Okay, let's shout them out. Highest aspiration. Equity. Inclusivity. No discrimination. Focusing on the common good. Yes. What else? Safety. Yes. What else? Cohesion. Connection. Right? Like what Aaron's talking about isn't connected to like one sector or one silo in business or government. It's universal. These concerns and these aspirations are the things that connect us. The first line in our best-selling book, When Everyone Leads, says this: leadership always starts with dissatisfaction. We were talking about it last night. It starts with misery. If we're going to change, we're going to have to be miserable enough. So my question to you is, are you miserable enough? Are you dissatisfied enough? Are you dissatisfied enough to do something differently? Because if we do what we've always done, we're going to get what we've always got. We believe that leadership, particularly civic leadership, is needed now more than ever. And these two questions, you can ask them in a boardroom, you can ask them in an education setting, you can ask them in any sector. And here's what I've learned in doing this all over the country. People will tell you. They'll tell you what they're concerned about, but that's like the launch pad. The fuel is our aspiration. That's what's going to keep us going on this journey. So this exercise of the gap is just 3 questions. To learn more about the KLC framework, the third question is, what makes leadership so hard to move from our concerns to our aspirations? Why is it so difficult? We don't have time. The ticker is red. We don't have time to work that third question. But I'd love it if you'd scan this QR code. I would love to come and visit with you and your organization. While you guys are doing that, while you're getting more information about the Leadership Center, you'll get an email from me and we can connect and figure out how do we spread this teachable, transferable skill of civic leadership in ourselves, on our teams, in our organizations, and ultimately into our civic engagement and into our communities. My hope for you, each of you, is that you leave here and you are miserable about the dissatisfaction of the status quo, and you are inspired to build a collective purpose and energize people around it, and that you change yourself, your team, your organization, and our communities. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Business Solves Conference, Day 2. I'm Hillary Crow, Vice President of Civics here at the Foundation, and I hope you had some fun participating in the Civics quiz. We're really delighted that in a couple of weeks we're going to have middle schoolers representing 27 states up here on this stage showing off their own civics knowledge and skills, competing in our inaugural National Civics Bee Championship. So if you aren't already registered to come or watch the live stream, I encourage you to check it out. So at the Chamber Foundation, we anticipate, develop, and deploy solutions to challenges facing communities today and tomorrow. So back in 2018, we started to examine some of the concerning trends we were seeing around declining support for democracy, increasing levels of polarization, and the overall just dire level of civic knowledge in America. And about 4 years ago, we decided to launch the Civic Trust at the Foundation, focused on 3 pillars: civics literacy, civics at work, and really elevating civics as a national priority, with the goal of mobilizing the business community to act along with us. And so whether it's through the National Civics Bee or our Civics at Work initiatives, we're working to reach everyone from middle school students to grandparents and everyone in the workplace in between. And today we're going to focus on the workplace, and we are going to answer an important question, which is, what is the role of business in all of this? What can you as an employer do to help address the civics crisis in America? And I'm really pleased to be joined by 3 business leaders who have been really answering the call to elevate civics at their companies. So I'm pleased to introduce Dave Leichman, Director of Corporate Social Responsibility and the Democracy Forward program at Microsoft. Next to Dave is Janice Brenner, Group General Counsel and Head of Civic Engagement at Travelers. And at the end, we have Larry Kidd, CEO of Hire, which is a small business based in Ohio. Thank you to each of you for being here. So I want to start with not so simple of a question, but to really set the stage for the conversation, which is, why does the civic health of America matter to business? Dave?
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity to be here and to speak. The civic health of the country matters to business because democracy is good for business. I think we talk about that a lot on stages like this, but I think it's important to understand that the underpinnings of the capitalist system require a functioning democracy with rule of law and known regulation. When Russia invaded Ukraine 2.5 years ago, Google got crosswise with the Russian government, and they kicked them out of Moscow, their Russian headquarters. They got kicked out of Moscow. I know that Microsoft can't get kicked out of London, right? Because they have a functioning democracy with rule of law. And so Microsoft makes something like 95% of its revenue from democratic countries for obvious reasons. It's because the capitalist system relies on democracy to function.
Great. Janice?
Sure. So I think we think about it similarly at Travelers. At Travelers, we talk about kind of the Traveler's Promise, which is taking care of our customers, communities, and each other. And we see civic engagement and our civic engagement initiative, Citizen Travelers, is another way of fulfilling that promise. Travelers is a over 160-year-old company, and we have benefited and thrived in the communities that we are in across the United States because of a thriving economy, a representative democracy that's stable, and a predictable rule of law. And we think it's part of our obligation to sustain that for future generations. And so we see Citizen Travelers as a way to do that. And it's also been kind of just, I started my career as a capital markets lawyer, and I would work with companies from across the world that were coming to access the United States capital markets because of all the things we're talking about, that they could be assured that their investors would want to invest in the U.S. essentially. And so it's really heartening to kind of see that full circle in the civic engagement world of saying, like, what can we do as businesses to make sure we maintain that and to make sure that we remain competitive and sought after throughout the world as kind of a beacon. So.
And Larry?
Hillary, thanks for doing this. This is really important work. We're seeing a time now that civic involvement is at pretty much an all-time low. We're seeing political division, low voter turnout, and people just don't have confidence in their institutions. And this really affects businesses. In addition to that, we're seeing schools no longer teaching civics in their classrooms. And this has resulted in students and later people working in the business community that don't know how to collaborate, to communicate, or to compromise. And that's essentially the core of the civics training, and we need to get back to it.
Absolutely. We'll talk a little bit more later about the intersection of civic skills and workplace skills, but I first want each of you to briefly talk about sort of what you're doing within your companies to elevate civics and civic engagement. Janice, you want to go first?
Sure. So we have 3 pillars similar to yours. We have learning, engaging, and leading. And so we've developed a multifaceted program for our employees, but as well as kind of the communities that we live in, where we focus on in the learning pillar, there's things like Get Out the Vote, but that's, I think, a very small piece of our program. And then there's also just kind of understanding the democracy that we live in. So we partner with a lot of nonprofits to provide nonpartisan tools and resources to our employees to the extent they're interested in further engaging civically. They have those opportunities. One of the things we partner with on the learning thing is the Civics Bay, which we'll talk a little bit about. But just to kind of re-engage people throughout our communities in kind of being part of our representative democracy in a very positive way. And then engaging, I think, is kind of the next step from that. That's, I hate to say, but that's my favorite part of the program. We talked yesterday about having a favorite child, which I don't, but I will say this is the favorite part of our program. And really the idea behind that was, how can we get our employees to engage in a very positive ways in the communities that they live in a civic way? So in addition to it's kind of a turn of the dial, in addition to just volunteering, it's how do you become part of the solutions you seek to see in your community? So that may be serving on your local economic development board, it may be serving on your school board, it may be being part of your town council. So it's a little bit like the next step into really getting out there and saying, like, how can I be part of the solutions that I want to see in my community? And the thing I like most about that is that we've found that it's a way for people to engage their passions and the skills that they have at the workplace. So we talk a lot at Travelers about what we do well at Travelers, which is really collaboration, innovation, kind of working together as a team. And so the idea behind the engaging piece is, why don't we take all those skills, plus even our technical skills, out into the workplace or out into our communities and give those back to our communities as part of in civic ways. And then when you're out in the community doing this kind of civic engagement, being on your town council, being on your economic development commission, our employees are actually learning skills that are, as I think this is Hillary's phrase, 20th century job skills, right? So they're learning things out in the community that they can actually take back to Travelers. So it's a great virtuous cycle, and something we've found has been very successful and, quite frankly, just inspiring. And it's almost like something, whether you're a business big or small, that's very easy to do, because what we've found is it really just takes a spark. So by supporting employees who are doing this and actually spotlighting them through awards and through video spotlights, for example, we have a few on our website, other people become inspired and think, like, I never even thought about that, but I can do that too. So it's actually a kind of low-cost, easy-to-do thing, but it just sparks the movement.
Fantastic. Larry?
Several years ago, the CEO of the U.S. Chamber, Tom Donahue, talked about to his board and to others how the lack of teaching civics in school has caused political dysfunction in Congress. And he explained how that happened and that we needed to do something about that. Unfortunately, shortly after that, COVID hit, and the priorities became much different for the U.S. Chamber. But when Suzanne Clark became CEO of the U.S. Chamber, she made it a priority for the U.S. Chamber of one of the most important things to work on in this, this forum this week. So we took this back to our company and thought, what can we do as a small company to be involved in civics? And we implemented paid time off for people that volunteer at the polls, not only the training, but also working the polls themselves. We request, if not require, our people to work at least 8 hours of volunteer time, which we pay at any organization they want. And we also make a donation in their name to a 501(c)(3) of their choice. And this is very intentional because we want them to be involved in the communities that we serve. One of the things that we did when we offered the civic time off, one of our employees became involved in it and went to the poll for the training. And the first day she got promoted to poll manager. And she came back and said, look, I'm managing the other poll workers. I hope that's okay. And I said, absolutely, that's what we want. Because she was driven and because she had a civic knowledge and she thought it was important. After that election cycle, others came back to her and said, hey, that sounds really interesting. We want to be involved as well. So I think, looking back, it is so important for businesses to be involved in civics. It can be nonpartisan, it should be nonpartisan, but as a small business, you have to be very conscientious and thoughtful about how you do it. So, we have 2 employers here, Microsoft and Travelers, that have 150, 200,000 employees or 30,000 employees, and you have one that's sitting here that has about 20. So if you have, half your workforce or 10 people, which isn't a lot, working the polls, you have to make a methodical decision. How are you going to manage that? We think it's important. We believe in civics. We believe in the growth of the economy, and we think we can't get there without better civic knowledge and involvement, so we've made a commitment to it.
Excellent. And Dave?
you mentioned the size of our workforce, and I think that's the biggest challenge when it comes to activating our employees is, everything I do, I have to do at scale, and we have a small team. We concentrate on a few very specific things, and similar to Janice, and I like things in threes, so three is always good. We educate, engage, and activate. A lot of our work, I think I mentioned this last night, but a lot of our work was spurred by, we need to engage people at work. It's a national security imperative now. But we look at it like, employees come to us and say, what is Microsoft doing about X? Well, sometimes we're not the right mouthpiece for it. Sometimes, it doesn't affect our business, and there's no reason for us to take a stand on, let's say, gun control, right? Nobody cares what Microsoft thinks about gun control. Generally, maybe you do. I don't know, but I can't imagine you care. But our employees care, right? And I say to them, well, then let's get you active. Like, let's figure out what is the best route for you to take to become an advocate for the thing you care about. So we do all of the regular things like, we engage on voting resources. We do a lot of that. We try and get people active and civically in their community. And I'm a big fan of pushing boards and commissions over elected office. Now we have a whole elected office roundtable at Microsoft because we have 230,000 employees. So the mayor of Castroville, Texas, is a Microsoft employee. We even have a member of the Washington State Legislature. So we have a little roundtable, and they encourage people to run for office and things like that. There's not that many offices to run for in the U.S. I mean, there are a lot, but there are so many unfilled boards and commissions. So I'm always trying to push employees to go get involved locally and get yourself on a board or commission. So we do a lot of that. But one of the things I'm really proud of is our Civic Leave program. We actually encourage employees can take up to 1.5 years off to go do something like, we've had people work at the VA to improve the intake process, things like that. We've had people go work on political campaigns. We have people on both of the major presidentials right now. That's exciting because the idea is they go, they do these things, and they bring that knowledge back to the company, and they bring that model of engagement back.
So, Larry, I want to dive in a little deeper on what you started to talk about earlier around civic skills. And this came up on our recent call as well, as sort of that connection between how the decline in teaching civics in schools, right, which we've seen happen over the last 40 years, we stopped investing in civic education, right? Even today, for every about $70 invested in STEM, about 50 cents is invested in civics. And so there's a real difference there. And that deprioritization of civics, that lack of funding, has of course led to it's no longer in most classrooms anymore. Excuse me. And that has had consequences over time, right? Those shifts over the last 4+ decades have had some real impacts. And you started to talk about how those civic skills that we're no longer teaching, we're now seeing those gaps in young people, even in people in the workplace. So I guess my question for you is, you're a small business owner. You mentioned you maybe have 20 employees, but you're the CEO of a staffing agency. So you're not seeing just your own staff, but you're seeing what employers out in your community are looking for, where those gaps are. What do you think we need to be doing more of to make sure that people are getting the skills and really practicing teamwork and communication and negotiation and working together with people who think differently about ideas and issues?
Well, I appreciate the question, and I believe in civics and moving the country forward as much as anything, because I actually ran for Congress in this last primary cycle. And the experience was quite interesting because I remember sitting around the Thanksgiving table and talking to my family and saying, look, I want to run, and this is going to be my platform. My son went through recovery, and that was going to be part of what I was going to discuss. And I said, look, if anybody in the family has a problem with it, I won't do this. And he says, not only do I want you to run, I want to be part of your campaign. So the 27-year-old son who lives in Los Angeles moved from Los Angeles in January to Cold, Ohio in January and worked the campaign. And it was an absolutely incredible experience, not only for him, but for me. and he will forever be involved in civics and politics and public policy. During the campaign, my marketing manager moved over to be my campaign manager, and she rallied her family. Her husband made signs, her 2 teenage kids were involved in campaign, meeting prospective voters and going to meets and greets and things like that, and really enjoyed it, and will be forever talking about it among the schools. And when I ran, I stepped down and turned my role over to my vice president of finance, and she too rallied her family, and her son, who is at college, has taken back the experience, and it was quite enjoyable for them. The reason I'm telling you this is because we need to make civics fun. We need to make it exciting for young people. If we don't, there's too many distractions out there for the young people. And there's a lot of things we can do that doesn't require a corporate policy or a corporate, anything in writing, and we can do it as families. And our families should be talking to other families. We can take our young people to vote with us and talk about the process. We can take them to a fundraiser or a rally. We can watch a debate with them and discuss the pros and cons of the debate. It doesn't matter what political affluence you are. You could be on either side. It doesn't really make any difference. You can run for an office. And these things are so important, and that we are mentors to our kids. We're mentors as small business owners to our communities. And if we want our future generations to lead to tomorrow, we need to give them the tools today to do that.
That's right. Janice, I want to talk a little bit about the playbook that Travelers released earlier this year under the Citizen Travelers Initiative. I think we both agree that if every employer would just do a couple of things, right, to elevate civics in the workplace, that could have real impact. So I'd love for you to maybe highlight 2 or 3 ideas or best practices from your playbook that employers in the room could sort of take back with them and do right away if this is something that they're looking to get engaged with.
Sure. So, I'd offer you to take a look at our playbook. It's on our website under travelers.com, the Citizen Travelers page. And I think our idea with the playbook was that it would really be modular, and just to put it's under our leading prong, just this idea of, to your point, if every business across the U.S. was making civic engagement a priority, it would be amazing, right? We would. That's just so many people that are out in their communities in a very positive way and being part of our kind of democratic process in a very positive way. And so our idea with the playbook was really just to say, hey, this is what we're doing. Our program is very robust. We've put a lot of time and effort into it, but we understand, to Larry's point, that every business across the U.S. isn't going to have those kind of, isn't going to make it as much of a priority or have the resources. There's big, small, everything in between. So here's it all. Here's a good snapshot. Pick and choose what you'd like. And I think by doing that, we put a list of nonprofits we work with there. One of the things I realized when I started the program was we're an insurance company, right? We're not going to become someone creating all sorts of civic content, nor do we want to. That wasn't the aim. We want to be very nonpartisan. We say we're aggressively nonpartisan. But what we could do is just connect our employees with the tools and resources that are already out there. And there's a wealth of opportunities out there for people to get involved civically in whatever their passion is. So we've listed some of those there. We've also included things, we've spotlighted some of our employees that are involved and how they're involved, so you can kind of see that concept. We've included kind of a get out the vote piece. And I think if you look at the playbook, you'll see just that there's a lot there with the concept of, one of the things that we talk about when we talk about being aggressively nonpartisan, and I think, Larry, you touched on this. Engaging civically to us is just an amazing way for people to meet people that they might not otherwise meet, right? And so, I think we talk a lot about in today's in today's world about kind of these echo chambers or polarization, where you're only talking to people who are kind of have similar views to you, and so you're kind of just hearing back the same things, and that kind of just kind of escalates that, and you become more entrenched in your view, rather than hearing another perspective, in which case you might not agree with that perspective. You may decide that you're still going to disagree with that person, but once you meet that person, you get to know them as a human, and their humanity comes through, and you realize that, you know, you actually have more in common than you thought. So civic engagement is really a wonderful way to kind of work towards that, and to be able to kind of work towards the shared goal of making our communities a better place. And I think the playbook does a good job of laying out a huge menu of options in order to do that, big, small, in between.
Yeah, very well done. Thank you to Travelers for the great work on that. Dave, coming from such a large company, you referenced this earlier, would love to know sort of how did the focus on civic engagement and democracy get started at Microsoft, and how did you work to get sort of CEO or leadership buy-in on that? And for any other large companies in the room, it can seem like a daunting thing to start with. So I would love for you to share with the folks here how you did that.
Yeah. Look, it wasn't easy. We were one of the founding members of the predecessor to the Civic Alliance called the Turbo Vote Challenge. Mike Ward back here, I worked very closely with him on all this stuff. Big plug really quickly, if you're a company in the room and you're not a member of the Civic Alliance, please join. It's free. It provides resources to help you resource employees and consumers to register to vote. And that's a good thing, right? When we started that group, it was 13 companies, and now it's 1,300, which is kind of exciting. But getting buy-in, I think, is absolutely critical. And so you look at the two things that I've already mentioned, which is the civic engagement is core to the business practice, right? Democracy is core to making money for a business. We've established that. The other thing is, you know, we've talked about the lack of civics education over the last 40 years. We see what happens. We have seen the results of a lack of civics education. When people don't understand how their government works, they act out. They do stupid stuff. That becomes a national security imperative, and so again, core to the business, right? We can't have our rule of law falling apart. But more than that, I think just there is an understanding that we do all this work, we do all this CSR work, and that's all great. But I tell the employees at Microsoft, if you don't then go vote, literally everything I did was for nothing, right? We spend all this time and money defending democracy, but if you don't actually go cast your vote, and so we do a lot of work internally with just making sure people are resourced to vote and registered to vote. And I just want to share this. We had a civics fair on National Voter Reg Day a couple of weeks ago.
Your Super Bowl.
My Super
right?
Bowl, that's right. NVRD is my Super Bowl. Fred Humphreys, who is on the board of the chamber and our VP of Government Affairs, he sent an email to all Microsoft employees, the entire US employee base, encouraging them to register to vote. And we're holding the civics fair, and we're giving away swag and cupcakes, and it's a party on campus. And this guy comes up, and I said, "Are you registered to vote?" And he was like, "Yeah, I just did 30 minutes ago because Fred told me to." And I was like, "Can I give you a hug?" That's amazing. He was a new citizen. He registered.
Awesome.
It was awesome. And that brings it all back. That makes you feel good about what you do and like that you're actually having an impact with the employees.
Awesome. Well, we're getting short on time, but I want to be sure to ask each of you to share a personal story from an employee at your company that has, you know, really participated and dug in on civic engagement and how it has impacted them and what they've sort of brought back to the company as a result. And Janice, I'd like to start with you.
Sure. So we have a lot of examples, but one of my favorites is Jonathan Forbes. He worked in our claim department, and so he also had a passion for bicycling, right? So he kind of brought the knowledge he learned at Travelers as a claim employee and also his passion for cycling full circle out into his community. And he joined the transportation board within his community so that he could improve the pedestrian and cycling safety within his community. And also, what he learned there, he brought back to Travelers. So he just is kind of the full circle story about using your passion, what matters to you in a civic way, and then also kind of learning things in that role that you bring back to your to your day job, so to speak. And we have a quick video. I'd love to show it if we have time.
Great.
I think you.
I'm Jonathan. I started at Travelers in January of 2008. In my role as the Auto Liability Severity Manager, the team handles a wide variety of catastrophic injuries. Many times, and unfortunately, it may be car and pedestrian or car and bicyclists. These type of losses are huge emotional scars. I've always been a lifelong bike rider. I was appointed onto Hillsborough County's Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. This is an opportunity through my local government where I have a say as to the incorporation of bike lanes, the incorporations of bike paths, the use of roundabouts versus traffic lights. The end result then, ideally, would be there would be less impact, less fatalities. I work for a company that supports this. Isn't that awesome? And it supports what's important to their employees. That allows me to practice that engagement. Your voice is going to be unique, and it's going to be a different perspective. Use it.
That's fantastic. It really brings it full circle. Larry, do you have a story you'd like to share?
Sure, I'll make it real quick. The 20 employees that work for me are the ones that I admire the most because, with one exception, because they're all rallying around wanting to know next time I can run so they can get involved again at that level. And I really appreciate what they did. It wasn't, some of them are not necessarily on the same party I am, but they just love the excitement. But what really was important to me was not necessarily the business, but connecting with my son. Again, when I mentioned that he came back and worked on the campaign with me, we talked about the recovery issues, and I would mention it in many of my speeches, and little old ladies would come up crying because they had lost their son or their daughter or their grandson or their daughter, and it really resonated. So getting out there and getting the message is so important.
Great. Dave?
Sure. I love to highlight my friend Leroy Laney. Look, I come at this from politics and corporate affairs, but most people at Microsoft are engineers, right? And I met an engineer once, and he had a passion for civic engagement, and he helped me start this whole program internally. And one day, a job opening came up in our philanthropies department, and he said, Dave, I think I'm going to go for it. And he went for it, and now he runs that Give campaign that we've raised $3 billion for. And like, I'm so proud of him. He's my brother in civic engagement, and I love this.
That's
and
awesome.
if you go to Microsoft Unlocked, you can see his story.
Would love to talk more about these stories. I had the opportunity to work as an election poll officer in the Virginia primaries earlier this year, and just getting out into the community and seeing it firsthand, it just was so inspiring and motivating. I've been selected to work on Election Day. I'm really looking forward to that as well. And would definitely encourage anybody to sign up, volunteer, whether it's as a poll worker or when you get called for jury duty, or just really look at ways that you can get engaged in your communities. As Janice mentioned earlier, we tend to sort of self-isolate. We sort of tend to spend most of our time with people who look and think and believe similarly to we do. And recent studies have shown that that's having a really negative impact on the strength of our communities. And we really want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to strengthen our neighborhoods, to strengthen the places where we work, where we serve, where we live. And we know that employers can really make a difference here by elevating it in the workplace. That's going to strengthen the communities where you are, and your employees are going to bring that back into your company. So thank you all for listening in. Thank you to our panel. Really appreciate your insights. And well, that's a wrap.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby. Inside the 30, touchdown. Michaela Burgess. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org.
We're going to shift gears just a little bit from civics, but you can probably make a connection to this next topic about the leadership qualities of distinctive talent pools. And we came up with this idea actually a long time ago. If you saw that NCAA video, I was actually at an NCAA championship game, and I saw the video. I'm like, that is so amazing. I hadn't thought about this. And what really occurred to us here at the Chamber Foundation is we have a program called Hiring Our Heroes. It's wildly successful. It was born after 9/11, and its purpose is to help military veterans, transitioning service members who are going from the military into civilian life, as well as their spouses, find jobs. Because what we know here at the Chamber Foundation is those people in the military have certain qualities and skills around leadership, around grit, around determination and hard work. And companies, as well as nonprofits, really value that in their employees, and they like to hire those types of people. And when I saw the NCAA video, I thought, there's another group that has those same qualities around leadership and hard work and grit. And it's the athletes in those programs at our colleges and universities all over the country. So we thought, why don't we get them both on stage and talk about how you as employers could view them as a talent pool. So that's why we're here. That's what we're going to talk about for the next little bit. And with that, I think it's probably best that I turn it over to our panelists. I want to introduce them. So to my left, my immediate left is Dee Merritt. She is the Managing Director of Workforce Development at the National Collegiate Athletic Association, as many of you know, the NCAA. And to her left is Jana Toner. She works here at the Chamber. She is the Executive Director of Hiring Our Heroes. So Dee, why don't we start with you? Just tell us about your role at the NCAA and your background, who got you there.
I'd be glad to. Good morning, everyone. Dee Merritt, Managing Director of Leadership Development at the NCAA. I have worked in several different capacities in the same area at the NCAA for almost 8 years now. And before that, worked at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee in athletics. So I've been in athletics for over 20 years now. Our role at leadership development is to educate, train, and develop our student athletes in something other than academics and athletics. Our other goal is to make sure that we help them to see the thread between all of the skills and qualities that they have that make them so successful on the court and in the classroom into that next phase of their lives, which is becoming good citizens, good corporate partners, good corporate colleagues in the next pieces of their journey forward. So I'm happy to be here with you all this morning, and thank you for this opportunity.
And Jana, how about you? Can you tell us a little bit about your background and what you do at HOH?
Yeah, happy to. Jana Toner, it's a pleasure to be here. So I have been in DC over 20 years. I've served in 2 presidential administrations, and I was a student athlete, which is so it's nice to be able to sit here next to
Awesome.
Dee, and that definitely prepared me for a role in public service and in development and partnerships. So when I was the Chief of Staff to Second Lady Karen Pence, I launched her initiatives around military spouse employment, veteran suicide prevention, and mental health. So I really got to know the space, the military space, veteran space, the nonprofits, corporations who really cared about these issues, and decided to devote my career to helping military families, spouses, and veterans really find that meaningful career. And Hiring Our Heroes has had such a huge impact in this space, as Mark said, kind of created at a time when veteran unemployment was at a record high, and the Chamber got together with the White House and corporations and said, let's try to solve this issue. And Hiring Our Heroes was born. We've served well over 1 million veterans and spouses since that time, and I'm really excited to be able to talk more about how we've been able to do that and work with employers to help veterans and spouses find those careers.
So let's talk about numbers for a second, and we're going to do a show of hands. So in the audience, how many of you or a family member participated in college athletics? That's a lot.
That is wonderful.
And again, I'm going to ask a similar question. How many of you, either or family member, have served in the U.S. military?
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you. So all of you know what we're talking about, right? And this is why this is such an important conversation, and the parallels between both organizations and what they're trying to do to help their members find jobs, I think is really remarkable. And we're going to dig into that a little bit. So Dee, we'll start with you. How many college athletes are there, and like how many are we graduating each year?
So across the landscape of the NCAA, which is 1,100 institutions, we have approximately 500,000 student athletes. So if we run the numbers on that, approximately 125,000 graduate every year.
And they're looking for jobs, because how many go pro?
Less than 1%.
Yeah, so there's a lot of job seekers out there who have qualities that I think many of you as employers would really value. Janet, let's talk about numbers for service members who are departing and transitioning into civilian life.
Yeah, so there's each year roughly 200,000 service members leave the military, enter the workforce, and on paper I can kind of tell you the stats, and I can tell you kind of what it looks like from who the population that Hiring Our Heroes serves. It's a very diverse population. Over 51% identify as a racial minority. It's a majority male population just by the nature of the U.S. military, but also well-educated. Over 60% have at least a 4-year degree, if not higher, in the Hiring Our Heroes program. But I also want to talk about military spouses as well, because they don't always get mentioned, and this is a population that wants to work, always looking for those opportunities, so they need to be able to have a portable job that they can take with them as our service member is PCSed every 2 to 3 years. So this population, roughly 500,000 or so are in the workforce. 20% are unemployed, and this is a mostly female population. It is one of the highest unemployment rates in this country, and collectively, between nonprofits like Hiring Our Heroes and our corporate partners, really trying to address the situation and help spouses find those meaningful careers that they can take with them.
So Janet, why don't we stay with you and talk about the programs that you have that actually help these service members and their spouses find those jobs and get connected to employers.
Yeah, so when we started, it was purely in-person hiring events, and the demand was so great that we really have expanded and evolved those programs over the last decade. So we still do in-person, on-base hiring events. We did close to 50 this year. We'll be increasing those next year. And then we also did 150 or so virtual events. Thanks to COVID, we all learned about how to make those events online, and so we'll continue that. It's been wildly successful and popular as well. We also have a SkillBridge Fellowship program. So we have close to 3,000 fellows in the program, and we help connect them with employers. They do a 12-week fellowship. Their salaries are paid for by DoD. You're still a part of the military. Chance to train, integrate into a company, and see if that's the right kind of career you're looking for. The end goal being offered a position. We also have a career connector program that helps kind of connect service members and spouses with employers, either through direct sourcing or connecting with the hiring manager. They also help provide resources on professional development, resume help, mentoring, and manage a job board. So job boards are still very popular. We just relaunched ours in September and seen close to 55,000 clicks to apply in the first 60 days since we relaunched it. So a lot of great programming at Hiring Our Heroes, and again, to try to make that connection for employers with veterans and spouses.
So as I listen to Jenna talk, Dee, you've got very similar programs too, and it's remarkable that both these efforts kind of grew organically without even knowing about each other. But tell us what is going on at NCAA in terms of the programs that you have.
Absolutely, I'd love to. First, let me tell you why student athletes are so successful in their transition. It is because of the skills that they're taught, years and years and years of being student athletes. That translates into 80% of Fortune 500 women play sport. Student athletes graduate at a rate of 91% in Division I, which is much higher than the federal rate of 66%. And student athletes who graduate from college report having more positive outcomes in life than non-student athletes in social, in community, and in the physical realm. So there's so many benefits that student athletes bring to the table when they transition from their college careers into the professional space. How we help them with that is through a catalog of programs and services and initiatives that we have at the national office. We have a student athlete leadership program where we bring student athletes in from all over the country into what we affectionately call a leadership lab. And that is the opportunity for them to be able to identify those leadership skills that they currently have and how they will transition into those next steps in life, as well as help them currently to be better teammates to their teams on campus. We have a career in sports program where we bring 200 student athletes, again, from all over the country into the national office. These are student athletes who have identified that they would like to work in college sports. So we have them come into the national office and they get the opportunity to network and acquire career development skills from national office staff, from professional athletes, from professionals in professional sports. It is a great mentoring, learning, and networking opportunity for them to help them with their next steps. The other programs that we have is we have a postgraduate internship program. It is one of the best internship programs in the country because student athletes, former student athletes actually, they have to graduate, are coming into the national office and they're getting the opportunity to really, really acquire some in-depth skills by working with national office staff hand in hand for over a year. They get trained in their respective areas, and then they go to work. So if they work in enforcement, they have a caseload. If they work in the executive office, they're working directly with our president, Charlie Baker. If they work in leadership development with me, they're executing programs and services for their former colleagues. So they really get that hands-on experience that then translates into a 95% placement rate for them within the college and professional athletic space. And those people go on to be your college presidents, your athletic directors, your conference commissioners. So it is a great program that we have. The last one I'd like to tell you about is a program called Arise. And this is a program that started about 3 years ago. It is a program that we have a partnership with a nonprofit company. It is a mentoring program for HBCU student athletes who are interested in fields in STEM. We work with this company to use artificial intelligence to create a mentor matching program so that student athletes can be matched with mentors in STEM spaces and be able to get that really, really in-depth experience from someone who's in the profession, in an opportunity and a space that is conducive for them, which is through their telephones. So the program is a mobile app. They have career development as well as mentoring opportunities that come to them in digestible bite-sized pieces at times where they're able to access it, which means that we have really high engagement rates of approximately 85 to 86% with this program. So those are just some of the programs. We have a catalog of about 25 programs that we execute every year with my great team, my small but mighty team. But those are just some of the programs that we work on to help our student athletes to be able to see themselves in that next phase in their lives.
So let's get very specific, right? And there's some case studies out there. There's stories. I'll start. And this happened yesterday. There is a former student athlete. He graduated last spring in my neighborhood. He played baseball, Division I. He was great, but not great enough to be pro. And now he's looking for a job with the major league team. And he's been applying, and he's got good grades. I mean, everything is there. And they keep on coming back to him and say, you know, it would be really great if you had an internship when you were in school with like the athletic department. It would have helped. And he's like, I was playing baseball, right? It's like, and that's all he did while he was in school. He didn't have time for an internship. And he's in this catch-22. And I think that stories like that for student athletes, as well as similar stories for veterans or transitioning service members, they're out there. So Jana and Dee Dee, quickly, can you just give other examples to kind of demonstrate to the crowd that, you know, the challenge that these people are having finding great jobs because they were so committed to their previous profession?
The time commitments that student athletes have in both the academic and athletic space pose a great challenge to them in being able to acquire experience that will be helpful for them to land those entry-level positions once they graduate. One of the ways that businesses and organizations can help is to give your time. To give your time, come into the athletic departments and work with the student athletes, mentoring opportunities, opportunities to be able to give them a glimpse, a snapshot of what these next steps will look like for them. The other way is through job shadowing. Internships for student athletes are difficult because of the time demands that they have. So providing them with the opportunity to maybe do some job shadowing is going to be something that could be very, very helpful for them to be able to, again, help with their transition.
So, excuse me, I
Yeah.
didn't interrupt you, but I mean, just to put it in perspective,
Yeah.
I was a runner at University of Texas, and 40 hours a week, we'd assign something saying that we didn't train more than 40 hours a week. I'm pretty sure we were involved more than 40 hours a week on top of classes and studying and being a college student. There really is no other time, and I really appreciate, you know, both of you talking about kind of the skills that student athletes can bring, that resiliency, that teamwork, that ability to pivot, and that's also the skills that veterans have, that they can work in a team environment. They know how to accomplish goals. They know how to work hard. They show up ready to work. But their resumes and work experience do not always reflect that, and we do our best to try to correct that before they're meeting with our employer partners, but we can't always get there. So, you know, my challenge and my ask to all of you is to work with your hiring managers to kind of look beyond their resume and look for those skills that matter, that you know that will be successful within your organization, because those are the skills that they have.
Absolutely.
So we've got like a minute left. And I do this with all my panels, and I didn't tell you I was going to do this, so this is a surprise.
Oh boy.
So Jan and Dee Dee, the one thing that you wanted them to remember about the NCAA, and the one thing you wanted them to remember about HOH and your missions, what would that one thing that the audience should take back to their places of work, whether you're at a nonprofit or at a business, and say, you know what, I heard from the NCAA, I heard from Hiring Our Heroes, and this is important?
I'll start. The one thing that I'd like you to know about the NCAA is that we have a strong commitment to the success of student athletes in their next phase in life. It's not just my department that works on it. We play a large role in it, but our championships department, all of my colleagues at the national office and the NCAA as a membership entity are committed to the success of student athletes. And it shows in their graduation success rates. It also shows in how they're successful in their next steps, and doctors and lawyers and presidents of the like. So just to know that that is the commitment that we have to student athletes, and we appreciate all of the skills that they bring to the table and want to make sure that we do our part to help them be successful.
I would say that, first of all, thank you to all of our Hiring Our Hero partners that are in the room. Thank you to all of you who have veteran and spouse hiring programs. It's needed, it's necessary. In this country we have an all-volunteer force, and we want those who serve to know that there is a pathway from military service into a professional career that will honor their service, that rewards their service, and allows them to be able to continue that in a second career in corporate or nonprofit America. So if you want to know more about building a program, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. Would love to connect with you.
Happy to connect as well.
Okay, let's thank Dee Dee and Jana. Right.
Take a break and enjoy some networking time. We'll resume our program shortly.
Hello. 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 There's a few people around excited. Hello. How is everyone? I'll give everyone a couple of seconds. This reminds me of an Indian wedding. How is everyone? I like to keep my talks really engaging. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Nav. It means new in Punjabi, and I am the lucky founder of the Washing Machine Project. So, I need some audience participation. Here's the first question. What's the greatest invention of the Industrial Revolution? So in the last 100 years, what's the greatest invention? Car. Car? Okay. Anything else? Keep them coming. Keep shouting. Okay, keep going. Couple more. Steam engine. Okay. Anything else? Last one. Computers. Okay, cool. Great. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Keep those in mind as we carry on. I want to introduce you to this graph. So what does this graph say? This is the time spent on household chores in US households over the last 100 years. Hours per week on the y-axis, and year over the x-axis. So in the early 1990s, US households were spending up to 60 hours per week on household chores. Nuts, right? Nowadays, though, you guys are spending up to around 15 to 20 hours. Why do you think that? Any ideas? Washing machines, but not just washing machines. Anything else? Keep it coming, keep it coming. Oh, I forgot to say hi, Mum. She's watching online. Feminism. Feminism as well, great, yeah. Okay, so if the US households have benefited from an extra 45 hours per week, what are other people benefiting from? So I want to introduce you to this phenomenon called the global washing divide. This is a divide where you and I and our parents and potentially our grandparents have benefited from automation. The washing machine, which we believe is the engine of liberation, freed up time for millions, hundreds of millions, billions of households. But 60% of the world, that's 5.6 billion people, still wash their clothes like this. If we segment the room up, that's these 4 tables, or 5 tables here. You guys are okay. You guys have got an electric washing machine. But you guys here, you're coming with me to the lake, the river, or the stream. And we're going to wash our clothes by hand in cold water, causing back pain, joint pain, and skin irritation. Today, tomorrow, this year, next year, and the year after. Now, the washing machine project's been on an incredible journey over the last 5 years. And I want to show you this video to tell you all about it. Let's watch this video. Over the last 5 years, I've been all over the world, traveling, learning, building, testing, failing, researching, designing, interviewing, distributing, teaching, washing clothes, washing curtains, washing shoes, washing everywhere. I mean, literally everywhere. Washing in Trafalgar Square, washing in the Thames, plus the meetings, meetings after meetings after meetings, talking to everyone I can, anyone that would listen to me, people who would hand wash clothes, prime ministers, CEOs, NGOs, the UN, high commissioners, government officials, celebrities, this random guy on the street, half the world's media, oh, and the Beach Boys. All for one idea, to alleviate the burden of hand-washing clothes for billions all over the world. But let me take you back to where it all started. I got this idea whilst I was on sabbatical in South India. I was fed up of making vacuum cleaners for rich people. I wanted to make real impact on people's lives. In the community I was staying in, I could not believe how long women and girls would spend hand-washing clothes. Up to 20 hours a week in some cases. Some had back pain, some complained of skin irritation. Everyone lacked opportunities. It takes so long to hand-wash clothes, and my neighbor Divya was one of them. She wanted to work, but just didn't have the time. Most of her waking hours were spent on unpaid labor, and washing clothes was a large part of that. She became my best friend, and I promised to build her a washing machine.
One day I'll give you.
Okay, I'm waiting.
I promise you. I will come back here and give you a washing machine.
And I did. I designed a washing machine that could be used without electricity, using half the amount of water to that of hand washing clothes. In my mum's kitchen. And I named it after Divya. It's had a few makeovers and a few iterations, a couple of additions here and there, and it's grown, just like our team. From a salad spinner, to a chemical drum, to now the world's first flat packable washing machine. We're now in 15 countries, positively impacting almost 30,000 lives, all thanks to our community, our supporters and partners. But we're not stopping there. We're now heading into our next cycle. Next stage. We're incredibly proud to say we're now being supported by the Whirlpool Foundation. You know, the foundation arm of the guys that invented electric washing machines over 100 years ago. Together with their history, support and expertise, we can take everything that we've created over the last 5 years, build on it, scale it, and reach even more lives for the next 5 years and beyond. I cannot wait to see what we can achieve together and continue to alleviate the burden for so many around the world, one wash at a time. The Washing Machine Project, supported by Whirlpool Foundation, reclaiming time, improving lives. Yeah. I told you it's been a busy 5 years. And we have Rosa in the audience from the Whirlpool Foundation, who's been integral to securing this partnership with us. Now, I did say that I like to keep my talks interactive, so I want to go through a thought exercise with you to really understand the problem. So this is how people typically hand wash their clothes in large parts of the world. And you can see I have a tub here. I would like someone to come on stage and wash some clothes by hand with me. Does anyone want to join me on stage and wash clothes by hand? Okay, we have one person at the back there. Come on over. Give her a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. So, I'm going to put my clicker down. We've got some soap from the kitchen that I will give back. Thank you so much for volunteering. What's your name?
Allison.
Allison. Nav,
Nice to meet you.
How are you? Right, I want you to grab a washboard. This is a washboard here.
Okay.
Please.
I don't know that I can kneel like that. Though.
Okay, that's good.
Just sit down.
Sit down here.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And I just want you to, it's soapy. So
do we use this side?
That side over there. Yeah. But yeah, really knock yourself out. Just see, get the collar and cuff. You want to wring it out. So you can see on the video here, the audience can see, the amount of stress and strain it takes, that back-breaking work. I'd like to find out how you're feeling right now, Alison. What's the feeling? How are your hands? How's the posture?
I mean, this is super annoying.
Okay.
And I don't want to, I hate washing clothes.
Good, yeah, okay. So this is in Mexico. We have people traveling to streams. I want you to go through the process of trying to wring it out now. You've washed your clothes. Really, still got some bubbles there. Cool, just beat it. Yeah. All right, cool. I think Alison deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Give me a hand up. You all right? Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alison. Right. So as you saw, it's really hard. And we did that for about a minute. Imagine doing that for 2 to 3 hours a day for your entire family. And today I'm really excited to show you the Divya manual washing machine. This is the world's first flat packable manual washing machine that saves 75% of time and 50% of water compared to hand washing clothes. So you get your clothes, you open up the latch here, there's a child lock. You can put 25 pieces of clothes in here. And you turn the handle. Your water, your detergent, and your clothes go in here, and you spin it for a couple of minutes, and your washing's done. That's it. Now, we distribute these all over the world. And we distribute them boxed like this. This is most recently with the UNHCR in the Republic of Congo. And we're also trialing out the flat pack version. We've distributed in refugee camps, in schools, in orphanages, in hospitals, in low-income areas, homeless populations, right across the world. And we're scaling. And we're reaching over 32,000 lives right now. But that's enough from me. I want to just tell you one story of a lady called Sylvia. Sylvia is a lady we met in Uganda, just on the outskirts of the capital, Kampala. She sells snacks for a living, and she earns $20 a month. She has 7 people in her household, and when we distributed this machine, she invited her whole community over to use it with her. She lives in a house not too similar to this. Very small house, but her courtyard is always full of clean clothes now. Let's listen to Sylvia.
Nze namaganda Sylvia. Family yange nina abaana 7. Omulimu nsiika byennyanja. Njoza luvannyuma lwa nnaku nga 2. Kati nga bwe nnina ekyuma buli ezinaddugalanga. Nga nteekamu. Naye luli mbadde oluusi nga ziyinza okuddugala nga tolina na sabbuuni, tolina mazzi, biki bityo. Ne weeganya. Naye kati kyangu. Okitegeeza? Buli eziddugadde nga nteekamu. Bbanga ddene essaawa nga 4 ku 5 bwe zityo. Ate oluusi ne zirema ne nzizza nayo. Engalo bwe zitandika okukola bino bye bizikola ne ziremalamala. Nzizaayo. Obulamu bwange bugenda kukyuka. Ngenda kuba musanyufu muli buli kyenkola nja kuba nkisanyukiramu kuba luli mbadde nakuwala nga njoza saagala naye nga sirina kyakukola. Kuba sijja kwambala biddugala. Oyinza n'okwoza ng'oyimba kayimbako nga wenyoleramu bw'oti, ng'oyimbamu akayimbako akasinga kuba tokikozesa buwaze. Oba okozesa ssanyu lyokka. Kubanga simanyi kye bandabyemu okunjagala okutuuka ku ekyo. Oba Mukama y'aba ansindikidde simanyi. Naye Mukama yekka by'aba abaddizaawo. Ate mwongere okunjagala. Kubanga nze ndi mulwadde. Okukaaba si kwa nnaku. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namwe mwebalire ddala. Byonna byonna. Mukama y'aba abampeera omukisa. Mukama y'aba abanneebalisa.
Who knew that a washing machine was so impactful for someone's life, huh? I always get quite emotional watching that. And these distributions are only made possible because of our partners. And I wanted to spotlight our partnership with Whirlpool Foundation. We met them in 2022 on this winter's day in January in Michigan, Benton Harbor. And it was this beautiful 1 + 1 = 3 moment. We were making small-scale impact, but we had ambitions to scale beyond our wildest dreams. And when we had our first conversation with Whirlpool Foundation, they were already working on a manual washing machine in the background, but they needed an opportunity to distribute. And we define this as a 1 + 1 = 3 moment. I just want to show you a minute video of our partnership together.
What if you had an easier way to wash? Would it be good? One day I'll give you.
I'm baking.
A really special partnership. Now, do you remember that promise of why we got started? That promise to Divya all those years ago? Well, let's look at this video.
And Divya, what if you had an easier way to wash? Would it be good? Easy washing. Like a washing machine or something like that. One day I'll give you.
Okay, I'm waiting.
I promise you. I will come back here and give you a washing machine.
So after that 7-year-long promise, we managed to fulfill that desire for a washing machine for Divya, the reason why we got started. I'm feeling emotional just talking about it to you guys. The washing machine project has ambitions to create solutions to solve some of the most pressing humanitarian and development challenges, whether it's cooking, cleaning, lighting, air conditioning. We see gaps in so many solutions for people like Divya and for people like Sylvia, and we want to be at the heart of that. By 2030, we want to have impacted 1 million people's lives. That's still only 0.1% of the global demand. We need you. You guys have the power to reach more people like Divya and Sylvia. I'm inviting you to follow us on the journey, to join us, to partner us, to profile us, to build washing machines with us, to distribute with us. If you see a synergy, we'd love to see it come true. We'd love to have the conversation. I want to leave you this final thought. What's going to be the greatest invention over the next 100 years? Thank you very much.
if you had an easier way to wash, would it be good? One day I'll give you.
I'm baking.
Well, hello again. How's everybody doing today? I just said I have no idea how we're going to follow up to what you just heard, because we were back there like crying at the just very beautiful message and impressive work. But I have to say that as we were preparing for today's conversation, I got so excited, because what an incredible group of women that you all are going to hear from over these next 40 minutes. So really excited to start this conversation about career pathways for today's economy. And I have an impressive group of folks joining me for this conversation to really think about the intersection between supply and demand. You know, hopefully it's not a surprise to anyone, but in America, we have a shrinking workforce. And so we have to be very thoughtful in terms of how we're going to move from having great conversation into really taking action and thinking about who are the critical partners that need to be at the table so that we can make sure we're providing that shared value for students and workers, employers, and our education and training community. So excited to kick off this conversation. Joining me today, I have Amy Nakamoto, the Executive Vice President and General Manager of Social Impact for Discovery Education. Next to her is Dr. Aisha Francis, the President of Franklin Cummings Technical Institute. So pleased to have you here from Boston. Thank you for being here. And at the end, we have Nan Gibson, who serves as the Executive Director of JP Morgan Chase Policy Center. So thank you all so much. Excited to dive in. We've got a lot of ground to cover in this short time together, so really just want to jump right in. As I mentioned yesterday, you know, we really think about the talent pipeline in a very expansive way. So not to say it starts at middle and high school, but that is where I want to start with you, Amy, just in terms of thinking about Discovery Education's impressive work to really expose students to what is out there in industry. So would like for you to share with the audience a little bit more about the programs and how you're connecting students to career opportunities.
Absolutely. So thank you for having us, and it's great to be on a panel with you all. In our prep call, we actually talked about us representing the different parts of this, what we call kind of a K to careers pathway. I will focus on middle and high school, but I would tell you that every educator in this country would tell you that the careers conversation starts in elementary school. And we are seeing an absolute desire for K to 5 teachers wanting us to bring the awareness down into the K-5 space. But just speaking of middle and high and K-12 in general, so just as quick background, Discovery Education, we're an education company, a tech company that was born out of Warner Brothers Discovery with this original idea to expand students' universe and teachers, sort of the four walls of the classroom, to expand beyond that and to bring in the lessons of the real world, the companies, the people, the tech, the innovation, through partnerships. So we provide a lot of solutions in K-12 classrooms in this country, in about 100 countries globally. And then we also have where the work that I lead and my team leads is creative partnerships with the business community, with government, to think through how do we bring those real world experiences to young people. So for us, we think about careers, exposure, and pathing in three ways: awareness, exploration, and preparation. And that it is our job as an education system to be bringing awareness into the classroom in ways that work with the school day. Teachers have very limited time in their school day. They have all sorts of standards they need to hit. So anything that we're doing with awareness, it has to be contextual to the learning. So one of the responsibilities we take on as sort of an in-between between industry and classrooms is making sure that careers content is standards aligned, it's relevant to the classroom lessons that they're learning, and it's super engaging. We feel a responsibility as a content creator to show people and to show the world the work. So we do video, we do multi-immersive activations that really bring in engagement. And the last thing I'll say, because you talked about sort of the broad pipeline, in 2022, 45% of students who graduated from high school went into a traditional four-year degree. That means 55% of high school graduates 2 years ago were not going a quote-unquote traditional four-year degree route. That trend is only continuing, so it is on the network of solutions providers to think about what are all of the different pathways. I think as industry gets more developed, industry has done such a good job at thinking through creatively how do we engage our young people. I would say the school system is not yet there. So we find it's on us as school leaders and school district providers to get students ready to explore all those different pathways, because right now educators don't really know what to do with that other 55% of students.
Yeah, so I want to build on that because we've got a lot of change makers in this room, a lot of representation from companies, and as we try to make this a very tactical conversation, what are things that folks in this room can do to try to help with that exposure in terms of bringing career into the classroom? What advice do you have for companies as they think about ways to partner with education providers?
Yeah, so it's a good question. We could do a whole panel just on how we partner creatively. So one thing that I think we've done very intentionally is serve as that go-between. So whether you represent a nonprofit or a company, finding those partners who already either have relationships with school districts or already have existing initiatives. I will tell you that school leaders and school districts and state leaders are inundated with really well-intentioned industry partners, but they don't have staff members that exist that manage those types of partnerships. So I think whether it's finding an intermediary or finding somebody who's already there to work with, and you have to kind of bring down the walls of what you want to do specifically to be able to collaborate. But I think that collaboration is key because school districts are not equipped to manage 10, 20, 50 partners on the corporate side. So that's probably my one biggest tactical thing is find the partner who can get you in the school district and then work collaboratively in the schools or district's priorities.
That's great, and hopefully we'll have time to dive into some more examples of how Discovery Education has served as that go-between. Aisha, thinking about how we bring in the post-secondary education world into this conversation, you and I had a chance to meet several months ago, and I was so impressed by all of the things that you're doing at Franklin Cummings to make sure that you're really exposing students to potential careers as a very impressive tech institute. Can you talk to us a bit about your collaborations with employers? And in particular, you've talked about this dual customer approach of how you're both serving students and employers. So we'd love for you to dive into what that approach is about, why you think it's so valuable.
Sure, thank you so much, Jamie. It's good to be here with you all this morning. So I do represent the two-year college space. So Amy, picking up on what you were sharing, there is increased interest in post-secondary education options that aren't necessarily four-year college options, but can lead to a four-year college if you'd like to continue education. We specialize in a space where most of our students are first-generation college students, honestly, that haven't really thought of themselves as college-bound. They're motivated by wanting access to tech and trade careers, and they also are motivated because they would like a degree. And so we offer an opportunity for people to pursue a trade and higher education at the same time, which a lot of people don't know exists. And so we have this mission to connect untapped talent to really transformative tech and trade education in areas like heat pump training and HVAC, practical electricity, automotive technology, EV technology, things of that nature. And we know that these are growing fields. So what we've really thought about as this really local focused institution located in Boston is how do we better serve not only our students, but how do we better connect them to their endpoint, which is what they want, is a job that is transformative in terms of the earning capacity that they can have. Yeah. So that in addition to being student ready and student centered, which we've been for decades, we have been thinking about what it means to serve the employer as a client and as a customer. And so for our college, what that looks like is working specifically with our employer partners, our hiring partners, to be creative in getting first generation college students in the door in creative ways so that they can have employer focused learning opportunities while they're in college, but specifically learning opportunities that don't add time to college. So we have a co-op program that doesn't actually add more time to degree because, again, our students are very resource constrained. Most of them are from low income backgrounds, and so they don't actually, they want the work experience, but they don't want the extra time. And so the kind of corporate connections that we've been looking at are working with our companies to get college credit for that co-op experience so that we don't have to add time to degree. So that's just one example of what it looks like to have this dual customer focus of both the students and their families as well as the employers.
So I want to dive into this a little bit more because I do feel like this is a shifted mindset a bit from a provider perspective, at least, to be talking about employers as end customers of your talent supply chains. And we talk about this a lot in our talent pipeline management framework of the importance in terms of trying to sustain that employer engagement is providing them with a positive return on investment. But that can sometimes be a hard sell for an education and training provider. And it's one thing to have the president of the institution talking about these things, but you guys are really living up to this dual customer approach. And so I would love for you to share with the audience what it took as an institution to really rethink the role that you play in terms of connecting your students to those career opportunities, because as you said, that's what they're looking for.
Yes, correct. Well, I think what we took for granted is something that is special and unique to our culture, which is the fact that 85% of our graduates have a job at graduation, which is unusual in the higher education space. But what our students said, that's terrific, and we want to earn even more. So our baseline is that the average college student at entry comes from a household where they earn $36,000. $36,000 a year for an entire household doesn't go far anywhere. It particularly doesn't go far in the greater Boston area. So they want to earn as much as possible. And while we were transitioning folks into roles, again, we're a sub-bachelor's degree institution, 2-year college, folks are getting certificates and associate degrees. They were earning 50, 55K. Students said, we want to earn 60, we want to earn 70. And so for us to really think about what it takes to do that, that is where, because our faculty and staff are so motivated to help meet students where they are and help make their goals a reality, that's what helped with this mind shift to really permeate the institution, that we too are intermediaries. You call it go-between. We position ourselves as a labor market intermediary.
No, I think that's wonderful, and I know that there has been written, work in terms of really highlighting your leadership in this role, but I would love for us to do more of that because I think it's such an important story to tell and to show people how by taking this dual customer approach, it doesn't mean that there's any less attention paid to the student.
Correct.
It actually means that we're even better serving their needs to be able to have family-sustaining wages and to live in their community where they've been educated. In a place like Boston, as you said. It's
listening to
expensive.
them and being responsive to their needs.
Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic. Well, Nan, kind of building on this idea of trying to create a more inclusive and equitable pipeline, making sure that we're lifting up those untapped talent pools. JP Morgan Chase has been a leader internationally as we think about trying to create more equitable pipelines. But one thing that we know is that that's easier said than done, right? It's not as if we can just flip the light switch and all of a sudden we are able to implement these strategies that work for everybody. Would love for you to talk a little bit about JP Morgan's leadership role in this space, but then if you could touch on where you've experienced some hiccups, because a lot of times we can learn even more from the challenges that people encounter than we can from the great success stories. So would love for you to touch on both.
Sure, thank you, and thanks so much for this conversation. So JP Morgan Chase is a skills-first employer. We are always looking for the top talent in all the markets that we operate in, and we operate in all 50 states. It's very important to us that the local hiring ecosystems are strong. So we're working with partners, intermediaries, community colleges, other businesses and industries to try to strengthen those local hiring ecosystems. We, pursue industry partnerships. We strengthen our work with HBCUs, and then we also have a community hiring model, basically, that we have worked to develop and strengthen, where we're working with all the various actors within, where we're doing the hiring. We, as you may know, we're a large bank, and we have a pretty complex regulatory framework. So what we've done with our talent providers is also educate them on the rules around hiring people into the financial services industry. And that has actually helped reduce a lot of friction in the system. It makes for a much better experience for both the job candidate and also the hiring managers to make sure that the individuals are able to make it through our hiring process. We have also particularly focused on, not just bringing talent into the firm, but also pulling talent off the sidelines, whether we have focused on hiring veterans, people with disabilities. We have a really interesting program for individuals who are neurodiverse, bringing them into the firm. We also work with individuals who have criminal backgrounds, which has been a particular pain point in terms of bringing those individuals into, again, a highly complex regulatory framework. But we want to do what we can to make sure that we obviously keep the industry and the firm. We don't do anything to impact safety and soundness of the financial industry. So there's a variety of things that we've done to make sure that we are, again, bringing talent in and also trying to, encourage people off the sidelines as well.
And when we were chatting, you were sharing some pretty impressive results in terms of the numbers of folks that have come into your pipeline. As you said, you're a large company, but I think even still, those results deserve to be shared.
Right, absolutely. So in terms of our second chance work, roughly 10% of our new hires have been individuals with criminal backgrounds. And so last year, that represented about 3,200 people that we were able to bring onto the firm whose record didn't have any impact on the job that they were being hired to do. And that, can only be accomplished by being intentional about making sure that our partners in the community are familiar with those hiring rules and making sure that we're able to help people get through the process. And this is not this is a business proposition. This is talent that comes into our firm we've seen lower turnover with these individuals, and so there is a real business case for hiring individuals who happen to have some type of criminal background that may fit within your regulatory framework, and that certainly fit within our regulatory framework.
But it's so critically important as we think about the shrinking American workforce and how we're applying longer term strategies to trying to bring more of these people into our talent pipelines, as opposed to, we're facing, short labor market right now, or we're just desperate to look for people, just send, how many people have heard that I just need them to pass a drug test and show up on time and I'll figure out the rest? Has anybody else heard that from companies? Because we certainly hear it a lot, and we know that that's not necessarily the case. So I think that what you all are doing in terms of being so intentional of creating a long-term strategy is so critically important. Did you want to build upon that?
Just one quick point I wanted to make is that we're also one of the co-founders of the Second Chance Business Coalition. And so the Second Chance Business Coalition has grown to more than 50 large companies that are focused on, creating their own talent pipelines, where they can make sure that people who need or deserve a second chance are part of their inclusive hiring strategy. I mean, when 1 in 3 Americans has a criminal record, that's a lot of folks who are on the sidelines, and if we can help get them, back into the labor force or into, jobs with, career pathways, then that's going to, strengthen our economy, strengthen our communities, strengthen families, and hopefully, create, more equitable growth in the economy overall.
So if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to flip the script a little bit, because I feel like that's teeing up the small business conversation really nicely, in that a lot of times when we're talking about these strategies, we're mostly talking about larger companies, right? They've got many more folks who can dedicate themselves to these types of initiatives, and we always want to make sure that proverbially and literally we have a place for small business at the table as well. So whether it's through, the Second Chance initiatives, or through other ways in which we're trying to think about how to expand our talent pipelines, what have you all seen as opportunities for small businesses to engage in this conversation and hopefully benefit, right, from some of the learning lessons that these larger companies might have had? So I'm happy to go in any order, but to really think about that role of that small business plays at the table, and how we can make sure they're a part of the solution.
I can speak from the perspective of Franklin Cummings. We have had wonderful success in building partnerships with small and medium-sized companies, particularly because what we see is a lot of the larger companies, at least in our market, are flooded with applications and competition for internship programs nationally, whereas the medium-sized companies and smaller companies don't always have that same luxury of the, the plenty. And so it's really created opportunities, one, for direct connections between the C-suite and those who are in the leadership roles of our career services and student support teams. And we also have a prison and reentry education program too. So it's been nice to be able to work more directly with organizations that are flatter, and that can sometimes say, listen, these are the hiring needs that we have. We actually don't have people beating down our doors. Jamie, I think to your point, it's the opposite, and to be able to really build with them from the ground up. Talent Solutions, which is what we call our co-op program, has been very gratifying.
No, that's wonderful to hear.
I was going to say, building off of that, and even the Boston examples, workforce and career pathing is a hyper-local issue. So as I was talking about awareness and exploration sort of writ large for young people in classrooms, what we do know is that it is a hyper-local issue, and that many students who are coming through multiple career pathways are not necessarily looking to go outside of their community. They want to find solutions there. And we were I think the evolving role of the workforce investment boards, which have been traditionally one sort of operating model, is starting to shift a little bit, where you see a little bit more creativity and partnership. One thing that we launched last year to get some of the small businesses into the classrooms is a tool called Career Connect. And Career Connect actually allows an educator to connect with a small business in a very flexible way. I love the idea of sort of a flatter organization does not have the sophistication or the capacity to do complex partnership, but their needs are just as critical, and their mission and their wanting to connect with young people who are interested in being in their workforce is just as paramount as a bigger company. So Career Connect actually allows companies to drop in any classroom virtually within their local or national community, but really local. And just as an anecdotal conversation we had last week, so we were on the phone with one of the leaders for the State of Texas Workforce Innovation Board, and it was a very good conversation, and we were talking about career strategy in Texas, and I was talking about the partnerships that we have, or the partnerships that we've had in the past, of like, how do we create this awareness and exploration component in the schools? And she said, these are great partnerships. She said, but we have 650,000 employers in the state of Texas. So what is the solve for getting all of these school districts and all of these young people connected with those employers? And so, we're working with, in Texas, they're called, ESCs, they're sort of education intermediaries, to come up with that solution. How do you connect those plus 600,000 plus employers into the classroom as part of the educational experience? And it does take creative partnership, but it also creates these smaller connections that are so powerful for young people. It does not have to be a massive, life-changing partnership or a massive investment. But it is creating connections that work within, in our case, the school system.
I love that you brought that Career Connect opportunity up, because what we've really found is that not every solution is going to be for every employer, right? We have to meet the employers where they're at in terms of what they can take on. For some companies, that might be the larger initiatives that the JP Morgan Chases of the world can take on. For others, it might be more of a project-based learning experience, or a shorter-term work-based learning experience. But there's a place for everybody. There's an on-ramp for everyone. So to know that these options exist, and we've kind of got like a menu that everyone truly can be a part of the solution, I think is so critically important. So appreciate you guys bringing up those examples. I want to build on something that you mentioned, Nan, in terms of serving as a skills-first employer. And I think this has application whether you're a small company or a large company. But would love to, skills-first, skills-based hiring and advancement. Those are kind of like hot words in workforce development right now. So would love to hear from you and better understand, like, what does that mean in the context of JP Morgan Chase? And then for Aisha and Amy, like, just thinking about that focus on skills and how it might change our approach a little bit in terms of our collaboration with employers or our role as an intermediary. But Nan, let's start with you.
Sure. So JP Morgan Chase eliminated the degree requirements for roughly 80% of our jobs, which is a lot. I mean, we have a U.S. employment base of about 180,000, last time I checked, employees domestically. So that's a lot of jobs. But there is, the implementation obviously is what matters. And so that also requires a bit of a culture change, right? So if you had individuals who, hiring managers who were used to, only hiring from Harvard or, Yale or an Ivy League, to have them think about, maybe growing, talent that's been grown more locally and bringing them into the firm. So that is, definitely something that we're working on, trying to reorient individuals. In some cases. In other cases, folks are already there. They were waiting for that. I mean, hiring managers were waiting for those degree requirements to be removed so that they could bring that local talent in an easier, way. So that is, how it's happening on the ground. But it does, it's not just, removing it from the job descriptions, but it's also, creating that change management within the firm and creating that culture change to think differently. Something like 80, you guys probably know the statistics better than I do, but virtually all of us are going to need to reskill or upskill at some point in our lives throughout the career, given the pace of change with technology and AI. And so that means that we really, as a firm, we've started to focus more on lifelong learning, and both, individuals who, bringing in talent, the earn and learn model, so apprenticeships, which are, really, there's not a plethora of those in the financial services industry. And so we're working to expand those within our industry, all the way through, retraining incumbent workers. Because again, just given the pace of change, we need to make sure that individuals get the skills that they need as technology, evolves. I don't know. I mean, I've actually been, so much of the financial system is technology now, as opposed to, I've actually been walking around with no cash in my wallet for about a month now, and I've been a little worried about it. But then all of a sudden I realized, well, I haven't needed cash in about a month now. So, that just shows you how, technology is changing all of our lives, and how our, both the students and our incumbent workers need to keep pace with that change.
Yeah, it's tough work, right? It's really a very difficult transition. You all made such a statement by removing that degree requirement. We've seen that happen in other places throughout the country, but I'll be very curious to see how it goes moving forward, and how we can support one another as the employer community, the education community, to think about what are the implications, and how can we make sure we're supporting students and workers so that they can take advantage of these progressive changes. Anything that you all would want to add in terms of this focus on skills first?
No, I think I will share that what that has looked like on the ground at our college has been that as companies have been clarifying exactly what they mean by skills first, and exactly what skills they're going to be looking for in the middle skills roles that we are preparing students to take on, we finally feel like we're at a place where we can build a career seminar that actually carries college credit, that includes professionalism. So these are professionalism skills, often called durable skills, and other kinds of terms we've had for them, that we were incorporating into our curricula anyway. But what has been helpful for us is to be able to say, this is what it looks like on paper for us to translate those skills into college credit, so that our students can then say, yep, I'm certified in these various things that are going to be accepted, if you will, as a nice currency for students going into the job market. So, that's convergence. Frankly, it's taken a while for you all who are out there working at large and small and medium-sized employers. You all know it takes them a while, I think, to have people agree on exactly what do we mean by professionalism for companies and for the companies that you all serve. So we've taken a look at the ones that are the kinds of skills that are popping up most frequently: teamwork, punctuality, responsiveness, curiosity, and also really, I think, just being able to demonstrate that you have a growth mindset. But what does that look like to teach? So it's been a really interesting journey for us, but this time next year we'll be carrying college credit for the way that we teach those skills.
I would love to be on that journey with you because I know so many of our Chamber of Commerce colleagues from across the country are having those types of conversations with their employers, particularly as we think about what do those skills mean in the context of a particular industry, right? Because teamwork for an HVAC technician might be very different than in a healthcare setting or in a manufacturing setting. So, I just encourage you all, as you think about your role as an employer, as a hiring manager, as you're adding these requirements to your job descriptions, and just think about, what does this really mean? Or how would someone demonstrate this? Or how would I expect this to be taught in a classroom? The more communicative we can all be with what our intentions are and what our expectations are, the more likely we're going to be able to help with that right fit to make sure we're creating those pathways in really meaningful ways for students and workers. So we're going to need to have a follow-up in terms of how, yes, a part two, exactly.
Happy to come back.
I love that. All right. And Amy, for you.
Yeah, I would just, building on everything that said, I think if you think about, and I don't know how many in this room have children of their own or connected to other people, young people in your world, the thing that you want them to leave K-12 education with is this insatiable level of curiosity and the ability to critically think. And if they're not critically thinking, if they're not curious about the world around them, and if they're not motivated to go get more information, well, I'll call it stick-to-itiveness, growth mindset, those are the durable skills. Those are the power skills. We do not say soft skills because those are the essential skills that you need leaving your K-12 universe. It is on industry to actually take those motivated and engaged students and then upskill and reskill, because as everybody here knows, and this is not a new sentiment, that the jobs that exist today are not the jobs that exist tomorrow. So we don't I mean, yes, there's some hard skills training that happens, but the world is moving too fast for that. The opportunity is also to bring the teachers along, because teachers have an image of manufacturing that is not the image of manufacturing today. The teachers have the image of the financial sector or banking. That is not what the financial sector is or banking today. So I think the skills conversation in our world is, yes, for the students, showing them how those skills get applied, why it pays to be really curious and ask all these critical questions. But it also is on our company and corporate partners to show educators what those look like, because they are the gateway to everything.
Oh, I think that's fantastic. We're getting closer to the end of our time together, and I always like to really try to capture what is something that those in this audience can do to try to help tackle this challenge of preparing for the future workforce, and as we're building these career pathways, but also how we're supporting our existing workforce. Recognizing all of the challenges that you just beautifully laid out, Amy, in terms of really trying to make sure that we're prepared for the jobs of tomorrow. If this audience were only going to remember like one thing that y'all said that's going to help them move from a place of having these important conversations to acting upon something, what would you suggest they do from your purview? So maybe I can start with you, Amy, and then go down the line.
Oh gosh, why'd you start with me?
Oh, sorry.
No, just kidding. I think one thing that I say frequently in rooms like this is consistency and persistence. I am biased in that perspective because we are in a sector, the education sector, that largely looks like it did 200 years ago. But there are small moments of change, and I think that if you partner with a company, if you partner with an organization like Discover Education, or if you're partnering in your community, and it's counter to how business kind of measures itself sometimes in terms of financial return, but if you can think through longevity in those partnerships, because especially on career pathing, it takes a minute to turn systems. You don't know what in that arc of that relationship with a school or an organization or a university is going to spark that spark for a young person. But it will spark, but you've got to stick with it. And I think the takeaway here is to build partnerships that last and to look at measurement, sort of what is that near-term measurement, but really what is the broader measurement you're looking to impact in the career pathing piece. I think that longevity really matters when we're talking about career pathing.
So I will double click on that. And I'll also just share that, from my perspective, I think as we're talking about the talent crunch, I would just advocate for the internal leadership and to keep having conversations about tearing the paper ceiling and rolling back bachelor's degree requirements, because I think it creates an artificial barrier. And that is part of what is preventing your companies from finding the talent that it needs. In any given community, 60 to 80% of the workforce does not have a bachelor's degree in any given community. I mean, it differs if you're in Virginia or other places, but that's a lot of people to automatically discount because they don't have a bachelor's degree. They might have some college but no degree. They might have an associate degree. They might have certificates in training. So that's one thing that I would advocate for. And then secondly, that's a corollary to that, is to, if your company then adopts this policy, to please advocate for them to actually track how many people then they are hiring without a bachelor's degree. Because what we've been seeing as an associate degree granting institution, we're a two-year college, is there is still quite a bit of degree discrimination in the workplace, even in technical careers for which you literally do not need a bachelor's degree to carry out. And then I have one more thing, which is we're also a minority serving institution. And so I would just ask that you all look for the minority serving institutions in your own backyard. HBCUs are one type, but there are others. There are Hispanic serving institutions, which is what we are. There are Asian American and Native American serving institutions, predominantly Black institutions. I am an HBCU graduate. I've been really glad to hear people mentioning HBCU partnerships both today and yesterday. and there are literally 1,000 other minority-serving institutions. There's probably one in your backyard, whereas there's 101 HBCUs. And so sometimes I hear limitations that say, oh, I would love to work with a HBCU, but there aren't any in Massachusetts. I'm like, you know what? There aren't. But there are 14 minority-serving institutions, and we're one of them. So, you know, the majority of our students are Black and brown men. We're here, and they're in your communities too.
Well, I think I'm going to bring us home and sum it up, yes, by saying I think what I'm hearing and what we would agree with is make lifelong learning happen, right? Whether it's within your institution and find the right partners to make it happen within your institution. But I would be remiss, my day job is also public policy. We also need policymakers to help us make our education and our workforce systems work better together. JPMorgan Chase has recommendations on our website with recommendations to strengthen the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which has passed the House, and we would really love for Congress to, get that over the finish line. Short-term Pell, so make it possible for individuals to use Pell grants for high-quality, short-term base certificates or education programs. And also expand the National Apprenticeship Act. Updated, hasn't been updated in forever. We have if we're gonna remain competitive, Europe has been doing this really well for hundreds of years. I think we can get there. I would also encourage you to use your voice as a business to impress upon policymakers that business practice is important, but public policy is what is lasting and creates the support that businesses and intermediaries and colleges need in order to make our workforce system work better for employees and employers.
So I think you all, in such a beautiful way, just really summed up how many opportunities there are that exist as we think about public and private sector collaboration, as we think about the role of minority-serving institutions, but also community-based organizations that can help you access some of these prioritized talent populations as well, how we're really intentional about our partnerships with our K-12 education school system. So grateful for the three of you and your willingness to share your lived experiences as well as what people in this room can do. I'm going to go ahead and make a call to action that my colleagues don't know I'm going to say, so hopefully I won't get my hand slapped. But next year, as we present that Commitment to Education Award, I think that every single one of you in this room could apply for that award because, as we said, everyone has an important role to play as we think about expanding our talent pipelines and preparing for the workforce of tomorrow. So we're going to give the judges, a run for their money and just flood them with applications, right? Do we have the buy-in of this room that you all have an opportunity to really contribute as a solution maker and as a change agent? So thank you all for the roles that you have played and for the examples that you shared with us today. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today as we explore the role of entrepreneurship in advancing economic mobility. Small business owners play a critical role in building strong communities in the U.S. and around the world. Entrepreneurs provide critical goods and services, create jobs, and often lead innovative developments. Today, I'm joined by a group of esteemed panelists whose work support entrepreneurs as they develop their businesses and grow their businesses. I would like to start by asking each of you to give our audience a very brief introduction of you and a high-level glimpse of how your organizations support entrepreneurship and small business owners. Vivian, would you like to kick us off?
I would like to, in this Georgia red, in the same hopes that we will also win a national championship this year, start off. So. Hi, I'm Vivian Greentree. I'm a Senior Vice President and Head of Global Corporate Citizenship at Fireside, which we are not a pharmaceutical company. We are a financial services company. How many people thought we were a pharmaceutical company? We move money in a way that we hope, moves the world forward. So we're a payment processor, merchant processor. We have probably touched you through your phones or your wallets at some point today. If you ordered online, deposited, took money out, had any kind of point of commerce, that's where we like to be, and especially for small businesses. And because I'm the head of corporate citizenship, small, diverse businesses, we want to make sure that they can play with the big dogs. Also a Georgia reference.
And Sally, actually, we'll jump to you.
Sure. I'm Sally McCready. I'm the chair and president of the PNC Foundation. And if you are not familiar with PNC, on any given day, we are either the 5th or 6th largest financial institution in the United States. We operate a coast-to-coast franchise. And I'm going to talk today a little bit about our economic empowerment work, and specifically our focus on entrepreneurship and the work that we're doing to support early stage entrepreneurs with a number of partners.
And Cherie?
Thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to see you all this morning. My name is Cherise Conanan-Johnson, and I am the co-CEO of Next Street. I consider myself a builder of inclusive and wealth amplifying communities. At Next Street, we are a solutions company. We work at the systems level. Our clients are governments, corporations, philanthropic institutions, and business service providers. And what we do is we help them have more impact with small businesses and entrepreneurs by either consulting to them on the strategies that they can employ to support small businesses, running or designing entrepreneurial programs, or providing a proprietary technology to make the connective tissue. We are a 65-person small company ourselves that I'll say small and mighty with my corporate titans right next door. But we are in the business of doing well while doing good as a for-profit B Corp that's in the business of advocating and amplifying small businesses.
Wonderful. Thank you all, and looking forward to today's discussion. Now, in the Chamber Foundation's work with small business owners, they often cite inflation, access to capital, and the need for capacity building and networking opportunities, now as some of their primary challenges. Sally, I'd like to begin with you. How does the PNC Foundation aim to address these challenges and issues?
Sure. So it sounds like maybe we were looking at the similar research, right? Because I would like to talk about a few grants that were designed to support small businesses and early stage entrepreneurs in just that way. So in 2020, we started a new funding pillar through the PNC Foundation, really focused on economic empowerment. And we specifically called out support for small businesses and early stage entrepreneurs through that work. And over the last several years, we've been doing a number of grants in several of our markets. And I'll just back up for a second and talk for a second about our philanthropic model. We are very locally driven. So while we have a corporate foundation budget, we have a regional president, client community relations teams, community development bankers in every one of our markets. And we really believe so strongly in locally based decision making. So working with our partners in the markets, we've done a number of larger grants really focused on supporting small businesses and early stage entrepreneurs by setting up funds, again, with trusted partners, CDFIs, other organizations that really do this work very well in supporting small businesses. And these grants are really designed to help the small businesses with a set of deep technical expertise, coaching, mentoring in areas like digital marketing, financial analysis, everybody's favorite topic, how to successfully navigate the corporate procurement process, things that can be really helpful for small businesses. So these are often done in cohort learning modules, and then we also couple this with microequity grants, so back to the accessing capital grants that can help these small businesses implement some of the learnings that they've received through the technical assistance. But interestingly, I was thinking about Aaron's talk this morning, and when we talk to the small businesses and ask them, how this has gone for them, what have they benefited from in terms of the programming, really a lot of what they say is the connection and the ecosystem that we've built among the small businesses, helping connect them to resources. So again, kind of back to this morning, the importance of having that shared community to be able to talk to when you need some help with a particular issue or just support through a tough time. So it's been a great set of learnings through these grants, and we're excited to continue them.
That's wonderful. Now, Sharice, I'll turn to you. Tell me more about your work in addressing these issues at Next Street.
Absolutely. I want to talk about two different examples, clients of ours who we help address these challenges. One, sort of to what you were saying, Sally, in terms of proximity, our client is New York City, and so one of the challenges that business owners in New York City have is accessing the resources. Not that they're not there or available, it's actually how do I find them? How do I find them in a culturally competent manner? And how do I make sure that I actually then can have access to them because I'm prepared and have all the things I need in order to actually get what I need. And so New York City, recognizing these challenges, hired Next Street to develop what's now called the New York City Funds Finder. And New York City Funds Finder is a digital front door. You can go on to, you can Google it, or you can go on to New York City Small Business Solutions website and see this particular resource. You go on any time of day. You don't have to be sitting in a classroom. And what it does, it connects you to a locally based advisor. It could be your local chamber. It could be your local New York City Small Business Solutions Center staff member. And that advisor helps you figure out your biggest need, but also, and that you type that in advance. So by the time you connect with them to a Calendly link, the API that goes right to Calendly, you're able to now get support for very specific, responsible capital products that fit your needs. And so Next Street has relationships with over 30 capital providers that are responsible across the country, but then now localized for New York, and also the local capital providers that are specific to New York City. And as a result of that, thousands of businesses now have been connected to capital opportunities that, but for this platform, they would not have been able to do that. So that's one example in how the city needed this, had this challenge. The actual institution that paid us for our work was MasterCard, so the philanthropic institution, and then Next Street in working with local partners. And so I want to highlight that. One other example I want to highlight is our work with, for instance, more corporate client like Verizon. Verizon has an ambitious goal by 2030 to reach over 1 million small businesses to close what they call the digital divide. They hired Next Street to build out a small business digital hub. And through that hub, they can get access to experts in their industry, coaches, mentors, but also dedicated curriculum that we have built in concert with them to help them overcome the challenge also of getting to some of the expertise that they might need in order to grow and to scale. And so that's really, it takes the coalition of stakeholders, but it also can be one individual company at a time.
Wonderful. Vivian, would love to hear about your work.
Well, the three, inflation, we can't necessarily have a huge impact on raising or lowering that, but what we can do is save costs. We have a Clover point of sale, all-in-one business operating system that, immediately we like to think lowers cost, increases effectiveness, efficiency, so that small business owners can do what they do very well while also very safely, effectively, and fastly processing their payments, managing their back of house, engaging their clientele. If you could have gotten a push notification like I do when I walk by a bakery that's in Atlanta that offers me some kind of incentive to come in, and then while I'm there I buy something more. Things like that, specifically through our, when we think of our CSR lens though, and community investment and that networking. We know that network is your net worth, whether it's a corporate or an individual, a service member transitioning from service into their after service careers, or if you're a small business owner. And so our partnerships with chambers, the US Chamber, local chambers, we also look to subsidize memberships for small businesses to their local chambers, because we know that the benefits provided from not just the networking, but healthcare access to, dial an HR partner, things like that small businesses need, and expands their ability to focus on what they're doing. And then the last thing I do want to highlight is just, the ability for Fiserv, because of our geographic footprint with small businesses and with banks, credit unions, financial institutions, and then enterprise partners, democratizing data in a way that makes it tangible and insightful, contextualizes it for small businesses so that they have the data that they need to, when access to capital, knowing when those grants, which I also wrote that down, the funds finder for New York, because we have a partnership, several partnerships with either national incubators or regional, state-based access economic mobility providers that I want to now share that with, so that if if that's a resource that we all take for today, that would be phenomenal. Whether it's one corporation, one geography, or national steps forward together.
Wonderful. Now, all of you have highlighted partnerships locally based and the importance of that, working with various corporate partners as well as nonprofit partners and so forth. And you all have spoken about how you utilize these partnerships to expand your reach and further your impact. So can you tell us some more about those key partnerships? Sharice, I would like to start with you and Next Street's collaboration with the with the Rockefeller Foundation on the Economic Opportunity Coalition.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share more about this. How many people have heard of the Economic Opportunity Coalition? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I see a couple hands. Good. Let me tell you. The Economic Opportunity Coalition is historic in nature, and it was originated by the current Biden-Harris administration, and it is bipartisan in nature. I have my bipartisan colors on. There you go. It is bipartisan in nature. And its goal is to align both public and private spending for inclusive growth, and particularly through the lens of small business growth. And so what does that mean in terms of aligning spending and aligning the ways in which we're all driving toward that inclusivity? What it means is that just over 30 companies, so corporations, have made a commitment. They said, I want to make a commitment that when I purchase goods and services through my procurement arm, for instance, I'm going to align that spending with the spending that's happening in the public sector. And by public sector, the Investing in America agenda is one that is really designed to funnel $2 trillion through our economy through the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and through the CHIPS Science Act. And through that, that money has got to be spent, right, on clean energy, infrastructure, and manufacturing. And so the companies in those sectors say, I'm committed to spending 15% of my procurement with small and diverse businesses. And that helps to shift and align, making sure that those businesses can take part in also building wealth, creating jobs in our economy. The other commitment that they have made is that if I'm a large corporation, I want to put my deposits in community development financial institutions that Sally mentioned earlier, also at minority depository institutions or MDIs. That's really important because those deposits allow them to lend that money out later on and further this wealth effect. And so it's historic in nature. Next Street was a founding member of that coalition, and you mentioned the Rockefeller Foundation, and through Rockefeller and their philanthropic capital, they support the operations of the economic opportunity, I'll call it the governing body that allows the operations and the activities to happen. And so I'm also pleased to note that to date, the companies that are part of the Economic Opportunity Coalition have already spent over $8 billion in small and diverse businesses toward those goals. So important, impactful, and truly demonstrative of public-private partnership.
Well, thank you for speaking to the importance of public-private partnerships and how Next Street's work coincides with that. Sally, would love to turn to you to learn about how PNC works with some of their partners with the HBCU.
Sure. So we're big fans of long, deep partnerships through the PNC Foundation. So as I mentioned, some of this work, especially with early stage entrepreneurs, was newer to us on the charitable side, certainly not on the business side. But as we thought about kind of how to approach it, we were really looking for partners that could help us in this work, really educate us on best practices and all of those things. And I always say with partnerships, timing is everything, because just about at this time, it was early 2021, late 2020, Howard University was also thinking about what they could do to support student entrepreneurs, small businesses in their community, but not just at Howard University, also nationally across the network of more than 100 HBCUs. And they were looking for a partner to help them in this work. So we worked for several months, maybe almost a year, and in the fall of 2021 announced a partnership to create the Howard University and PNC National Center for Entrepreneurship. It was a $16.8 million grant, was actually the largest grant we've ever done through the PNC Foundation. And really the goal is to support student entrepreneurs at HBCUs, again, in the small businesses surrounding HBCUs with educational resources, capacity building, leadership development, all of those tools. But importantly, to do this work and to really reach all of the network of more than 100 HBCUs across the country, we really developed a regional model. So we have 4 regional centers through the National Center, one at Howard University, and Howard works with HBCUs in their region, one at Morgan State in Baltimore, one at Clark Atlanta, obviously in Atlanta, and one at Texas Southern in Houston. And these 4 HBCUs are really regional hubs, again, working with HBCUs and their network across their regions to develop programming, to learn about the programming at these HBCUs, take best practices to scale. And it has just been amazing to have the opportunity to see the spirit of entrepreneurship that is alive and well on HBCU campuses. And it's been, we're still in the early stages of the partnership. It's a 5-year grant. It took us a little while to set up this structure, but we're really excited about what we're seeing so far.
Wonderful. Well, we all look forward to seeing what is to come with that partnership. Several of the programs we've talked about so far are in major U.S. cities, but I want to look at rural communities too. Vivian, can you tell us about Fiserv's work with entrepreneurs in rural communities?
I would love to. Being from a small town in Georgia, we know that the state is bigger than Atlanta, and I imagine that anyone who also lives outside of a metropolitan area, you immediately see differences in infrastructure. Anything that all small businesses face, right? It could be made larger with the disparity of infrastructure, digital divide. I think about immediately in COVID when if you were further out or you didn't have access to Wi-Fi. And so when we look at our partnerships, and we're all saying, leverage national resources that can be used locally in a way that meets the small businesses where they are and what they need, which can be contextually different. And so I think one of the things with our small business index, what we've been able to do, because we're aligned with our procurement team for supplier diversity, pop-ups with small businesses where if you have a P card, we have clients, even if we don't have business operations in every city, we have clients in every city in the country. And I want to steal it from Dunkin's when they say America runs on Dunkin'. Even if you're a Starbucks or both, I'm both because we work with both. But Dunkin' runs on Fiserv, and so when we think about our partners, national, regional, chambers, and the grants we provide, but I also mentioned that small business index, the data we can provide. So one project that we have going with the U.S. Chamber right now is kind of a disaster recovery index on being able to share the sales the day before a federally declared disaster, and then knowing and being able to provide that back in real time, because that's where our data is, to decision makers, so that we know, which cities are, and it is always the cities, right, that'll come back first. It's the smaller rural areas, and then it's also by industry, so we know how that's impacted, and we can give decision makers real-time data to say, how does, when Main Street recovers, that will be when the community recovers. And is Main Street recovering? How is it comparing to if it's a city within a state or a state within a region? And how can we meet those small business owners in Main Street where they're at their time of need? And so with the Readiness for Resiliency grants is another great idea that the Chamber had that we are totally on board with, because a disaster can happen in Hawaii, it can happen in Ohio, it can happen in Florida, it can happen in the span of 3 weeks or 3 years. And those businesses that, helping them know what's their insurance, what's their bank, what's their resiliency plan, what's their phone tree, can they accept digital payments? Can we even talk about those questions so that when a disaster does happen, we'll be there, one, as a service provider, two, as a connector and a creator of a platform, joining whatever that platform is locally, and then three is that we'll be able to provide that, when we do provide that data back to decision makers, so that you can show up in a way that makes sense. And that, again, being from a rural area that has a special place, and knowing the might and span and scope of Fiserv, and to be able to be that inflection point through our small business. We know Main Street drives Wall Street, and that showing up for 99% of the companies in the country is what's going to help get everyone back after a disaster, or to help better prepare before one, so that it is an inclusive. When we do build back, we build back better, stronger, more inclusively, because that does well for everyone.
Thank you for highlighting the work that you all are doing in rural communities and the Small Business Index and how it's being utilized. Cherise, can you tell us more about Next Street's work in this space as well?
Absolutely. I want to lift up some of the work that we have done with the Appalachian Regional Commission. Obviously focuses on the rural sector here in the United States. And I'll just highlight a couple of the research points as part of our consulting work there. When we looked at the unmet capital demand from small businesses, it's to the size of roughly 70 billion. Like, that's a huge number. So if we can sort of channel our energy in, kind of circling back to the top of the conversation on the capital side, and highlight it in sectors that are growing in rural communities, I think we give ourselves a chance of meeting those needs. I mean, today, Main Street businesses employ, and particularly in retail, leisure, and hospitality, in the rural Appalachia, employ half the workforce. And given where our country is going in these higher growing sectors of clean energy, infrastructure, and manufacturing, there is an opportunity in rural parts of the United States where we can invest in those higher growth sectors to create the jobs that actually help uplift our communities. So I'll just leave it there, and I'll just say supporting the local community funding mechanisms, whether it's some of the credit unions or local CDFIs, it's just super important because they're resourced, and the more that we resource them, the more the capital tends to get out the door.
And I would just make the point too that we've all kind of hit on, is that it's important to provide the capacity and the grants and then on the procurement side, the spend, and support them, both at the same time. And that's where you need everyone on this stage and everyone in this room to, which lane do you swim in, and when to pull what lever.
Super helpful.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Oh, wonderful. And, Vivian, you spoke quite a bit about the Small Business Index and the importance of data, which brings me to a question of measuring impact. So how do you effectively define and measure impact, as well as ensure success, and that all parties understand the meaning of success in these programs? So Sally, we'll start with you and the work at PNC Foundation.
Sure, it's always, always the trickiest part and most important part in terms of measuring impact. And certainly through some of the grant programs that I mentioned on the microequity side, all the traditional things, number of businesses served, how have revenues grown, employee growth, businesses that moved into bricks and mortar space. But for me, what's been more exciting is the opportunity to actually meet and hear directly from the entrepreneurs about how these programs have been, business changing, life changing. And one program I'll mention is actually through our grant to Howard University. They operate a program called the HBCU Startup Scholars, where they're offering $10,000 grants to HBCU students across the country. And then, much like our microequity grants, these startup scholars also receive a year-long programming of deep relationship building, networking, one-on-one coaching and mentoring for their businesses. And Howard does a conference every year called Black Commerce. And Sharice, when you were talking about Verizon presented at that conference, and it's exciting, they were presenting your work, so that was really cool. But also the Startup Scholars presented, and one was a young woman named Nicolette. Her passion is sustainable agriculture, and so she is a senior at Southern University and A&M College. She's a double major in animal science and business, and to drive her passion, she started Sim's Backyard Eggs, and she has an egg farm in her backyard for duck and chicken eggs that she delivers to farmers markets and local bakeries. And excitingly, she also does community workshops to really drive home the importance of sustainable agriculture, really simple things everybody can do in their own gardens to drive this. But she was so enthusiastic, and the program had meant so much to her, as well as the other startup scholars she had met. So it was just super exciting to see in person this program come to life and really support a young entrepreneur's dreams.
That's amazing. That is fantastic. Now, Sharice, what about you in terms of measuring impact?
Absolutely. Given our work at the systems level, a lot of our impact is client-driven, and given our own values around small business first, designing solutions with the small business at the center, and as well as value around anti-racism, which we kind of agitate around how do we dismantle structures that systemically hold some people back. And so we use those values to align with our clients' goals. And like you mentioned, Sally, sometimes it could be, number of businesses served or some of the more outputs. I'll draw on a few, I think, that perhaps aren't as traditional, which are Net Promoter Score. Many of the small businesses, when they experience a programmatic intervention or something that they have benefit from, we'll aggregate it, and the scores for us tend to be in the 70s. Industry average is about 30 for a lot of the curriculum that we produce, and so that gives us great meaning and encouragement to produce content and produce solutions that, again, have the small business at the center. The second thing I would say about impact, and I love what you did as well in terms of lifting up the impact to the actual small business, I'll highlight a more established small business, SBA defined small business as a company with less than 500 employees. So part of it also is like, where do you want to play in the startup space, in the more supplier space, middle market, that are growing toward that realm. And a helicopter aviation company who took part in an offshore wind training program We developed and designed this program with the intent of helping businesses pivot. So you were doing on-land construction. Do you want to do offshore wind construction? And so they took a class to do so. They were able to get new contracts, pivot from doing aerial photography for other things, and now transport materials for this offshore wind industry. So that's an amazing impact because they're able to grow their revenues, but also employ and dream again to do something else.
And I know we're almost over, so that in this group, at CSR, we're like inundated with KPIs, right? So that we're not squishy, we show outcome, impact, all of that. And so we'd love to talk about that over lunch. But to shorten, I use the Waffle House Index, right? So in a disaster, when a storm is coming, if Waffle House is closed, like FEMA uses Waffle House. I'm not just saying that because they're an Atlanta-based company. If they get out of town, you need to get out of town too. So it's kind of that unofficial, certainly public disclosures, KPIs, your data that you share upwards. But my unofficial Waffle House Index is how many problems can you solve with an email without setting up a new policy, process, partnership, program, but you can email someone and make it happen. That is, to me, a KPI. I don't know how we're going to get it into a public disclosure form, but it's like if someone texts you with a problem and you can text a person, you can email a person, and that's the solution. That, to me, is my unofficial Waffle House Index of success, where not every problem is a new program, policy, partnership.
See, that is a line I did not expect reference, is the Waffle House Index. I haven't heard that, but now I'm going to keep that in mind if I'm ever in a region where that is an issue. So for our closing question, we all saw a shift in how we conducted programming and pivoted during the COVID pandemic and in the post-COVID world. So 4 years ago, this conversation about supporting entrepreneurs might have looked a bit different. So what are your post-pandemic lessons when it comes to entrepreneurship programming, and how does that inform your approach to the future? And in less than a minute, can I start with you, Sally?
Sure. For us, it's really easy. We're a bank, so obviously we're really involved in the payment protection program. And we really saw how challenging it was for small businesses, particularly diverse, underserved businesses, to access the program and the funds because they weren't ready and have all of the backup documents and relationships that they needed. So really thinking about how could we help with that from a charitable perspective. So God forbid it ever happens in the future, everybody is better prepared.
Wonderful. And Sharice?
Yes, in a minute. Two things I'll say. The first, post-COVID era, I think you're going to see entrepreneurship, or have seen, just look different. I think we can think more about ownership too, ownership through acquisition, ownership through succession planning, and capitalizing the untraditional paths. Right now, a lot of acquisition financing and so forth. The second thing I would say we learned is that organizations who previously took a more passive role on supporting small businesses have the opportunity, because of COVID, to take a much more longer term. COVID was the impetus, but it can be sustained through a much more active and understanding what your role can be.
Absolutely. What we learned was the only constant is change, and especially small businesses. I would say every challenge that COVID provided or gave us, threw right at us, there was an opportunity for an innovation, for something creative that didn't exist before, that exists now. If you think of things that exist now that didn't exist then, then the codicil of that is, with all the technology that we can leverage to do things faster, smarter, more effectively, more efficiently, more transparently, there is a digital divide. And so not to leave the underbanked, the unbanked, the rural, the underserved behind when that happens, and ensure that we are setting up mechanisms where we're again building back inclusively. So the thing that we learn, change is constant, and you can either be an innovator and win at that, or you can be more passive and you will lose that opportunity. People will opt out of your sales, they'll opt out of your pipeline, they'll opt out of partnerships because they see the people that are showing up. So I guess that's like the 90% rule is, of success is just showing up and doing it early.
Wonderful. Well, I want to thank all of you, Sally, Sharice, and Vivian, for joining us today and for the important work that you do. And I'd also like to thank you all in the audience for the work that you're doing to continue to drive these issues. Please note that this session will actually be on YouTube in early November for playback and for you all to reference. But thank you so much, and we appreciate all that you're doing to advance entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Thank you.
At this time, please enjoy lunch and networking in the Lee Anderson Room. You are welcome to bring your lunch to your seat when we resume our program at 1 o'clock here in the Great Hall.
Since you let me go, come so far from where I started, come so far from where I started, since you let me go. This new freedom
Well, welcome everyone. We're at a very pivotal time post-lunch, so we appreciate everyone being here with us. Welcome, and thanks again for being here with us. My name is Joseph Davis. I'm Director of Communications here at the U.S. Chamber Foundation, and I'm really excited for this conversation with our panel here because we're going to talk about youth engagement, and it's one of the topics and one of the focus areas we have at the U.S. Chamber Foundation through our education and workforce programs. And we know providing youth the support and the guidance and the resources they need to grow and build a vibrant future is critically important. So we're going to talk about a few key aspects here today. So 3 things. We'll touch on mental health, physical health, and educational programming. But before we get into it, before we dive in, I want to make sure I give our panelists an opportunity to give themselves a quick intro, so we'll do that. And in the spirit of the World Series this week, Pat, do you want to play leadoff for us?
Great. Well, hello everyone. Enjoy your lunch. This is the perfect time to have our session. I guess we'll start with how are we going to set this up? Is that?
Just an introduction, yourself, your role.
Okay, great. I'm Pat McCrummen. I lead community and social impact and STEM education at the DuPont company. We have about 85 sites around the world, and I'm based in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Joseph. My name is Chelsea Antony, and I'm the Senior Business Counsel for the NFL Players Association. But here today, I'm really here in the capacity as a member of Gen Youth's Board of Directors. And I'm really proud of all the work that we've done to help end student hunger through well-nourished lives, nutrition, and physical fitness. Just really quickly, a little bit about Gen Youth. Gen Youth is a national nonprofit that was founded by the NFL and America's dairy farmers. So a really cool opportunity for 2 unlikely partnerships to come together, create this amazing program, and help lead the better lives of students' health and wellness. Thank you for having us.
Hi, good afternoon. Rich Santoro. I lead public policy and social responsibility for Pinterest. Was very appreciative and encouraged when Joseph and the Chamber reached out about this panel, given how top of mind the internet and particularly how it impacts youth mental health and both the challenges and opportunities. So certainly at Pinterest, we believe that the internet can be a powerful force for good. That certainly was kind of the promise if you think back 20 years ago. We've been working to try to provide a positive, inspirational, and safe space for our users and particularly for youth, whether it's things like preventing or not permitting children under 13 from using the platform or keeping the platform private for those under 16. But all the work we know that we're doing cannot be done in a silo, and so we look forward to having a productive and insightful conversation and learning more about how we can work together. Thank you.
Awesome. So Rich, I'm going to stick with you for our opening question. Okay. So it's going to be a 2-parter. Understanding you all represent different areas of youth-related issues. So first, can you tell us 2 things? So what are any trends you're seeing right now in your issue area? Mm-hmm. And then the second part of that, was there any event, anything that kind of precipitated those trends?
Mm-hmm. So certainly the concerns and impact about how technology and the internet is influencing youth mental health has been a huge area of focus, and we're seeing, the trends there, the daily use of devices, the consumption of social media has just been exacerbating in recent years. And then, so, what does that mean for youth mental health? There was a recent Surgeon General advisory on social media and youth mental health that showed kids between the ages of 12 and 15 are more than twice likely to have negative mental health outcomes, including anxiety and depression. So that's kind of some of the unfortunate trends we're seeing. But on the positive side, we're also seeing in some of the work that we've been doing It was a University of Berkeley study that showed that 10 minutes on Pinterest helped Gen Z college students buffer against negative conditions such as burnout and stress. So we're kind of seeing both sides, but I think there's both cause for alarm, but also cause for opportunity.
Chelsea, how about you?
Yeah, I'll answer it like this. I think the urgencies are shown in the trends that we've seen based on data. So for us, just taking a step back, the focus is really twofold. One, on childhood nutrition, being well-nourished and eating well. And then second, on physical activity and just being more movement active. So the data really is shocking, and certainly shocking to me, who didn't know about this until my work with Gen Youth. From a nutritional perspective, 1 in 5 students are living in food insecurity, which means they don't know where their next meal is coming from. And of all the 55 million school children right now in the US, 30 million of them are relying on school meals to be fed, to find that next meal. And so that was a really big number for me to see and for me to recognize there's work to be done here. On the physical activity perspective, only 1 in 4 children are meeting the daily minimum requirement of physical activity. And that's another shocking number. I think, to answer the trends, is kind of going in a decline, and whether that's because of the advent of different tech platforms and social media, which are great and positive, they've also forced children to kind of stay indoors, look at devices, and you no longer knocking at your neighbor's door to play dodgeball. It's just a different era. And so for me, with my work in sport, with the NFLPA, and my personal training background, I just have a personal desire and push to make this movement and help end, the lack of childhood non-movement, really. And so I'm really, really excited to help continue to push that. And we have a lot more work to do, and we've done some great work, but there's more to be done.
Okay.
Great. You may heard, if you were in here for the last session, Amy Nakamoto mentioned that STEM work tends to be hyper-local. We have a partnership with Discovery Education that's been really successful. But what we're walking into at DuPont is we've been around in Delaware for 130 years and as a company for 225 years as a high science company, trying to create the next generation of innovations for the world. The challenge for us is part COVID, part underrepresented students not having the same opportunities. So, when you walk into something like that, you try to solve one thing at a time. So the state of Delaware is about 1 million people. It's a small state. 2,200 nonprofits doing all kinds of different things. Some are duplicative, but some are really important to an ecosystem that we can use and leverage as DuPont to start to make that meaningful difference in the state. Delaware's 47th in math, 45th in science. There's a number of reasons for that, but working together with the state, we're trying to figure out how we solve for that and try to help. But the one thing that we can do as a company, we look at this from a shared value model perspective. What's good for the company is good for the community, and what's good for the community is good for the company. So we think about that in terms of, for example, career and technical education. It's on the rise. We need pipe fitters. We need electricians. We need the kids that are coming out of tech school to support all of the work that we do. So we're trying to look at this from multiple fronts, and I can share more later.
Awesome. So thinking about the trend, so I want to talk a little bit more about the work itself. So Chelsea, I'm going to kick it off with you first, but tell us a little bit more about the programs that your organization is currently working on.
Yes, happy to. So there are a few programs. I'll touch on 3. Again, each of nutrition, physical activity, and then I'll talk about a third, which is the really unique part of Gen Youth, which is our youth council. But from a nutritional perspective, what we really do is provide resources and equipment to schools. So this is by grab-and-go carts and in the form of that kind of equipment. It's filling it with nutritious foods and allowing students to enter into the cafeteria, grab a healthy meal, and then head to class where they're more likely to learn better because they were able to eat a nutritious and healthy meal. And to your point, they can become those engineers and do all those STEM work if they're fed. So that's one of the programs from a nutritional perspective. From a physical activity, there's a couple. NFL Flag in School and then Root for Her are two programs that we're really proud of that we've implemented. They offer flag kits for students, both boys and girls, to find a new and fun way to be physically active, maybe aside from their PE offerings or whatever else might be at school. And that's been a really fun one. And then third, really the program of Youth Insights is gathering data from our youth council. So one of the really unique things about Gen Youth is not only do they have a board of CEOs and partners, but also of about 19 students of youth who sit on board with us and tell us what they're seeing. What is happening at school? What don't they like? There are surveys that are sent out, and they have this amazing saying that's, if it's about us, don't do it without us. And I remember that really hitting me the first time I heard that and sat on the board with them. And you can tell. They're telling you what they need, and they're saying things like, the PE programs right now are failing us. So Gen Youth is here for them, for all 55 million students, and that's kind of where our programming has started. And really, any other future programming we do will include those amazing youth council members of ours who've really paved the way.
Awesome. Rich, how about you?
So maybe first starting with kind of internally and then moving to the external partnerships, but we hear from young people that use our platform and hear about the positive experiences they have. So as we're trying to address this youth mental health crisis, providing a positive outlook for them and a place where they can go and find positivity and inspiration, whether it's planning a Sweet 16 birthday party, a homecoming, Halloween costumes. And I raise all those because my own daughter has used it for just those purposes in the last few weeks. But we're not mental health experts, so we need those partnerships. We need to work with those experts, and so similarly, we've worked with other groups. For example, the Youth Mental Health Corps, right, and finding those peers, right, because in addition to traditional therapy, having other types of approaches and including other youth in those programs, one, sometimes can resonate really well, but also two, provides a pipeline to address the mental health workforce shortage. So that's one example. Another example is kind of looking more closely within our industry. Pinterest is a founding signatory of the Inspired Internet Pledge, which is intended for platforms and tech companies to commit to certain principles, basically based on three pillars, that they will tune their platforms for well-being, ensure that the delivery of services taking mental well-being in mind. Two, listening to those that have had bad experiences or may have been harmed from online experiences, and then again acting to tune the content and services that they provide. And then three is the collaboration piece, and having opportunities to share lessons learned, to share best practices. Is just another example. And we have about 60 partnerships that take a variety of different approaches because we want to have that kind of holistic approach and be sure that we're covering every community and every approach. Another example is the Hidden Healing Fund, which again pairs up young people with the experts so they have a voice in how those programs are created and how they're implemented. But that also expands the reach of those programs and uses non-traditional ways of helping with addressing the mental health crisis. I think of I coach my daughter's softball teams, and sometimes the standard drills of hitting and catching just don't work. You have to incorporate different mechanisms, and so we use water balloons and frisbees and all those things. They don't realize they're learning how to throw or catch, but it's kind of using those different approaches. And also just one final one is the partnership with UNICEF and their coalition to address mental health globally, working with healthcare workers and with youth to reach over 50 million children in 150 countries over the next 20 years by providing enhanced research investment that results in better access and outcomes.
Awesome. Pat, tell us a little bit more about you.
Yeah, I think speaking of, everybody's been talking in threes, so I'll give you a three here as well. Our strategy is essentially Basics to Thrive, which is, all of the things that we've talked about in terms of wraparound services, everything from hunger to transportation to keeping, helping to keep kids in school with aftercare, those kinds of things. In the middle is Innovations for Good, which are the ability for us to bring forward innovations and innovative technology to help teachers, students, and kids that are in asynchronous learning environments to learn and thrive. And and finally, the landscape of how we globalize this to the world. We have 3 core businesses. One is electronics, one is personal protection and shelter, and one is water. All 3 of them have partnerships and roles in taking care of the world. So we try to bring all those forward under one strategy, but all of them focus on youth. All of them focus on empowerment of youth, especially in Africa in our water business. It's not just getting water to people who don't have clean water every day or have to have their daughters walk to a mile and a half to bring water home. It's about the outcomes for those women when we provide that access to clean water. We want them to be able to go to school. We want them to be able to get a good education. So it's a fairly well-rounded strategy. But as it relates to STEM and STEM education, that's the piece that's going to drive the next generation of our workforce, a diverse workforce, and one that we can globalize across our 80 sites.
So I want to talk a little bit about supporting partnerships. Rich, you kind of teed this one up, so maybe we can start with you on this one. If you could partner with someone and they could help in your focus area, 1, what would you need? And then 2, which you touched on, is partnerships. So do they play a big role in your work? And if so, how big?
Yeah, absolutely. When you think about the magnitude of the mental health crisis, it's certainly not something any of us can do alone, and collective action is really critical, not only to addressing the problems, but also in having an outsized impact. So that's something we really focus on. The challenge we face, of course, is 2 things really. Is first, again, as I mentioned, we're not mental health experts, so we need those experts. But in addition to those experts, we need the additional perspectives of the work that others are doing to kind of help inform the work that we're doing, so that we can put together those plans, act, and then have measurable and meaningful results. So that's really critical. The other challenge we have is just reach and scope. So there's so many communities out there that are in need of help and that in some ways may be difficult to reach. So one example is of another partnership, just to go back for that for a second, is the Mindful Life program, and what that does, a project, and what that does is it is focused on changing and improving the culture and the climate environment in the classroom so that kids feel safe and they feel valued. And it's very holistic in the sense that it covers the full spectrum: educators, parents, and kids. And their focus initially, and still remains, on Title I schools, but we've been working with them to expand their reach to rural areas as well. So hearing from folks in different places, in different communities, is really important, so we can ensure that we're reaching everyone in a way that's effective and meaningful.
Chelsea, what do you think?
Yeah, and before I talk about partnerships, I wanted to just touch on something that both Pat and Rich said, if that's okay, and it kind of shows how all of this is interconnected. In order for youth to be more well-balanced in mental health, they need that nutrition, they need that physical fitness, and it does show a correlation between students who are well-fed and who move have better mental health. And then similar, you're talking about access to water. It's such a basic need for everyone, and the fact that students are missing that is really crucial, and again shows sort of the work we could all be doing together. So I was going to make a call to action to you all, but maybe we're going to talk later.
Yeah.
partnerships are really, really crucial to us as well. I mean, just look at how we were founded from the NFL and American dairy farmers. Like, think about how unlikely and random that seems. Who would have thought that NFL players and farmers would create something so beautiful called Gen Youth? So really a backbone of everything that we do. And we need more. And so to answer the question of what we need, I'll continue on the frame of 3 here and say, I think we need 3 things. One, to this group, it's friend raising. You know, we'll talk about fundraising in a second, but friend raising is a concept we've been talking about as a group at Gen Youth, where we just want to connect. We just want to make friends. I want to be your friend. We want to network. That is your net worth. I think the last panel talked about this, because we know that being in a conversation and having these type of dialogues, whether it's here or whether it's offline, it's really where we get things done. We have so many partnerships. We have partnerships with Domino's, with Amazon Access, with Quaker, with the NFL, and we kind of want to continue that lens of friend raising. The 2 others are fundraising, of course. We can't do what we do. We're a nonprofit without the call to action to help us and donate. We have raised $200 million to date since our foundation, and that's all gone to help school meals and provide resources to schools. And so we're really proud of that, but there's so much more work to be done. We've helped about 41 million students to date, and there's still 55 students in the school population. So there's more work to be done, and so we would love your help and your donation as well. And the last is policy raising, I'll say, which is anyone here who might be in lobbying or policy who can help us make effective change within government, you know, whether that's making the PE standards more standardized or offering more diverse and non-competitive options for girls and for boys in school, making a state and federal legislation on that, and even for nutrition standards. We would love to connect, so please find me after this.
I love the term friend raising.
Yeah, it's a
I
good
haven't
one.
heard that before. We are really partnership driven, and I mentioned Amy Nakamoto earlier in Discovery. That partnership was gave us it unlocked scale for us. You know, I told you the stats, and we're really trying to address some of those from an ecosystem approach, where we have the Delaware Foundation for Science and Math Education as an advisor. We worked directly with the Department of Education and the Secretary of Education to bring this partnership together. Those kinds of partnerships, to your point on policy, are key for enable for the state to move forward. Another area in which we find partnerships is along our value chain. When you think about our customers and our suppliers, we're very like-minded in what we're trying to accomplish, both helping kids to stay in school and stay safe, social and emotional learning, those kinds of things, but also how do we help them to stay in school, get to graduation, and then either go to college, go to a trade school and get a technical degree, or go to work. All 3 of those options are great. They create wealth, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. So we work very closely with a number of partners, but they're handpicked so that we've got expertise in all of the different areas that we need to make a difference.
That's great. So we're racing to the finish line, but I want to make sure that I get this last point of impact in, and I want to give you guys an opportunity to leave us with a couple words also. So let's talk about impact. We've talked about partnerships and the support. So what about impact? So that's the big question. Chelsea, I'll come back to you. How do you know you're making a difference? How do you know you're making an impact?
Yeah, I think we rely a lot on the data to tell us how many schools we've helped and how many students we've helped. So I've shared it, but I'll just highlight it again. We've helped over 76,000 schools, which is a great number, and we would love to keep that growing. But that shows us and tells me that we've been successful. There's some of that impact there. And in those schools, 41 million students. So we know there's reach, and we know there's help. And as a result, we know that those students who have graduated have came and told us through these surveys that they were learning better because they got meals, or that they wouldn't have had breakfast if it wasn't provided through one of those resource programs. So to us, the impact is both in that measurable data, but also in the qualitative surveys that are given to us. And you know, there's a way that we can cliche think about it, but we'll know that the work is done when the only hunger a student has is the hunger to learn.
Rich, impact?
Yeah, so a couple of things. First of all is feedback. I and Pinterest are a firm believer in having feedback from our users, and we hear from young people, both in terms of see from the data, but also in terms of hearing from them, that it provides a place where they can find community, find support with similar interests, ideas, backgrounds. So that's something that we have seen and continued here, and we want to continue to calibrate that, and also with our partners as well in terms of the feedback that they're hearing. So we're getting it both kind of directly and indirectly is really critical. A second piece is, and Chelsea and I were talking about this before, is we've implemented new tools that allow you to have settings to search by skin tone and hair pattern and body type. And so again, to better the experience, to help it feel more connected and more positive, and address some of those contributors to mental health, such as loneliness and alienation. So providing those opportunities to connect the community to address that alienation is really important. And we've seen the engagement when those settings are used, that the engagement just goes up significantly because it makes it so personal to them and improve the experience.
Can I note on that really quickly? Because we did talk about this. 15-year-old me didn't have that feature, and I just am so grateful for that, because you're looking at a child now who can see themselves, their hair color, their skin color on your platform, and that's going to benefit their mental health as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Speaking of that, from a data perspective, I think we've reached almost 80,000 students, about 2,500 teachers and educators across the state through our partnership with Discovery. But it also helped us do another thing, and that is, kids want to see people that look like them, to be able to envision what they can do when they grow up. And so we worked with the STEM Careers Coalition to have them come in and tape the day in the life of an engineer, an African American engineer. Or we have a young woman who just graduated from tech school. She's an elevator repair person on our site, and just as down home and as friendly as you could be, and that came across to kids. I hear it all the time. I want to be like her, So these kinds of things, helping kids to see who they can be, is really key. So that's a driver for us. And it's a data point. It's hard to measure big partnerships and even small ones. But if you look at the outputs, those are the outputs. But the outcomes are, recruiting is up for new apprenticeships at the experimental station at DuPont. We have a stronger partnership with the Delaware Workforce Development Board to try and drive some of that. So, those are the outcomes that you really can't measure. I mean, I guess you could over time longitudinally, but we just see what we see, and we try to drive those places where we feel like we're making a difference.
Great. Okay, to close us out, we're going to go very fast here. I'm going to give you guys 30 seconds. Give us some last thoughts, what you want to leave the audience with. Rich, let's start with you.
Okay, well, Chelsea already touched on it, so I'll just keep this very brief, right? The linkages are so critical. When we're talking about youth mental health, you can't have that if you don't have physical health and well-being. If you're hungry, you're not going to be in a good mental state. So many connections. And if you don't have educational opportunities, you're not going to have good mental health either. So I think just those linkages, those abilities to kind of see beyond the areas within where we're working is so critically important. So thank you for the inspirational, insightful conversation today. Yeah. And thank you, Joseph.
Same, I'll stay with the linkages. This is a panel about youth, so when we're talking about youth programs, let's include them in the conversation. Let's take some of that inspiration from our youth panel that says, if it's about us, don't do it without us, and keep them the forefront of all of our initiatives. And thank you.
Absolutely. One thing that I've really noticed is the amount of impact that we have is dependent on the number of volunteers that we have within our company, and dependent on the board service of some of those volunteers within the state. They're the ones that see these kids every day. Yeah. They're the ones that drive the impact or help to drive the impact, and they're community organizers as well. So it gives us leverage to be able to carry causes forward in a more meaningful way.
That was excellent.
For that perfect time.
That was perfect time. You guys are excellent. One housekeeping note, I have to say this, being a part of communications, that you have to be following us. If you aren't, go ahead and do it now at USCC Foundation, all channels. Let us know how we did. Let us know how you're enjoying the conference. And then, of course, we'll have this session on YouTube soon, along with some of the others. So make sure you're following us, you're interacting with us, and then you'll get an opportunity to watch us again on YouTube. So I just want to thank the panel again for a great session. I appreciate you guys, and thank you all again for joining us.
Thank you. Well done.
Starting automatically then, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, my name is Gerald Johnson, and I'm the Executive Vice President in the Office of Health Equity for the American Heart Association, and delighted to be with you today to talk about a topic called good business is good self. And what I'd love to really do is talk about the fact that there's a lot of amazing things going on in the workplace regarding employee health, and want you to know that whether you're a small business, medium-sized business, or large business, there is a compelling people case, but there's also a compelling business case. And we're going to spend a few minutes with you today talking about that. And so what I'd like to do is have my guests introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the program.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Michelle Gordine, and I currently serve as Chief Medical Officer for CVS Caremark. I am a pediatrician by background. I've been in healthcare leadership for close to 30 years. My current position has been effective since December of 2022, so almost 2 years on the job. And I'm responsible for leading a team of about 230 physicians, pharmacists, and other professionals whose job it is to make sure that people have access to clinically effective, low-cost medications to improve their health and quality of life. Delighted to be here.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Bott, and so grateful to be here with all of you. I'm a primary care internist in a community health center in Chicago, and spend most of my time leading Deloitte's Health Equity Institute and Center for Health Solutions. When I think about this issue, I think we've demonstrated that health equity is not just a moral imperative, but an economic imperative to have business solutions. And it relates to our people, and it relates to purpose. And that purpose is a modifiable risk factor for mortality, so that if you are engaged in purpose, it has an impact on your longevity and wellness. And we've demonstrated that further through our work. And so really thrilled to talk about good business and good health and how they go hand in hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa Clark. I'm the VP and Chief Health Equity Officer at Elevance Health, where I lead our health equity and social impact strategy. My background is as an emergency physician, so I've kind of seen it all right here in DC. And I think really what struck me a lot about being an emergency physician was seeing how people fall through the cracks of the healthcare system, mainly through the convergence of, a combination of low access to opportunities for health, economics, education, and all ending up in worse health outcomes and ending up oftentimes as my patient. And so that really inspired me to move into clinical leadership, population health leadership. I've been doing that for the last 25 years or so, working with payers, state Medicaids, consumers, employer groups, to really infuse health equity into our approach to health and well-being.
Such a pleasure to be here. I'm Shantanu Nundy. I'm a primary care physician here in DC. I work in the safety net, and I'm Accolade's Chief Health Officer. Accolade serves about 15 million Americans, working Americans through their employers, large and small. And I think for me, I come to the conversation, I work in a primary care clinic every Friday, and I just think about so much health and healthcare happens before patients even come to my clinic. And so the opportunity to work with employers and be able to get ahead and reach people where they are, I think is what really inspires me in the work I do. So looking forward to the conversation.
Yeah, so thank you all, and let's just jump in. So for context, if you're wondering why we're here, right now there's 153 million people supported by employer-sponsored plans. And if you think about it right now, we're spending about $320 billion in health inequities. And that's days lost to productivity, that's sickness, that's plans either being used or suboptimized. And when you think about workplace stress, I think we've all been in stressful situations, some days, some weeks, some months, and sometimes even longer, but workplace stress is a thing that contributes to all of that. And if you didn't know this, workplace stress is akin to secondhand smoke. And where am I going with that? Well, secondhand smoke contributes like either likelihood of 40% greater chance of a cardiovascular event or stroke if not addressed. And so when you think about workplace stress, it is equivalent to secondhand smoke in that nature, and so dealing with it, addressing it, is incredibly compelling. What I'd like to dig in with my panel today is each have unique superpowers that I want to share with you today, and so I'm going to start by talking about CVS Caremark and talking about benefits. Can you share some of the great things that are going on at your organization that is positioning you all to create great benefits programs for your employees?
So CVS Caremark is a business of CVS Health, which is a broader enterprise. And we are a pharmacy benefits management company. We have a responsibility to provide to our clients who are payers, like employers and health plans and government and unions, the most affordable options in providing prescription drug benefits to their members or their employees. And that's really important because when you think about it, just to the point that you just made, more than 50% of Americans and about 60% of individuals under the age of 65 receive health insurance as a benefit of employment. And so that's sort of the front door to be able to access the healthcare system and to be able to stay healthy. And the pharmacy benefit is part of that, and it really is probably the fastest growing benefit and component. When you think about health insurance and provision of health insurance as a benefit from the perspective of the employee, it really is an important tool to be able to attract and to retain talent. And that's what we hear from the employers who we represent as clients. The total number of individuals that we provide pharmacy benefits management for in the United States totals about 90 million people. Keeping employees healthy, obviously, to the points that you just made, are really important in terms of well-being and productivity and resilience, getting through stressful times. But it can also be an expensive proposition. And we believe that it is more financially positive, and also it makes more sense in terms of the well-being of your employees to keep them healthy than to pay for when they get sick. And so we play a role in terms of looking at prescription drugs. And when you think about the role of prescription drugs, I think about it obviously from the viewpoint of a physician. And it's a really important tool for me in treating my patients who may be sick with an acute or chronic disease, chronic illnesses like hypertension or diabetes or obesity, et cetera. To be able to provide them with access to those medications in a way that helps them to restore their health is very important. But these drugs are only effective if they're able to be used. And one of the most important barriers to any individuals being able to access important prescription drugs they need is affordability. And so that's where we come in. And I'm proud to say that over the last 7 years in a row, our average out-of-pocket cost for prescription drugs for an individual for a 30-day supply is under $8. Let me say that again. The average out-of-pocket cost for a 30-day supply of prescriptions is under $8. So we take that very seriously, and we understand how important that affordability is to access and to good health.
Yeah, Michelle, thank you. But the $8 is the thing still ringing in my ears, so thank you for that. Jay, I want to come to you quickly talking about purpose. You know, Deloitte does a lot of amazing things. Can you talk about the role that purpose plays in driving your health and well-being work at Deloitte?
Yeah, thank you, Gerald. And purpose is central to our work. Deloitte's Chief Purpose Officer, Kwesi Mitchell, leads our Purpose and DEI office. And what we've done from the top of the house, CEO and board level commitment to a number of issues, health equity being one of them, which I lead, along with workforce development and inclusive entrepreneurship or financial inclusion. And we've made a $1.5 billion commitment over 10 years. That includes philanthropy, pro bono, community impact, skills-based volunteering, and all of that work of engaging our people in this work in the business with the kind of work we do to serve clients, but also in society has made an impact on their ability to feel a sense of well-being and satisfaction. And our survey of Gen Z and millennials that recently came out this year showed that nearly 90% find a sense of purpose critical to job satisfaction and well-being. And the way that we've organized our work at the Health Equity Institute is we've got a theory of change oriented around 3 levers. One is activating key decision makers to advance health equity, and that's the work we do with our World Economic Forum Global Health Equity Network, where nearly 100 CEOs have signed on to a Zero Health Gaps pledge to advance health equity. The other is fragmented stakeholders coming together around an issue, so maternal health in Philadelphia, the Health Equity Compact in Boston, public and private sector stakeholders. Third is innovation, which is largely focused around inclusive social entrepreneurship. People that have, from disadvantaged backgrounds, those are historically underrepresented, to create social enterprises that advance health equity.
Yeah, Jay, thank you for that. Melissa, I'm going to come to you next. You know, there's the importance of data. You know, I'd love for you to talk about data gaps. You know, they say what doesn't get tracked doesn't get measured. Can you talk about how Elevance is using data to help health equity and drive things in your organization?
Yeah, I think just sort of from an overarching standpoint, first of all, let me say, you know, Elevance Health is a family of companies. You might be more familiar with the names Anthem or WellPoint, which are also in our families of companies in terms of providing health insurance and as being a health plan that really focuses on the health of humanity. And so data is really important. And again, from an overarching standpoint, I think it's important to recognize that having a job that provides health insurance doesn't necessarily protect you from some of the other experiences just of being in society, which is having health-related social needs or being in a group that experiences health disparities. And so one of the roles that we see data playing, whether that's demographic data, race, ethnicity, language, sexual orientation, gender identity data, or demographic data, or data around social needs, we see that as a really key part of understanding what our members need, whether they're commercially insured or insured through our government business in Medicaid or Medicare. And we really use that data to get insights into what interventions are needed. So I just wanted to share some of the data that we have found when we talk about employees. We see that 76% of our commercially insured members have at least one health-related social need. And on average, it's about 1.8 social needs per individual, which is less than our members insured through Medicaid or Medicare, but significant. And about 30% of those individuals have 3 or more health-related social needs, which sort of puts them in our high needs category, which correlates with higher needs in terms of emergency department visits. We see 2 to 3 times the number of emergency department visits happening with that cohort of individuals for things like hypertension. So to your point, Gerald, about higher risks of stroke and heart attack from work-related stress, and also for depression and anxiety. Again, no surprise. And then that's around social needs. And then I'm going to also just refer to work done by Blue Cross Blue Shield and published in 2022 about health disparities within the workforce. We see that racial health disparities, for example, with Black employees having higher rates of high blood pressure, diabetes, higher rates of C-sections, and worse maternal health outcomes. By sexual orientation and gender identity, higher needs when it comes to mental health and depression and anxiety. And then finally, by income, those individuals, no surprise, earning less than $50,000 a year, having more financial stress, especially when it comes to paying medical bills. So I think all those things tell us that the workplace is a perfect venue to start to address some of these health-related social needs and health disparities needs that we see within the workplace. I think we'll be hearing about some solutions on the panel later today.
Yeah, Melissa, you are spot on, and I'm going to open this next question up to the group. So one of the accountabilities to doing this work is bringing other employers with us. And so what I'd love to hear from the group in no particular order is, what are you hearing? What obstacles are you seeing? What would you like to share in what you've learned or heard in bringing employers along? Anyone want to start this?
Well, I'll go ahead and start. I think, as I mentioned at Elevance Health, we really focus on health equity by design. And so as we work with our commercial clients, we really try to focus on how can we help you develop a health equity strategy for your workforce. And one of the ways in which we've done that is to have a social care model called our Community Connected Care Model, or CCC. And it really ensures in that health equity by design and using that social care model that in our policies and programs, we're not creating additional disparities or perpetuating existing disparities, that we're really working to close health disparity gaps. And so our community connected care model, it's comprehensive, it's a social care solution that is really for all members that we serve, including our commercial members. It identifies and leverages the benefits to address health-related social needs that we find for when we outreach to members at risk and find what their social needs are. It leverages our benefits, and if the benefits aren't enough or not specific enough, we then work with community-based organizations to help address those needs. We hire community health workers locally to help do the outreach and engage with members. And the benefit of that is they're lay individuals who are trained specifically around addressing health-related social needs, and they can really know their community to be able to leverage their knowledge of the community to help our members and serve our members best. But they work through a model of community hubs. So there's sort of a central aggregator who has a data platform who can then standardize the collection of data. Again, that data being so important to help us understand and have greater insight into how better to then make our benefits even more tailored to the local community. And then we track effectiveness of the outreach and making sure that it has its intended consequences. Some of the things that we've seen in terms of positive impact include member satisfaction, member retention, improvements in healthcare utilization, so decrease in potentially preventable emergency department visits, potentially preventable admissions, and improvements in the use of primary care physicians. And so I think in terms of bringing employers along, having programs like that that help to resonate with the needs of your employees and really address those health-related social needs are really key.
You know, I would add that one of the ways that we've seen opportunities to advance work together is having the community who have lived experience and are impacted by the work that we do with our workforce or the communities share what they're experiencing. And that sense, it creates this sense of a shared issue that the organizations can come around and say, well, what capabilities do you have? So we had a series of meetings, 4 roundtables, where we started with listening to community first and then having the public and private sector come together to say, okay, what can we do to support what they need? In this case, it turned out to be maternal health, and there were different capabilities and expertise that the different organizations could bring together and to deploy an intervention. Our work around health equity in the workforce with the American Heart Association SHRM Foundation is another example of bringing employers together. And then, for example, with our work around social entrepreneurship, we've brought other organizations that want to support small business, not-for-profit social enterprises around mental health. So if we didn't have those organizations, we would only support 8 social enterprises, but now we can support 16 and then 24, and because you have shared resources and capabilities and expertise. So I think that that's been one way that we found that be helpful.
Yeah, and as you know, good business, good health sounds like a really good thing to do for all the reasons we've been articulating, but it's not without obstacles. Michelle, I'm going to come to you. What are you hearing? What kind of obstacles, what kind of barriers are you seeing that you could share with the group?
I think what we're mainly hearing from our employer clients are concerns around the cost of care and coverage, the cost of coverage. And so they're coming to us and asking us to be consultative with them on helping them understand, what's best for the individuals who I am covering. So for a particular employer, what's best for my employee population? Kind of piggybacking on what my colleagues have said, data is so important. Recognizing that 80% of what impacts health is outside of healthcare, they're non-medical factors, is really important. But what does that mean at the end of the day to a particular employer and their group of employees? We've created at Caremark what we call a pharmacoequity tool. And what that tool does is to take a look at our data for a specific employer, for example, and the employees who are covered through a health insurance benefit to identify who's struggling most in particular disease areas. The first couple of diseases that we've decided to target on are what we call heart and head, right? So hypertension, heart-related, and head, depression, to identify where there are individuals within an employer population that need additional help and additional assistance in overcoming some of the extra barriers that some people disproportionately face in getting well. Barriers like housing, like transportation, like affordability of care. And we made specific investments in those areas in order to be able to support that, but it's a really data-driven, targeted type of approach where we work in partnership with employers to address those issues around coverage and around cost.
Thank you for that. I do have a moment. Shantanu, I know we were saving your assessments for them, but I'd love for you to weigh in on this. What kind of barriers, what kind of obstacles are you seeing?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest ones is just we have to start with what we have, right? Mm-hmm. I think we all operate in environments where maybe we don't actually have data by race and language and ethnicity, mm-hmm. right? We might be in a place where we don't really clearly can articulate what the business case is for things. And I think what I find as we talk to employers around the country is, let's just start with what you have, right? Most employers, for example, have access to claims data, right? And so we've been able to look at claims data and say, well, can we measure how strong of a primary care relationship each of your employees has, right? We could actually look at it and say, well, if you're someone who every time you go to the ER, you see your doctor right afterward, we would probably guess that you have a better primary care relationship than someone who goes to the ER and doesn't see their doctor afterward. So let's start with the data we have and construct measures that help us understand that this is a population that's more marginalized than another, and then sort of rinse and repeat from there. That's what we see folks starting to do, is building that sort of confidence to be able to tackle what's oftentimes seems to be a very intractable problem from the seats that they sit in.
Yeah, thank you for that. This is going to be to a couple of you. One of the things that the partnership that we have, the American Heart Association with Deloitte, has created is a 10-point action plan. And in it, it really talks about compelling ways that you could advance health and well-being in your organizations. I'm going to ask each of you to briefly, if you were thinking about those 10 points, what one or two jumped out to you that you'd love to share with the group? Jay, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think one is this notion of thinking about it enterprise-wide in the context of your business and design. So we did some analysis that looked at women 19 to 64 in commercial health plans and men, and saw that women pay $15.4 billion more out of pocket for healthcare costs. Now, when you add maternity care, it's $17 billion. So it's the way that the system designs benefits and structures to lead to those outcomes. So think about a screening mammogram. If you find something on that, you have to go get a diagnostic, which may or may not be covered, or different symptoms that have to be addressed differently. So that's one example of, when we're designing, to the point that was made about health equity by intention and design, by Melissa, that's one area that I think is really powerful in our set of strategies.
Melissa, I'm going to come to you.
Sure. I think it's the last one about implementing workplace health and well-being benefits and policies and programs that are intentionally designed to promote equitable employee outcomes, health outcomes. And I picked that one. It resonated, obviously, because of the statistics that I mentioned up front. And, I always say, again, key is the use of data. We've developed something called the Whole Health Index, which is a 90-point description of a person's health, and then we were able to assign a score to each individual that's covered and de-identify and aggregate that data and map it by counties at the county level. So many of our employer clients are actually using that information to understand where can I make impact, large-scale impact investments in my community to improve the health of the community as well. So that would be an example of a program, for example, that might not necessarily be employee-specific, but is community-based to be able to make impacts on the health of the community, because we know zip code is more important than genetic code that when it comes to health outcomes. And I would also say that you need to measure how well you're doing. And so also as part of that playbook, there are the top 5 outcome metrics that I think that we need to follow along: employee perception of health and well-being, employee sentiment on belonging and diversity, equity, and inclusion, promotion and pay parity data following that, employee feedback on satisfaction for health benefits, and health benefit utilization. I think following those metrics will help give you a sense of how well am I impacting the health and well-being of my employees.
So I'm going to give you the last response to this particular question. What say you?
So the bullet in the framework that talked about embedding health equity in all of the work that we do really did resonate with me for a couple of reasons. One, CVS Health has made a commitment to health equity and has not just placed it in the hands of our Chief Health Equity Officer. While she's extremely capable, Dr. Jonee Caldoun, the expectation is that it would permeate in every single business unit that is a part of CVS Health. And so with Caremark, certainly it permeates in all the work that we do. So looking at the formulary decisions that we make on behalf of our, in conjunction with our clients, the utilization management programs to make sure that the safest medication gets in the right hands at the best cost, paying attention to whether we are unintentionally, certainly, perpetuating health inequities becomes extremely important. And so that's why when we learned earlier this year that the Utilization Review Accreditation Commission, URAC, which is extremely important to all the work that we do as a PBM, introduced a health equity accreditation, we raised our hand. Because we feel that not only should we believe that the work that we are doing is paying attention to not perpetuating health inequities, but we wanted to get that independent external validation that we're providing care of the highest quality, and there's no healthcare quality without healthcare equity. And so we are proud to say that we are the first healthcare company to achieve URAC Health Equity Accreditation, and we believe that it's really a stamp of approval and really a demonstration of the commitment that we have within our PBM to health equity.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm just going to briefly add one additional one. At the very top of those 10 points is this notion of creating comprehensive, affordable, and understandable care that includes mental health services. And so if you think about making it comprehensive and getting input from your employees, that's half the battle. If you make sure that it's affordable, that'll address the issue of the thousands of people that have care, but they can't afford copays. And if you help make sure that it's understandable, folks will use more of the very plans that you spend money on. And then I want to double down on what you said around embedding it into your organization. It isn't a bolt-on. It is integrated into everything that you do. This notion of equity lives across everything that a business does, and want you to think about that. And so Shantanu, I'm going to come to you. You've had a chance to listen to a bunch of the conversation. Yeah. You yourself are involved with a lot of employers and do a lot of great things. What would you offer to the audience that really summarizes a couple of things you think would be great to really advance health equity in the workplace, good business, good health for the audience?
Yeah, I've learned so much from the panel. I mean, I think I'd say a couple things. One is, I think implicit in a lot of what we said is health equity matters for employers, right? I think there's still a notion out there that, oh, that relates to Medicaid or that's Medicare, that's not us. I think what you heard very clearly is that there are massive inequities within commercial populations. I think the second thing we heard is that there is a huge business case for it, right? Whether your employer is talking about retention issues or talent issues, whether they're talking about the cost of medical care, or whether they're talking about the community itself, all of those have a huge health equity lens that create a sustainable business case for investing in it. In terms of the investments themselves, I think what we heard is health equity by design. Like, we have to think about those disadvantaged, marginalized communities first, not last, and we have to build for them. And then we have to ensure that we have data that helps us be accountable to the results that we're trying to achieve. And I'll end with my friend Dr. Botts, one of his favorite sayings is, if not us, who? And if not now, when? And so it's been a great conversation. Thank you.
And Shantanu, I'll just add, the point you made around the business case. It's a flywheel, right? It's the sense of, we just put out an analysis that shows that if organizations and businesses, private sector lean into health equity, you can create nearly $3 trillion more in value to the GDP and $760 billion more in corporate profits, which then can be reinvested into the work of social impact, the work of supporting the health of your employees, and create situations where people and the business thrive. And so that's also something I wanted to lift up to follow on, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah, and so I'm going to close one. Thank you all for listening to us, but wanted to remind you that there is a compelling people case for this, right? Better employees, healthier employees lead to preferred brands, employer brands of choice. So helps you on the end of your brand that you care a lot about, which is turnover and productivity. I also want to remind you that as of today, $320 billion is being spent on health inequities. That means that we have an opportunity to do something about it. And left unchecked, it's going to get to $1 trillion and counting. So if you're responsible for the bottom line in any way, I'd ask you to think about that. And then lastly, I did say something to you in the front end of this. We spend about a third of our time at work in our lives. We will spend about a third of our time at work. And the workplace represents an amazing platform to do amazing things. And so if you want your employees to stay, to do amazing work, I mean, it's been validated that happier, satisfied, healthier employees perform better. And I just want you to know this work that we're doing isn't just amongst us. We'd love for you to think about taking up the mantle, doing more than what you're doing today. If you want help, either of us, any of us, all of us are willing to share things that are going on. We mentioned the 10-point strategy. All of that is free. It's democratized. It gives you the opportunity to say, wow, whatever we're doing today, great, but have we thought about this and have we thought about that? And then it also provides you ways to measure it. So on behalf of my panel, thank you for the few minutes today. And with that, I'd like to say thanks.
And somehow you guys thought that you were done with me, but you're not. I am going to, optionally of course, lead you all through a stretching and breathing exercise before you are released for your coffee break. So I'm going to take about 2 minutes with you. You are welcome to do this standing if you would like to stand up, or for those who would like to remain seating. Either way works for me. But we're going to start with our breathing exercise. My 6-year-old daughter, she has a teacher who is really into social, mental, and emotional well-being, and so she recently taught her students the 5-finger breathing exercise. Is anybody familiar with the 5-finger breathing exercise? This is supposed to help promote some calmness and focus, and I find it very refreshing because it brings in multiple senses, so it's a bit tactile. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna hold your hand out straight in front of you, either hand, doesn't matter. You're then gonna take your pointer finger of your other hand and touch it to your thumb of the hand that's held out. Now, as we go up the finger, you're going to take a deep breath in, and as we go down the finger, we're going to take a deep breath out, resulting in 5 deep breaths. So join me in breathing in, out, and in, and out, in, and out, in, and out, and in, and out. Great job. Now you can just kind of shake that off a little bit. And again, either sitting or standing, you're going to clasp your hands behind your back. Everybody knows this one. Nice shoulder stretch. And pull your hands down towards the floor, grounding your feet. Try to think about all 10 toes really grounding into the floor. Bend your knees a little bit. And you can even shift your body around if you would like. And start to engage all of your core muscles. Excellent, excellent. And last but not least, oh, this woman in the back is a professional. She knows where I'm going with this. You're gonna cross your arms. You can try to bring your hands together almost like they could clap, and allow the backs of your shoulders to stretch out. Breathe in for 2. Breathe out. Breathe in for 2. And last one out. And then you can switch your arms if you like, so that they just go in the other direction. I'm not as flexible on this side. Deep breath in, and deep breath out. Awesome job. Well, thank you for indulging this breathing and stretching exercise. I enjoyed being with you. I am in no way qualified to do this, so thank you for going with it. Oh, you can now take a 5-minute break.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Brian Cross. I'm from Esri in California. Nice to be with you all today. And thanks to the Chamber of Commerce for putting this on. We really appreciate it. Now, I just want to test you real quick because we've been doing that today. How many of you have heard of Esri? That's pretty good. All right. How many of you have heard of something called GIS? Geographic Information Systems. All right, we're doing pretty well. Well, it turns out more than half of you actually use the technology in your business or in your outreach missions. So it's pretty interesting. I'm going to talk to you today about the role of geography and how important it is in so many aspects of our world. If we just think about things in business terms, you can think about a healthy business needing to be sustainable, focused on your customers, relevant, collaborative, innovative, profitable, but also engaged in making a difference in your communities, what we've been talking about all day today. And we believe that that engagement, that making a difference, is really related to this idea of GIS, solving the most important problems of our world. For context, we can think about the evolution, the innovations that the human race has made over so many millennials, accelerating. I have this wonderful pin from the washing machine presentation. It's remarkable to see the ingenuity of what we can do and how we can make our planet better. And you see it in every field, in every discipline, and it's making a real positive difference, making the life of humans better and helping protect our planet. And at the same time, we recognize that the world is suffering from many problems. In many ways, that's what brings us together today. Climate change, wildfires, human conflict. You can't watch the news or look at the internet today without seeing something, and it's a little bit depressing, we know. But we also think we all have a role to play in making a difference. And at Esri, we believe deeply in the power of geography, the science of our world that helps organize information and helps us see the world as an interconnected ecosystem, really focusing on the question of where. Where is a very powerful concept. Think about an important event in your life. Just think about it for a minute. You will immediately remember where you were when that happened. Where is innate in humans, and it also allows us to use maps as the language of geography. Maps communicate in ways that nothing else can. Humans are wired to understand information in a spatial context. They provide content and context for everything that's happening in the world. They also provide clarity and insights. When there's a disaster, people stand around maps to figure out what to do. When people plan for the future, they stand around maps and figure out what to do. That's been happening since the beginning of civilization. Of course, we can do it in really new, modern, and exciting ways today, because they distill the complexity of our world into something that's more understandable. And we like to say understanding precedes action. GIS is applied in just about every field in the world. Location, geography matters in just about everything. If you don't know much about the power of geographic information systems, you experienced it today. If you walked on a street, if you breathed air, if you went on any kind of, used power, drank water, all of it has industrial strength maps helping us operate the world that we live in. I'll give you some examples across many different fields. Since I was talking about infrastructure, let's start there. Transportation, utilities, the systems that run the operations of the world, or engineering and public works, operating today's world, designing and planning for the future. GIS is also critical in supporting the people, the communities that work on top of that infrastructure. If you think about the foundation of GIS, it actually started in land use planning, understanding where to build, where to protect, how to organize people, how to organize the infrastructure so that we can live in a working civil society. In many ways, we discussed that this morning. Urban planning, 3D cities are more modern representations of how we think about the places that we live, work, travel, and protect. A good example of work in this space is something that NOAA and the White House and the Department of Interior has done called the Climate Mapping for Resilience and Adaptation website. Very similar to what AT&T talked about yesterday. The idea of putting information in the public hands that help people understand risk and resilience going forward. In this particular public website, if you Google it, you can find it. You can look up your own address, and you can understand climate variables to come in the future. And if you want to do a capital improvement project, you can file paperwork with the federal government with all the information you need about future climate in that location right out of the system. GIS has also been helping people in many, many different ways, and I can only give you a glimpse of this. Does anybody know what the most viewed GIS application or public-facing map in the history of humanity is? Any guesses? Well, okay, not thinking about a single application. I'm going to narrow it down. The COVID-19 dashboard by Johns Hopkins had something like 3 billion views because it was filling a critical need in public health. And there's so many other aspects of planning and supporting the communities that need access to healthcare, because where is a critical question. Of course, GIS is essential when you get into public safety, emergency response, and disasters, planning for them, moving through them in the worst stages, and also the recovery aspect. I was fascinated by the discussion this morning about looking at Main Street's recovery at point of sale, and of course I'm thinking about the map for that and how you could apply spatial analysis and awareness to help people understand the location and the speed of the recovery. So since we're speaking of disasters, let's talk a little bit about FEMA. FEMA, of course, has an incredible job that they fulfill, very difficult, all the logistics involved in supporting responses to the worst disasters that we face. They also have this really important role of sharing information. And they use maps as a language to connect all the responding organizations. This has been an innovation in the last few years where they're sharing information with the state, the local, and private parties. People like Red Cross or Texas Department of Emergency Management are actually sharing mission-critical maps in real time. Or if FEMA flies imagery or buys imagery that comes in 2 hours after the incident, they can publish that into everybody else's systems. So I'm getting a little far into the IT, but we're starting to connect real people together solving real problems in the field with digital maps that are flowing between different types of organizations in an interconnected way. And of course, GIS has been very important in economic development and business. In our field, we talk about terms like location intelligence. What does it mean to have an organization that has location intelligence? Something to think about. Or business analysis, understanding where customers are, where you could locate a store, where you could provide outreach. Economic analysis, understanding the demographics, the opportunities to provide more help to different members of society. Or on a global scale, something like this from the International Monetary Fund called Port Watch, analyzing the potential impacts of one of the ports in the global trade network going down. What happens if there's a tsunami in location X, or if there's some reason that port Y needs to close? What's the downstream effect on trade? GIS delivers value in all sorts of business situations. Many of your colleagues who work in real estate or work in advertising or marketing are using it to understand everything from customer locations to store locations to where to make purchases, understanding the customer base, advertising market, or even the supply chain, risk, vulnerability, and operations. This is an interesting example. I'm showing a generic view of something that some of our Fortune 10 customers are doing to understand parcels, so units of land, across the entire globe in single queries that can be done in seconds. So in this case, show me all 500-acre parcels that are intersecting energy transmission corridors. So you immediately see everything that looks like a river on there is actually a whole bunch of parcels that are on top of those energy corridors. That's an important question for a natural resource or energy company. Or how about commercially vacant lots that are at least 10 acres in disadvantaged communities and on a high power grid? Sounds like a great location for investment in the community. Jobs, infrastructure. These kinds of questions, and in this case we found 2,644 parcels out of 157 million that were being searched. These are the kinds of opportunities that many of our customers are finding through spatial analysis and taking a geographic approach. I went backwards, sorry. Let's go forward. Or mobility, a critical aspect of delivering service to those in the fields. In this case, I'm showing Ecolab. Ecolab provides mobile services to many businesses. This could also be outreach. It could be point-in-time homeless counts. It could be census surveys in any country in the world, all using similar maps and technology to manage workers in the field who need to get to destinations efficiently and reach every place. I personally was involved in a project where we had to find all the children in northern Nigeria to try to help stop polio. Had to vaccinate kids in northern Nigeria, and you need good maps, and you have to be able to know where your vaccination teams are to know that you've reached all those children. Risk and resilience is a hot topic for many corporate customers of Esri. Marriott's a good example with properties all over the world. I don't have the exact figure in my head, but they were talking at our event recently about how many hotels they add to the family every day, and it's mind-blowing. But they need to monitor and manage risk to their entire network of facilities. They need to plan for the future. The upper graphic is showing one particular hotel in Half Moon Bay in Northern California, and you can't quite read all the words, but it's looking at years and risk on things like drought, wildfire, or sea level rise to that property. Or in the lower left, looking at future climate and sea level rise and all of their properties along the Gulf Coast that could be at risk. Or in the lower right, you all know what a hurricane swath map looks like these days. That's one of those, but showing all of their properties that could be in harm's way. Just about every large corporation that operates globally is doing this kind of work with maps. They just don't always share it publicly because it's kind of inside information for them. But it's a really important way to plan for the future. One of the last things I want to show is something from VF Corporation. If you don't know that name, they own all of the brands at the bottom, household names, and they are committed to supply chain transparency. This map is just a screenshot from their website where you could take literally a pair of shoes and pick that shoe and see the whole supply chain and click on any factory and understand the working conditions in that factory. So you know exactly where everything that you're wearing is coming from. To me, that is a corporate responsibility, using maps and geography in a really powerful way. And my last example I want to talk about is in the nonprofit space. Many of you have been talking today about efforts to give back. Some of you are corporate and you're doing amazing things. I was blown away listening to it. And some of you are in startups and other things. Just a few examples from the Henry Ford Foundation to the YMCA to the Arbor Day Foundation, doing outreach to communities, providing services, and using geography as a way to plan, execute, and measure the performance impacts of their work. To sum things up, GIS, Geographic Information Systems, and this geographic approach or way of thinking is really a framework and a process. And I'll save everything on the right for an hour-long lecture, but the idea of taking information from sensors, organizing it, mapping it, providing information that allows people to take better decisions and ultimately take action is at the heart and soul of what I'm talking about. And when one does that, it integrates all the factors and creates understanding. Understanding precedes action. Understanding precedes solutions. Improves the ability of our world to work together to solve problems. And in the spirit of this conference, strengthening communities today and tomorrow. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
In 2009, Matt Smith and his coworkers proposed a life-changing idea.
I remember really not knowing if this thing was going to work.
They had just launched an ambitious venture for PepsiCo called Food for Good to make nutritious food accessible in low-income communities. That summer, they set up their first mobile meal truck in a South Dallas park.
And it was 100+ degrees and no kids were coming. We picked this park because it was surrounded by 5 apartment complexes. Looked on a map like the perfect spot. Started to see an 11-year-old holding hands with a 9-year-old, holding hands with a 5-year-old. Their mom had told them we'd really prefer for you to not leave the gates of the apartment complex. Once we listened to those kids and went inside the gates of one of those apartment complexes, we had 150 kids come.
As director of the program, Matt helped create an ecosystem around Food for Good, an ever-expanding network of warehouses and delivery routes. Over a decade after setting up in that park, Food for Good has delivered over 50 million meals to students around the U.S. What started as an after-school and summer program has expanded to provide help in even the most trying times. The story of Food for Good is one of listening to the people who understand the needs of their communities the most.
22 million kids across the U.S. depend on free or reduced price lunch at school. There's no system to reach 22 million kids when they're at home. We know how to move food into every corner of the country, every corner of the world. How could we use that kind of capability to get nutritious meals to kids who can't access them?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon's Fireside Chat. I'm Howard Bike. I'm really delighted to host today's chat entitled Innovation That Serves, Building a Food Security Social Enterprise Inside PepsiCo. Before we kick off, first of all, I'm just delighted to be joined by Andrea Maribe from PepsiCo. Actually, can you just introduce yourself, a bit about your background? It'd be great.
First of all, thank you for having me here, Howard. The PepsiCo team and I are so inspired to have heard so much about the work that all of us are doing in the social impact space. But yeah, hi everyone. My name's Andrea, and I come from a multicultural background. So I was born in Colombia and then raised in both Colombia and Japan before we moved to Nashville, Tennessee as a family. So I've moved around quite a bit in my life. My educational background is in supply chain management and industrial engineering, so I love all things process efficiency. And I've spent my entire career at PepsiCo, so 14 years at PepsiCo. 12 of those years was in supply chain in some capacity. And then 2 years ago, I made a career pivot into the world of social impact, where I now get to lead Food for Good, a program that's near and dear to my heart, focused on delivering meals to children in need across the US. So I spend a lot of my time thinking about how to run the program more efficiently, friend raising that we heard from Chelsea earlier, right? How to look at partnerships, and then ultimately how to deepen the impact across the US. If I'm not at work, you can find me doing yoga or teaching yoga. So I love that they made us do breathing exercises earlier, or traveling the world. I love that. Thanks for having me.
Well, actually, we may want to sort of set the stage a little bit with regard to Food for Good, because I think everybody needs to be sort of grounded in the same way we think about food security or food insecurity in the United States. So can you talk a little bit about the underlying issues related to hunger and to access to food?
Globally, food security is a huge issue. So the United Nations has reported that 2.4 billion people in the world experience severe to moderate food insecurity, and the number in the US is 44 million people. With the statistics for children being even more distressing, 1 in 5 children in the US experience food insecurity. And so the way we think about the issues are in 3 planks: accessibility, availability, and affordability. Think about accessibility as, can I get to a source of food? So this is where we think about food deserts, transportation to a grocery store. Am I safe getting there? Availability is the second one, which is, now once I'm in the store, are there nutritious options available for me? Many times communities just have a convenience store. They don't have a grocery store where they can access fresh fruits and vegetables, for example. And then the third one is affordability. I got to the store, there's options available. Does it fit in my budget? Can I afford it? And they're all interconnected, right? As you can imagine, we can have access, we can get there and there's availability, but if you cannot purchase it because it doesn't fit in your budget, then you're in trouble still. So it's super important that we think about making food accessible, available, and affordable.
Thank you for that background. I think Food for Good is in its 15th year now? Is that right? So, kudos to you and PepsiCo. So it stood the test of time. And, but I think clearly, based on what you just described, is as needed as ever. I think the audience would be intrigued to learn, what does it take to create a social enterprise in one of the world's largest corporations?
It's my favorite story to tell. And I love that you got to watch the video earlier because you heard Matt's voice. Matt is our original founder. So the story starts 15 years ago. It's 2009, and at the time we had a CEO named Indra Nui who had a corporate strategic initiative called Performance with Purpose. It was all about how do you take business performance and marry it with purpose. And Matt and a couple of other employees at PepsiCo met at a research and development lab in Dallas and talked about how to essentially flip this concept. How do you start with purpose but create a performance-driven organization? And the feedback that they got early on was, don't ask yourself what that need is. Don't ask yourself what that purpose is. Go out in the community and talk to community leaders. And so they did that. They went out in that community and talked to the trusted grandmother who is trusted to take care of the children while the parents go to work, or the food bank volunteer who may have had a criminal record but continues to show up every day to serve. And what the team learned was that this wasn't new to them. There was this revolving door of saviors that would show up as business leaders wanting to solve a problem, but they would never stay. And so the question they got was, are you coming back tomorrow? And we had to wrestle with that question. But the answer was yes, we're gonna come back. And so starts a journey of deep listening, of rapid prototyping, of trial and error, of many types of business models that the team looked into. And as they continued the journey, they started to zero in on the fact that children were going hungry in after-school settings, so summertime, for example. And as you saw in the video, the team laid out a map with, okay, where is hunger prevalent? How do we intersect this with low-income housing? And they show up at this park, and they're surrounded by low-income housing, but no children were showing up. Not until we were able to gain the trust of that community, park inside the gates, and that summer they had 150 children. And so it's a journey of deep listening, of continuing to have courage and determination to fail and try again, to fail and try again. And here we are, 15 years later. The team has now grown into 60 total people. So from those 3 or so employees, we're now a total team of 60. We have 6 facilities across the United States. 5 of those were focused on delivering hot and fresh meals, last mile. And then the 6th one was actually created after the pandemic. During COVID, we realized that we needed to have a different way to reach children because they were at home. And so we stood up this vendor, this co-packing facility that focuses on sourcing, packing, shelf-stable meals. And with partnerships, we ship them direct to home in multi-day boxes type of packaging. And so 6 facilities, 60 total people. It's super fun to work with the team because we all come from different backgrounds. So I bring supply chain, there's a marketing, there's comms, HR, finance. There's so many different types of expertise and strengths, but we're all focused on the same North Star, which is that child.
Well, that's great. You talk a little bit about your own background in supply chain and how it sort of essentially takes a village to stand up and execute a social enterprise within a complex organization like PepsiCo. I wondered if there were any parting words. We've got a lot of folks here that bring their own strengths, their own competitive advantages, their own specialties. Any sort of closing thoughts or advice to sort of round out our conversation?
I'll leave you with 2 things. The first one is this concept of totality. So businesses, I think, have been conditioned to think a lot about what's the one thing you do better than everyone else? What's your one competitive advantage that you bring to the table? And I'll give you an example. For PepsiCo, we are a food and beverage company. So we do great food and drinks. And so you would think that's what we do in community. But what you may not know is that we have the largest fleet in North America. We have an incredible logistical know-how. We know how to get food to every country of the world, a corner of every country of the world. And so what is the totality of the resources that you bring to the table, not just your competitive advantage, the expertise, the talent, the people, the resources, the processes. That's one. The second one is this concept of access and advancement. That it's not just about the meal that I'm delivering to that child, but is that meal now able to allow that child to focus better in school, to graduate from school, to apply for an internship, to apply for a job, hopefully at PepsiCo. And so do we follow that journey, right? I think when we bring all of our resources to the table, when we are in it in the journey consistently with them, that's how we can support communities that thrive.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for sharing the story. It's an amazing story. These fireside chats will be streaming starting next month. So, I encourage you to share it with others and maybe stand up your own social enterprise endeavor within your own company. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. I'm gonna
Hey Tracy, me and the team are here. We're checking to see if you're prepared for a disaster.
Denny Hamlin?
Yep, we're here to fine-tune your emergency setup. It's go time, boys.
You need a plan on paper and files backed up, so if there's ever a real disaster, you can just go. Know the natural disaster risk in your area. Always check your equipment and stock supplies. And get employees involved in setting up a plan so there's no time lost.
Now you're prepared for anything that might come your way.
Denny, how about an autograph?
Of course.
You're always prepared.
Now you're getting it.
Well, this is a panel about readiness and resilience, but not essentially that grant program. My name is Rob Glenn. I'm the Vice President for Resilience at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And this is a panel about how do we advance resilient communities. So I think we all know large-scale disasters are becoming more frequent, and taking proactive steps to build resilience can reduce risk and lessen their impacts. Recent data shows every $1 invested in disaster preparation saves $13 in damage, cleanup costs, and economic impact. And on this panel, leaders from business, government, and NGOs will discuss the challenges they face in fortifying communities and ongoing solutions to achieve true resilience. So just think about the activities of the last 30 days. We've had two significant hurricanes hit the United States, Helene and Milton. It's causing anywhere from 50 billion to 100 billion in damages. So we are in an era of billion-dollar disasters, and they're impacting communities of all sizes, not just on the coast, but also inside the United States as well. As we're thinking about not just the impacts of those events, we've also had tremendous wildfires over the last couple of years, extended drought this summer, and then if you take a little bit of a longer view, over the last 5 years, we've had a global pandemic that completely disrupted our way of life, the way that we approached healthcare, the way that we work, and also the way that we look at the world. We've also had political instability and armed conflict in many parts of the world that also create challenges. And communities that have experienced the wrath of these kinds of events, including tornadoes, extreme heat, also lead to supply chain disruptions and economic uncertainty. So as these large-scale disasters are rising in frequency, we also have the opportunity to rise to the challenge. I'm pleased to be joined by this expert panel to talk about these efforts being made across sectors to fortify our systems, our communities, and our way of life to adapt to this landscape. In order, I'll just start to my right. Lamel McMorris represents the financial sector. He's a principal at Edward Jones and the head of policy, regulatory, and government relations. And then we have Doug Belamo, who represents the infrastructure sector. Doug is the vice president at AECOM and the firm's lead for flood risk management and resilience. Lahia McAvoy represents the communication service sector. She's a director at AT&T, and Tom Cotter is the executive director of Healthcare Ready, which is a nonprofit organization at the nexus of healthcare, public health, and emergency management. So I'd like to start the session with just to set the stage just a little bit and talk about building resilience in communities. It's not really a theoretical academic conversation. There are real lives, real stakes, and real communities that have really grappling with issues of how much money is available to them to recover, how much money does it take to respond, and how much money does it take in order to prepare as well. So I'd really like to hear from Lamel first, from financial services sector. How would you define the problem related to the rise of increasing disasters? And what have you seen over the last 4 or 5 years in terms of how this increase affects communities that you serve?
Thanks, Rob. And first, let me thank the Chamber Foundation for this conference. I want to acknowledge some colleagues who are here in the audience, and especially happy to be here with my fellow panelists. Let me actually read from a little data in a study that we conducted. In a landmark study Edward Jones conducted in partnership with AgeWave and the Harris Poll, several sobering insights, Rob, on the impact of the pandemic were revealed. Looking across 5 generations, we found the following. Number one, the pandemic exacerbated financial challenges across several populations, specifically, no surprise to everyone, Black and Hispanic communities and women, further widening the long-standing economic divide. Secondly, according to our research, in December of 2020, almost a full year into the pandemic, 41% of Hispanic Americans and 32% of Black Americans reported a decline in financial security due to the pandemic and were forced to stop making monthly retirement contributions due to economic insecurity. Lastly, we also found that 52% of women aged 45 to 54 experienced a negative impact to their financial security because of the pandemic. By comparison, only 36% of men in that same age range reported less financial security. Today, as we all know, the racial wealth inequality in the United States is absolutely enormous. And I know we're going to get into that a little bit later, but the bottom line is this: underserved communities consistently lack access to quality financial advice and guidance, and that lack of access only increases in the face of a disaster.
So, any reaction from any of the other panelists related to that? Does that ring true based upon the research and also the practical experience that you have?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I know we'll talk about the intersectionality of this, but that translates across every sector. Without financial security, there is no ability for good communication. There is no personal resiliency in every part of a person's life. So again, we're behind the ball in breaking this cycle of vulnerable communities continuing to get vulnerable because we don't have any good solutions or not good solutions. We kind of have an idea of what the solutions are, right? But we don't have that implementation universally that is needs-based.
So what, across the panel, and maybe Tom, since you were just talking, what do you think a real resilient community, a true resilient community looks like? And you paint a picture for us, certainly I think from what you just shared, Lamel, greater literacy when it comes to financial management and greater access to capital, as well for different kinds of small businesses. But for Tom, from a healthcare standpoint, what are you looking at from a resilient community?
Yeah, I think there's some overlap in definition, in terms of what a resilient community is. I think the number one thing is how long does it take to recover from an incident? And it could be a car accident, or it could be your car breaking down, or it could be a hurricane or a IV solutions plant being taken offline by a storm. How long that takes to recover, I think, is the measure of resiliency. We'll never, we're going to have increased storms, we're going to have increased events, both in number and intensity. So there's no getting around that. I think what we need to focus on is this resiliency part and break a little bit of our reliance on the response. The tough part here is advocating for resiliency dollars between events. So, part of the problem right now in the health sector specifically, among many, is that I sat on this very stage 2 years ago, and I said, where is our post 9/11 moment in terms of clarity of mission, in terms of focused investment? A lot of lessons from that period of time in America, but we didn't stand around wondering what we could do. We're 4 years out from a pandemic that took a lot of American lives, took a lot of global brothers and sisters from us, and we don't have that concentration and that focus or purpose. And I think that's really alarming that we're not investing as much as we need to in this resiliency when we know what the consequences can be.
Yeah, and I would add, I think another really important characteristic to resiliency that sometimes gets overlooked is the adaptive capacity of an organization or a community, a company. And I think what you're describing is a little bit of a lack of adaptive capacity. We see it, it comes, it passes, and then rather than adjust to the new environment, we tend to just try to go back as quickly as possible to the way we were doing things before. And that kind of culture, I think, is a very, very short lifespan. So I think it's really important to start building effective change managements and adaptation strategies into our day-to-day operations. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves really behind the 8 ball.
I would also say that in addition to everything that's already been said here, it's really about the planning, right? Because we need to plan today for what will be happening later on. Hopefully, obviously not happening, but we still need to plan for it. We need to build those communities that are resilient, that are planning for a resilient future. We also need to build a community that is solution-orientated, right? So we need to use what we have right now, and we need to make that public, right? We need to all share, and I think that we talked about that at the beginning a little bit, about all sharing what these innovative solutions could be. So just a few things that we would like to add from our point of view, too.
So when you think about planning, what kind of every single sector is dependent or interdependent upon another sector, right? So it's a little like Jenga, right? You just pull out one, you are going to potentially tumble the tower. How do you think about planning from a cross-sector standpoint, recognizing those dependencies in communities? And some of them are truly strategic and if you will, lifeline. Some of them are a little bit more nuanced. Any kind of reactions about the relationships across different sectors?
One of the things that we've tried to do as a firm, we have what's called the Edward Jones Collaborative Cohort, where we are attempting in challenged communities to convene other partners. Because, I think about being from the south side of Chicago, right? I went home in 2016 and I thought I was really doing something. I decided that I would, build some houses on vacant lots, and I thought that I was really making my community real resilient. But the fact of the matter is, building houses and doing real estate in the hood does not make a community resilient. If I'm not touching the job, health, mental, education infrastructure, then it's almost the equivalent of, spraying some you-know-what on some you-know-what, right? I mean, all I did was scratch the surface. So that's where the collaboration with all sectors, we all have to come together in a very collaborative way. You can't do it without partnership.
Right, and just thinking about partnerships, and again, congratulations to AT&T. When you think about the need for communications and connectivity, you're seated right next to Tom, who's focused on healthcare. Just the IT demand from the healthcare sector and communications. There's strong relationships, I think, that are often forgotten. Can you just explore a little bit about the need for cross-sector partnerships from where you're sitting?
Yes, well, first, thank you to the U.S. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, I'm sorry, getting my words mixed up, Foundation for the recognition. I would say, yes, there are a lot of intersections here, right? But I would say that one intersection that really comes to mind during these disasters is the intersection or interdependence between the telecommunication industry and the energy industry, because our customers rely on us for vital connectivity when disaster strikes. We rely on electricity to keep our networks running, right? So we depend on multiple industries. We obviously depend on the healthcare industry as well. So I think that, to your point, we all really do need to rely on each other for a more resilient community.
If I could add to that, one other portion that I think is really important to mention is the public-private aspect of things. And I think everyone else is further ahead than potentially the healthcare industry for public-private partnerships, but there is that need to make sure we're coordinating, collaborating, and that doesn't start when it starts raining. That needs to start now. We need to be having and I know especially AT&T and a lot of the electric companies, this is secondhand. It can always get better, but it's really, really strong. But other sectors, that doesn't exist to have that public-private partnership when, and again, to point back at the pandemic, for the rest of my career, I'll be mentioning this pandemic, which is unfortunate, but one of the things that really worked well during the pandemic response was that public-private aspect of privatizing, the vaccine delivery through community pharmacies, for example. That was a really good way and a turning point, I think, to improving access. But we got to start that now and not in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, and I would add too. I mean, the old adage, it's the economy, stupid, which everyone generally agrees with. The economy doesn't exist without strong social networks and trust among organizations and people in different communities. So you've got to have a very strong social network in place. And you also have to pay a lot of attention to your natural capital, because the economy doesn't exist outside of the earth, right? I mean, there are certain things that have to be maintained. And so I think we're seeing a shift in government in some areas on the policy front that says, don't put one of those things ahead of all others, but actually get them to work together. And I think that's where the collaboration comes in, when you get biologists and scientists and engineers and medical professionals and psychologists working together to balance that equation across the economy, our natural landscapes and our social networks.
So I want to take a second and we had good collaborative dialogue. I think each of your organizations and each of you have different perspectives related to this whole notion of resilience. So I'd like to start with Divya about at AT&T, and certainly recognized for the tool that you built in collaboration with Argonne and FEMA, and it came out of a realization that you couldn't really keep doing things the way that you've always done them, right? And the whole notion of, at one point, everyone wanted to kind of own the data, and now we're, open data and sharing data a little bit more freely. And I'm not going to try to think about, Tom, what you're thinking right now about data and across public and private sectors, but really what brought AT&T to that point of realizing that you needed to develop these kinds of partnerships, that you wanted to be more public with sharing data, and potentially what changes have you seen at AT&T as a result?
Yeah, so let me take you back to 2016. when our network sustained damage by Hurricane Harvey. That was really a reality check for our team, not just our corporate responsibility team, but our team at AT&T as a whole, that we just could not be operating under historical data like we were before. And that's really when we started working with Argonne and crunching those numbers with the supercomputers that they have, with the climate scientists, to really set a plan for what hardening our network could look like. And through that realization of, working with, or essentially creating this plan, we realized that this was data that wasn't only helpful to AT&T, but it was helpful to the communities. And again, going back to the theme of building resiliency within all of our communities, because we all have to work on this together, we decided to partner up with FEMA and Argonne National Laboratory to provide this data free to anyone that wants to go to the Climate Risk and Resilience portal. They can access it for free. And it really provides localized data to enhance communities' resilience. After that, so another thing that changed at AT&T was that we realized that that just wasn't enough. So we really honed in on creating the Climate Resilience Communities Initiative, and through that initiative, we are taking that extra step to use to help policymakers and state and local officials use that data to build those resilient communities that we hope to all have one day. So I think that, just wrapping it all up, it was 2016. We got hit hard by the hurricane, right? And that really just opened up our eyes. That's where Climber was born, and that's also where now our Climate Resilient Communities Initiative was also born.
Yeah, it makes me think about a comment, Doug, that you just shared a little bit a second ago about, adaptive capacity, and to some degree that's about transformation. And AECOM does that through a number of your different kinds of projects. Can you share maybe a story or two about how you've seen that play out in a project?
I'll describe it, at least within the technical community, there's starting to become a bit more of a shift. I was on a federal advisory committee, and we released a report in 2023 where FEMA asked us to look at the definition of floodplain and provide recommendations on how to maybe change that definition. And so one thing that the committee recommended in its 2023 report was to actually use a higher confidence value in identifying floodplains, because the program, the National Flood Insurance Program's objective was to make sure that people had proper coverage, people who were exposed to high hazards, and to avoid future losses. So the council basically said you should be using this higher confidence value to make sure you get that coverage in place where you need it. You should also use estimates of future conditions, flood hazards, in order to avoid, from a land use perspective, seeing higher insurance rates over time. So if you can project forward, we think the flood hazards might look like this a certain number of years down the road. People can make their plans and do what they need to do to make sure that they're avoiding as much risk as they possibly can. The American Society of Civil Engineers also has looked at developing different risk categories for different structures and then upping their standards when it comes to flood loads. And so the technical community, I think, is galvanizing around this idea of higher standards, particularly when you've got a lot of climate uncertainty and you've got a lot of other uncertainties. When you get down to design, you really need to think through those issues. Another really quick example, we had a municipal client who really wanted to get ahead of their flood problems. And the first thing that they had to do was decide how much risk they were willing to live with. And I don't think that's a step a lot of jurisdictions take. They tend to operate annually on an annual budget cycle. But this particular community said, we think this is a tolerable level of risk for us, given the rewards and the benefits and other things that we're after. And we helped them come up with a point system to measure that objectively. And then over time, through multiple life cycles, it's actually been over 10 years since they've been at this, linking their target to budget processes so that they can say with confidence, if we have this budget, we can move this many clicks closer to our acceptable level of risk target. And that was really transformative for the community leadership in the sense that they now didn't look at this risk as a problem, as something that they had to stop talking about, but they in fact engaged the risk set a course and really started to make investments and own the challenges. The empowerment that we saw there was really powerful, and I'm hoping we can replicate this over time. This idea that you're going to have the risk whether you face it or not. So what is acceptable to you, and how do you want to get there over time? Over more than one budget cycle, for sure.
So speaking of budget cycles, there's whether it's a dining room table, a kitchen table, or no table, families are having a lot of different conversations about dollars. Lamel, you studied the wealth gap in the COVID era and also post-pandemic time as well. You've described the wealth gap with some of the research a second ago, but what work still needs to be done to help transform, the financial susceptibility to one of financial wellness? There's that, Doug just talked about it, you're addressing our risk proactively. It seems like that's kind of the next step for households and individuals, right?
Yeah, so from an Edward Jones standpoint, right, on one hand, you look at us and we're a securities firm, so you think Wall Street, but we actually see ourselves as very much Main Street USA, with a presence in 428 out of the 435 congressional districts, in 68% of the counties in America, in all 50 states. We're actually Main Street USA, so our presence in the community with that hyper-locality, having financial advisors right there is one aspect of it. But then we have very aspirational goals around financial literacy and actually focusing on young people. But then there's the work of my team and I from a legislative standpoint, where we try to marry our purpose of engagement with our legislative, whether it's retirement, savings, or even right now, bipartisan legislation around caregivers. Because we know that there's a population of individuals, primarily women, who are taking care of their parents and taking care of children, and they have not been able to focus on their retirement and retirement savings. So we're actually trying to marry our purpose with our legislative work and with education and legislation as well.
And Tom, from your perspective in healthcare, and we just heard about home healthcare aides, a lot of attention's been paid to hospitals being disaster ready. For example, just recently, a fairly new hospital was taken completely offline, I think in Tennessee from Helene, and then I know that from also in Helene, major facility that produces IV fluids also taken offline. So you're looking at the entire system. Can you talk a little bit about how to make the healthcare system a little bit more ready in the next 3 minutes?
Sure. Thanks for that. So, there's a couple parts to this, and I think, some of this is directly for the healthcare sector, and some of this is more general, and I think there's a lot of overlap. One is that we have to rethink of where we concentrate our resiliency resources. So, every single panelist so far has mentioned the word community. In the healthcare sector, we focus almost exclusively on hospitals, but as we know from the past 4 years, there's a lot more to health and public health and medical services than just hospitals. Most people do not get access to healthcare at hospitals. They go to their pharmacy, they go to their primary care doctor, they go to urgent care, maybe they're at a long-term care facility. And so we've really got to expand our idea of where we need to spend resiliency resources and decentralize it. We need to make this community-based and we need to make it needs-based. We call that equitable access to healthcare and equitable, health equity. In the international space, we call it a needs-based approach. It's not controversial. Where the need is greatest, that's where the most resources go. And you can't do that if you're centralizing all of these resources in one place. So I bring up the hospitals as a good example. We spend an enormous amount of public dollars, and I think rightfully so, hardening hospitals, doing a lot of drilling, doing a lot of regulatory enforcement to make sure that hospitals have generators and fuel and plans and all that. But that doesn't exist in pharmacies. That doesn't exist in federally qualified health centers and community health centers. And I'm not saying the regulation is the good part, but the funding and the resources that go and the technical expertise that go along with that attention, I think is critical. And our tendency is to, again, centralize all of that, which takes away a lot of the impact. So we see this sometimes when, again, from the public health perspective, we do community messaging, we do communications. It shouldn't be someone that looks like me with my background and my demographic going out to communities and telling them how to protect themselves from a novel virus. Pick a novel virus. This needs to be, instead of delivering a message, giving the resources so that the community can deliver the message amongst themselves. And that's universal, whether it's healthcare, whether it's finance, and my colleague here was talking about how they're everywhere. They're in every community, and that's what they leverage to do their resiliency work. More of that, please.
Where do you think, there's been an element of, certainly community, but also risk, but also partnership. Where do you think there are untapped areas of potential for partnership? I can think of a couple things, but you all are the experts. No one really wants to hear from me. So, Lamel, what are some untapped partnership opportunities for the things that you've been talking about?
Yeah, so the challenge, and it almost goes back to what as a product of a resilient, my story is one of resilience, right? Being a kid from the south side of Chicago, I think about what you said, Tom, about, the hospitals. I won't name out or call out this particular hospital, but, I grew up in the shadow of a major hospital facility. I think about Baltimore in the shadow of, right? And so while you have these institutions that sit in communities that of need and challenged communities, but somehow there's always, a gap, or we're always working to close that gap. As a kid who grew up, at 66 in Cottage Grove, this particular university, as a kid, I had no idea the resources that existed, right? I think we've done better. We're doing better in that regard, but bringing, making communities resilient, livable, walkable, playable means that all of us must come together in very unique and innovative and creative ways that we've not yet seen. And so there's a tremendous amount of opportunity yet for this type of dialogue, this type of collaboration to forge resilient communities.
Any insights from you on maybe some untapped partnerships?
I think some of the biggest challenges are solved by very diverse, multidisciplinary groups. But I think one of the first things that has to happen is strong leadership and a clear vision of the mission so that you don't end up with people putting their self-interests ahead of the overall push. And so assuming that you've got that leadership, assuming you've got a clarity of vision and you have people bought in, I think the rest just kind of comes along. But if there isn't a proper kind of structure in place to get people aligned around the outcomes, what you'll find is a lot of infighting. And so just take the space mission as an example, right? You've got medical doctors, you've got psychologists, you've got climate people, you've got engineers, you've got systems people, IT, right? They're clear in purpose, they're clear in mission, to the moon and back safely, and they can do wonderful, wonderful things. And I think it's a matter of empowerment and leadership and vision, first and foremost.
Any other thoughts around partnership?
Yeah, I would say that there are always opportunities for collaboration. I mean, just looking at the room today and experiencing the reception yesterday and being able to talk to nonprofits in the room and other companies and organizations, there were so many ideas that came to mind of like, oh, this is how we could use Climber, or this is, how we could spread the word about Climber and about all of the initiatives that we have already done. And also that's where ideas are born, essentially, right? Talking and networking, and you just talking about what you're doing and listening to what other people are doing and connecting those dots. So I think that the opportunity for collaboration is always out there, and we just need to listen. As my 2-year-old would say, turn up your listening ears all the way, and just, hear what's out there.
Tom, any thoughts on partnership?
Yes. So first and foremost, I'm a little bit biased, but the NGO sector is largely untapped. Please call your favorite NGO, figure out how you can partner with them, even if it's not, as an implementing partner. There's a lot of expertise. There's a lot of capability in the NGO sector that's untapped, and that's both at the national level, but also at the local level. There's a lot of lived experience, and again, that's kind of what I'm referring to when I'm saying I'm not a perfect messenger for all communities, because I don't have that lived experience, but I know people who do that I can route resources to. The other thing I will advocate for, and I think my colleagues here have touched on it, is understand your resources around you, both kind of tangible and intangible. A lot of communities, as we talk about communities, we're talking about giving resources and working with them. Communities are a resource of their own that again, lived experience, cultural humility, and understanding of what the actual problems are. I think that a lot of communities, one of the things that communities and individuals need to do more of is that map of resources. Who do I call when the power goes out? Who do I, as you were saying, what resources are available at the hospital? Do they have a WIC program I can tap into? Do they have recovery dollar grants that are going out from a foundation, say a Chamber of Commerce Foundation, for example? That one's for free. So again, I think there's a lot of untapped resources, but I think the first step is understanding what the resources available to you are in terms of assets and who you can call when you need them.
So we're talking about community resilience, and also I just heard a second ago about clear vision, mission. Lahia, one of the things that I was thinking about was it's really hard to get people to act maybe outside of their silo or outside of their zone of comfort, and it's not going to happen to me. We've heard about being able to, I think, as Doug said, live with the risk. How would you share how you've made community resilience a part of your organizational culture?
Yeah, thanks for that. So I would say that process-wise, right, we built a business case that highlighted two things. One, the cost to repair and maintain our network after a disaster, and the effect that the disaster had on our employees and on the communities that our employees live in. So highlighting those two things for our leadership really opened up their eyes to how building these resilient communities are so important, not just for, it is the right thing to do, but it's also because it matters to everyone around them, right? It matters to their neighbors, it matters to their employees, it matters to the business bottom line. So I think that process-wise, that's how we, got the buy-in for community resilience. And then I would also add that once we started working on Climber or on our community disaster relief projects, they started seeing that when you invest in a resilient community, it's better for everyone in the long run, not just for the business. So I would say that is how our leadership came to the realization that we do need to invest in our communities.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other perspectives on how to build a business case for community resilience that either your company currently does, or maybe just as an observation in the space?
Yeah, I would say at Edward Jones, our purpose is to partner for positive impact, to improve the lives of our clients and colleagues, and together better our communities and society. That purpose statement really guides the culture of our firm, so much so that in our efforts to make a positive difference through the work that we do, we focus on what we call the 3 purpose impact areas, including promoting healthier futures, advancing inclusive growth, and partnering for lasting strength. I think by having those pillars called out inside of the institution, that helps build a culture of associates who are focused on how they impact positively, not just our clients, but America.
I can add a little bit to that. I think one of the interesting things that we've seen over the past 10 years is that there's almost, outside of a business investing in its own resiliency, there's almost a disincentive to invest public dollars into resiliency, because when a critical piece of infrastructure goes offline, we throw money at it as a country, we throw money at it to fix it. But that same money is not leveraged at all to incentivize resiliency work. And it's much to the detriment of not only our budget, but also, if we look at where we are, let's use the IV solution plant going offline for an example. The amount of money the federal government's spending right now to mitigate the effects of that would have been really well served about 10 years ago when they were building that plant in the first place. So again, we're reliant on government who is very eager and happy, which is good, to write checks during the response period, but that public funding, that public will to invest on the forefront, that's missing, and we really need it.
Well, you just really teed up, and I mentioned the 13-to-1, ratio for, every dollar that you're investing in preparedness or resilience, you'll yield 13. So that is the preparedness payoff report that we published this summer with some help from Allstate and also with our colleagues at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce as well. Very good report when you think about what potential investments can be made for community resilience. So just a little bit of a commercial, but you really led me into that because it is a resource, and it really helps, I think, start to help answer the question of, like, how do we build a business case for resilience, right? Because you will inevitably spend more money on recovery and response than you actually do on resilience itself. We're almost out of time, and so we are all going to be making some hard decisions over the next couple of weeks. Maybe some of us already made a hard decision or two, but really when you're thinking about the trade-offs of where you want to put your money, your time, your effort in building community resilience or organizational resilience, just want to ask each of you as we start to close, what should be the priorities for building community resilience over the next couple of years? We're a couple months away from 2025. This is a leap year. We've got maybe one extra day to think about resilience this year. But really, as we wind this up, what really should some priorities be for building community resilience? I'll turn to you first, sir.
So can I go throw a little curveball?
Sure.
And I'm not kissing up to the moderator, but I was sharing with a friend of mine your title, the fact that this organization actually has a vice president of resilience. She's a high-powered PR person in New York, could not believe it. And so it's that kind of innovation, that kind of effort that we also need to focus on. And again, I commend the organization, and I challenge mine and other organizations to have that kind of focus as well on the issue. Now, what was your question again?
Well, I never really heard about that, but what are some of the key priorities for building community resilience as we look at the horizon? So, is it, Tom was talking about federal dollars, private sector dollars, we're talking about partnerships, we're talking about living with risk. It's probably an answer of all of the above, but specifically from your perspective.
I'll stay in our lane. For us as a firm, and I think what leads to community resilience, one aspect of it is education, and for us specifically, financial literacy and bringing financial resources to challenged communities.
Doug?
As an engineer, I like engineering and science, but Charles Darwin, I think, had it right when he talked about survival of the fittest, but I think we've messed up our understanding of fittest to mean strongest, and it doesn't mean strongest. It actually means most suitable to their environment. And our environment is changing, and our environment is constantly changing. And if we pretend that it's not, and we don't change the way we behave, we're quickly, I think, going to find ourselves in trouble as a species. And I really think that we need to invest in this adaptive capacity building, making it easier to change, making it more comfortable to change, predicting the changes to the degree that we can, telegraphing where we should be going. Because without that ability to adapt, I think we're going to be in a lot of trouble. And so if I had to pick one thing, and there are many, I think I would pick investments in adaptive capacity.
Thanks.
Yeah, I would say that a lot has been said throughout this panel. I think that enhancing public and private infrastructure, as you were talking about earlier is definitely key for this transition period into 2025 and beyond. Expanding grants to provide local governments the ability to train and how to use this data, right? And then just partnerships, right? Partnerships and collaboration. But if I had to sum it up in one line, I would say, if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. So if you can take one thing away from today, from my speaking portion, I think it should be that. So please plan for this transition period and plan for the natural disasters ahead of us.
What they said. You know, the increased public spending and attention on this is absolutely critical, especially from the public health perspective. Right now, not that anybody should know this unless you're in the healthcare industry, but the major bill that funds all of our public health preparedness has not made it out of committee yet, and it expired. So it's kind of a terrifying time. I will say, in the absence of that, the partnerships is everything. I think building a bigger table for collaboration and coordination with non-traditional partners. And that's the key part. We've got all these relationships and we're very set in our ways and it's great and it's working, but we're not thinking about what is going to happen next and what we're going to need in that eventuality. I'll give you an example. When Mpox came to the US, one of my first phone calls was to the drag queen community in DC. What better messengers, you know, for a community that is vulnerable, distrustful of government intervention? That's a very untraditional partnership, but it works. And so I think we've got to think through this. We've got to put new glasses on and look at the old problems in a new way. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe it's because of your comments, or maybe it's because Thanksgiving's in a couple weeks, but you know, there's always more room around the table, right? You have to think about, you know, expanding beyond the stakeholders that you normally work with, because chances are they're probably going through something that they're not even sharing with you because you haven't actually talked with them yet. So thanks all of you for your time, your perspective, your partnership and collaboration, not just on this panel, but all the time. If you want to see a replay of this, it'll be on YouTube here in the next day or so. And we will now go into break. So thanks very much and hurry back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Beth.
Yeah, thank you.
Take a break and enjoy some networking time. We'll resume our program shortly.
Pop out.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that everyone ran out to get some caffeine, but if you could grab your seats, and we'll also clear the back room. We'd like to get started on this conversation, and I'm really looking forward to this particular conversation because I'm sitting with three people who have made a tremendous impact on not just their company, but the way their company shows up in communities. What we have is, starting on the far side, we have Balaji Ganapathy. Balaji is the Chief Social Responsibility Officer globally for Tata Consultancy Services, or TCS. Next to him is Randy Bumps. Randy's the Vice President of Global Affairs and Public Relations for RTX. And next to me is Madge Thomas, who's the President of the American Express Foundation and also Head of Corporate Sustainability at American Express. So I've known all three of them for many years, in some cases before they even had the current jobs that they have now. And I thought maybe we'd start there. We'd start with the journey of how you got to where you are in the company, because in some cases, they went from a nonprofit to a company. In some cases, they went from government to the company. In some cases, they've been at the company for many years. So if you just maybe talk about the individual journey and how you got to where you are, but also let's weave in kind of your company's journey, because I think when I started here over 11 years ago, your companies weren't doing what you're doing now, but you're doing so much more and having so much of a bigger impact. And so we'd like to learn a little bit about how the company has evolved as well under your leadership. So with that, Balaji, why don't we start with you and we'll work our way this way.
Oh, thanks, Mark, and it's great to be among a room of friendlies. I would say, the journey has not been a typical one. For me personally, I was an engineer, then an entrepreneur. I started as a workforce leader within TCS 20 years ago, and then worked my way through our innovation and research teams, then in the business side, and then leading the community efforts. So for the past 5 years, I've had the privilege of leading our global social impact efforts. And I mean, it's been a very rewarding journey, but also the learning curve has always been steep. So when I think about the journey of TCS, yeah, we founded with purpose, being part of the Tata Group of companies. But when I look at what does that mean in the context of today, as an organization, we are creating solutions for customers worldwide using knowledge and innovation, right? So how does that translate into the social impact context is the question I've always pondered and asked myself. And what we have put together over the last 5 years is a purpose ecosystem where we put, our customer is people and communities. We are here because we want to serve them. And we play at the intersection of where the needs are high, the resources are low, and we as an organization can make a difference. So everything that we have done to bring the company around that mission and our larger set of goals has been centered around that. So I've had the privilege of building a 200-member social impact team over the last 5 years. Yes, it sounds big, but so are the bold and audacious goals that we are setting out to achieve over the next 5 years. And within that team, people who are closest to communities help us understand what are the needs of the communities. We have program teams that are looking at how do you bring the innovation and knowledge from different sectors to come up with programs that can be long-lasting. If you look at our signature programs, they are at least 15, 20 years old in each of those cases. Then we look at how do you integrate employees into this. So it's not employee engagement and volunteerism per se, which has its space, but purposeful service. How do you make them part of this solution that you're building at scale? How do you bring in technology and know-how? How do you get your business units involved? How do you get your customers involved and your cross-sector partners involved? So I'll end by saying that we are in that journey. I spoke about the 200-member team, but what really makes it come to life is the 200,000 employees who are volunteering each year. What brings it to life is about 156 of our business units that are involved in our efforts, 650 of our 2,000 customers who are working with us on various projects worldwide, and most importantly, about 15,000 of leaders like you around the world. people of all kinds in this room who are helping come up with insights that can help us move the needle together.
And what a journey it's been. I mean, congratulations again on winning the Best Corporate Steward yesterday. And our independent panel of judges recognized the from to, I think, with TCS and all the progress you've made and the impact that you've had in these communities. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Randy, not just one company, but there were 4 companies, and now they're kind of one company. So we'd love to hear about how that works too.
Thanks, Mark, and good afternoon, everyone. It really is a pleasure to be back at Business Solves. It seems like this comes around more than once a year, and I'm glad to see so many people that we've worked with over many years to build our social impact strategy at RTX. My own personal journey is not all that exciting in the context of the company's journey. The first half of my career was spent largely in political work, and then I moved into global communications consultancies, and then that led me to corporate America, working inside the company. At the time, United Technologies, and so that was about 12 or 13 years ago. And that was a diversified industrial company made up of 4 separate business units, 2 related to commercial aerospace and 2 others entirely unrelated. One is Otis Elevators, the other was Carrier HVAC equipment. And then in 2020, the company that was United Technologies, where I was leading the social impact team, merged with Raytheon. Most of you know Raytheon to be a defense firm. And that was in April of 2020, so the most poorly timed merger probably in the history of the world. But it gave us great opportunity, really, to think about what our social impact strategy was going to be going forward. Each of these companies had almost a century's worth of legacy. Each of them had very mature social impact strategies. They had small CSR teams, not nearly 200 folks. But in any case, what that meant for us was that we were this massive startup, and we needed to reimagine what that portfolio looked like. And in order to do that, we stepped back, and we looked at this as maybe once-in-a-career type of opportunity. Decided how to reconcile or rationalize those 2 legacy portfolios, built all sorts of internal scorecards and all kinds of different ways of judging what influence or impact we could have through our nonprofit partnerships. We did a lot of listening to our senior leadership teams, and then we worked really hard to ensure that the result was something that would engage our employees, because more than anything else, we were coming together in a time when people were separated physically and needing to build something that was unique to this company, something that would differentiate RTX from the 2 legacy companies. And so at the end of the day, we really understood or felt as though employee engagement was going to be the key to our future success. So after about 10 or 12 months, we then announced a 10-year, $500 million commitment to corporate social responsibility that was really, the foundation rested in this new strategy. And I hope we get a chance as we talk a little bit more about the strategy, where we landed and how we focus.
And Madge?
Sure. Yeah. So I think I'm the non-traditional version here, where I often describe myself as a recovering lawyer. So I started my career in Australia in private practice, but very quickly moved into pro bono, working with Indigenous communities. And I think what that taught me was not just interpreting rules and regulations, but finding the gray area and the nuance. And I think it's that problem-solving aspect that I've always loved, thinking about complex challenges and coming up with tangible, bite-sized and aligned solutions, and that really took me into government and into our State Department in Australia, and then I came to the US about 10 years ago and joined the nonprofit sector. So I worked with Global Citizen and then went into the UN with UNICEF, and there I got to weave together these amazing partnerships between nonprofits and businesses around how you could address wicked global problems through the power of business, whether it was their employees, their marketing and spend and capital, and their philanthropy. And I say those 3 things because it was really the 3 components that we were thinking about. And so 2020, also a key moment for me, was when I joined American Express, and I got the call during the pandemic when I think we, like many companies, were grappling with how we showed up in the world. A 175-year legacy company thinking about how it was going to respond to the unique challenges of our time. And again, coming back to what I love about this job, it was an opportunity for me to really peel back all the layers and to exactly what you said, really think about, you know, what it was that made us uniquely able to make an impact in the spaces that we focus on, what our stakeholders thought about. And I also wear a second hat as our head of corporate sustainability, so I got to also usher in our ESG strategy at the time, and really marry that with what we were going to do on a philanthropic side. And through that, we identified 3 new areas of focus: backing equal futures, backing financial confidence, including all of our small business work, which I'm really excited to talk about, and backing low carbon communities, which really focuses on a lot of our employee engagement efforts. And all of that has sort of culminated. We just announced in our recent ESG report that we're making a commitment of investing $100 million over 5 years in small businesses. And that came through this idea of a strategy that really aligned with who we are, who we've always been as a company that backs small businesses around the country and around the world. And so I think that wouldn't have been possible without that strategic shift. And I think we've talked about names a little bit, but I think so much has changed in the world, including what we call the work that we do. It's moved from, you know, CSR to ESG. Now we're somewhere in the middle and maybe not going back. But I think the core of what has changed substantially, and you've heard us all talk about it, is really that alignment with your business and its people.
So let's dig into that piece, right? When you talk about the alignment with what you're doing in your business and the strategy that leads you to what kind of programs that you deploy and support. So Randy, can you walk us through a little bit how RTX has done that and really taken a step back, like you said, and examined how you want to show up in communities and kind of where your superpowers are really being deployed?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I described coming into this new company with my origin starting on one side of that, right? One of those entities. And we had a strategy, of course, but it was pretty complicated. I'm not sure it was easy for anyone in the business to understand. It was a mix of investments. Some of them focused on STEM, some of them focused on sustainability, and then a bunch focused on whatever someone's priorities were in the business. And so we really doubled down, looking at this as an opportunity for change, and settled on 3 key focus areas. One was STEM education, one was military and veterans, or 50% of our business is defense, and then an area that we focused on, which were the local communities where we operated, where we had a physical presence, where our employees lived and worked. That one solved itself pretty quickly in the midst of the pandemic. We focused on food insecurity, and we've stayed largely in that space since, understanding that if folks are not food secure, it makes success in the other 2 areas almost impossible. Whether you're defending a nation or whether you're trying to succeed in a professional realm like STEM, if you can't feed your family and you're food insecure, you're likely to be unsuccessful in those other areas. I want to focus on STEM just for a second, though, because at the core of our business is innovation and engineering. We have 60,000 engineers across RTX. And so our STEM pipeline is critically important to the future success of the business. And one thing that my colleague, Christy Becerra, who's here in the audience and who's devoted her time at our company to addressing, is how we continue to build that STEM pipeline, but do it in a really intentional way. We look at underserved communities and underrepresented populations and think about what it is in those places that we have to do in order to ensure that that pipeline is sufficiently robust 10, 15, and 20 years from now. That's a difficult case to make to senior leaders in the company, right? They're looking for engineers to come into the workforce today. These look like long investments. But what we know is that we begin to increase interest among students for STEM in elementary and middle school. We know that by the time students get to high school, we've lost many of the female students who've decided against pursuing STEM. And then we know that even those students making the transition from college, we lose more out of that funnel once they move into post-secondary education. And so our strategy after the merger of these two companies became increasingly focused on where are our key geographies, where are the places where we need these STEM professionals 10, 15 years from now. How do we build programs in those communities that are directly targeted at underrepresented populations who are unlikely to enter STEM careers at any point, absent some intervention? And then how do we stay connected with those students all the way across their educational journey? That meant putting together partnerships with nonprofits that would work with each other, not just partnerships with, in our case, First Robotics or Boys and Girls Clubs or NAF, but imagining an ecosystem where those partnerships would work with each other to sustain a student's educational journey all the way through their schooling. And then internally, we've spent a lot of time marketing this strategy to our internal stakeholders. Our global government relations team has needed to help us on the ground, pull these programs off. Our HR team has needed to agree to pull these students into a talent pipeline much earlier than they consider themselves applicants for programs. So it's a constant refinement, really, of this strategy, but we've decided to become almost single-minded about the way that we do this work, and less, I was saying before, it's really about discipline. It's about having the discipline to stay the course, to really get into deep partnership with our nonprofit partners, and to do our best to close out the one-off expeditions that sometimes stakeholders in the company want us to pursue.
Yeah, and so Madge, on that note, strategy, I mean, one of the things that American Express has done so well is to support small businesses. How do you tie that back to tie it into the business with the philanthropy? And what does that look like in the boardroom or in the conference room as you're making these strategic decisions? How do you come to, how do you do the programming?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think that internal buy-in is so key to that, right? And it's much easier when it is something that is inherent to the company and has been for a long time. I think small business has been something that's in our DNA and has been for a long time. This is the 15th year of Small Business Saturday this year. So, it's something that we have been championing as a company, which means the entry point to the conversation in the boardroom when you're weaving out a new strategy around investing $100 million of your philanthropic dollars. And I have to remind my team about this the whole time. It's the company's money, effectively, right? So how are we really thinking about how we can use the company's money to advance communities? It's much easier when it is already aligned with what you do as a business, and then what you can address from a philanthropic side is how you can uniquely do that in a way with nonprofit partners that are deeply interwoven into the communities to drive community impact. And one of the ways that we've done that is really think about two things. One is how small businesses and small business owners are actually at the center of their communities. When a small business is vibrant and succeeds, the community around them does as well, and outcomes are better overall. The second is when a small business is in trouble or is hit by impacts like a natural disaster like COVID, the entire community around them suffers because they are the fabric that weaves it together. And I think those two things in tandem were why we launched this new strategy to help small businesses build sustainably and build resilience, grow in a sustainable way to be competitive in the future. And the last one is recovering stronger. And one of the stats that we talk about a lot, Mark, is how 1 in 4 small businesses never reopen their doors after a natural disaster. And when you think about the world we're in right now, and these businesses being hit over and over again, we've just seen it in the last month, right? 2 hurricanes back to back that have decimated businesses around just this country. You think about the ripple effects that has, and the community members that rely on the essential services of those small businesses, and the fact that those owners are individuals themselves, and those funds are actually often blended with their personal funding, and they're keeping their families afloat. And so I'm really proud of the program that we launched with the Chamber, which is really a flex fund in the wake of disasters to help small businesses recover. And we rolled it out for Maui after the wildfires last year. I had the great privilege of going with the Chamber to meet some of the small businesses that we had supported in the wake of the fires about a year later. And what we heard from all of them was, A, what a relief it was to get a cash grant in the wake of that, because this was not a time when they wanted to go into more debt and take on, more debt. And the second was how much they wanted the community around them to come back, how much they wanted visitors to come back, because that's what kept them afloat, both as small businesses and as individuals. So I'm really proud of the fact that we build both those things in line with our business.
Yeah, no, we really believe here at the Chamber Foundation that community's not recovering until there's a resumption of commerce and stop, right? And the programs that we were able to put together to help those small businesses be part of the community fabric again is really important, and we see it time and time again. Balaji, TCS's strategy and how you've kind of moved it forward, and what programs that you choose to invest in. Walk us through that a little bit.
Two things I want to start off with, everybody to understand. I didn't start with a 200-member team. I started as a single person 15 years ago. So it is a journey. The second is we have to learn how to say no. I think it's one thing you want to take away from this panel. It is the ability to say no, knowing that you cannot solve everything for everyone and be everything for every problem out there in the world. So I think bringing that sort of discipline by understanding the need, the gaps, and the strengths that you have, that's where you keep going back. So for us, 5 years ago, we were doing about 150 different things around the world. Is that okay? What do we have to show for it in terms of impact? There is a lot of reach, but what are those outcomes? What are those impacts that are long-lasting? There are very little to show for. So it was about, first of all, looking at the portfolio and saying, how do we look at prioritizing what are the strategic themes we should be looking at over the next 10-year period? What are the focus areas within that we should deeply immerse ourselves in? And the programs that can activate and bring that to life. So we cut everything down to look at only 4 or 5 things that we're going to do going forward for 80% of our time and resources. And the rest 20%, there is still room for things to happen, which could be episodic or need-based, right? So you cannot predict how many hurricanes are going to hit in a year, but you can set aside some funding as well as some resources against that. So then looking at the core areas, for us, core strengths, enabling livelihood through literacy, K-12 education, skilling for employment, digital entrepreneurship, and inclusion. These are core areas for us to double down on, while working on areas like healthcare and water and sanitation and access, because they're intersectional, right? So I can talk about all of those, but one thing I want to share with you, which has had a tremendous impact in a strategic manner, is we as a technology organization are supporting customers around the world. In fact, I don't know if you know, but TCS runs the largest core banking service in the world. We run the largest social protection schemes for governments in the world. We run the largest insurance, common insurance schemes in the world, right? Providing access to that as a B2B provider, right? Enabling other organizations to do that. But when we looked at, for example, take a country like India, where 1 billion people are still in rural communities, and about 300 million of them do not get the social protection benefits trickle down to them. So we said, how do we use that as the place where we can have the maximum impact, leveraging technology, innovation, and the power of partnerships? So we build a model where we put together a dual goal. How do you identify women and marginalized people in those communities who would be able to set up their own enterprises and create economic opportunities as a result of that? That's something that we have a sweet spot in. On the other hand, how can they be the bridge to solve the last mile gap for those very same services that the community is missing? And I'm glad to share that over the last 10 years, we have had great proof points. Over the last 5 years, we scaled up those pilots. And just this past year, we have doubled down on that program, and it is running in about 7,000 villages, serving about 1 million people in 300,000 households across India, right? So that model is potent and can be taken anywhere to the world.
That's a pretty big pilot, right?
And it is aligned to your core strengths too.
Yeah.
It is success for the very same people we are trying to serve, but in a manner where even if we step back over a period of time, it's an economic inclusion model that is going to sustain, because services are always going to grow and digital is always going to provide the access, and the last mile gaps are, even if it gets better, going to persist. So that's the learning, both in terms of strategy and prioritization of programs and how you can grow impact by scaling down and scaling up.
And Madge, when you look to the future, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, like where do you see American Express and making these investments and acquiring these partnerships? Is it going to be what you're doing today, or is it going to be something brand new?
I think the benefit of a really good strategy is it should be pretty future-proof, right? If it is truly core to your business, obviously it will evolve if your business evolves, but there's some things like small business that I think will be a core part of our strategy go forward. And if I look to the future, right, I'm going to just talk about tomorrow, but I think you'll see more of what we're doing, and we have something exciting to share then that is building on what we are learning through these programs. I think that's the other thing, right? We can pilot so much, but it's also iterating and evolving the programs as we learn. We've done that with our Leadership Academy and scaled that up, but also scaled that down, to your point, to focus it from 73 different programs around the world to 3. And so I think it's really achieving that kind of scale of impact and ambition aligned with your strategy. And then I liked your point about the 80 to 20, having some flexibility and adaptability, that if the world goes haywire, as it has a little bit over the last couple of years, that you can also deploy the toolkit and the learnings of what you have and adapt it and apply it to different situations.
Yeah.
So that's what's coming for us.
And Randy, at RTX, I mean, how do you all look at the future?
No, I love this idea that the strategy should be stable. The idea that a strategy is broad enough so that it outlives any one of us in our roles in these companies. And I think that STEM for us is that stability. 5 years from now, the success to me looks like at scale, not 1 off, 2 off, 3 off, former students who've been in these STEM programs in our workforce, but it looks like bringing those students at scale into our company, allowing them to repay or pay that forward to the next generation of STEM innovators through their own mentorship, through their own community leadership, and to play a meaningful role in our business. And it'll be 2030 or 2031 when it's timely for us to make our next decade or 2 decades worth of commitment. And I want to be able to have hard data from the programs that we are running today, that we're working hard to measure, that demonstrates our impact on that STEM career pipeline, whether it's for our benefit or for the benefit of any other company with STEM careers.
And Balaji, you heard me say this earlier with the panel from the morning, but if there's one thing that you wanted the audience to remember about TCS, and it's kind of what you've learned over the years you've been there, what do you want them to walk back to their organizations and say, I learned this from TCS today?
Wow. No pressure. I think, yes, I'll end with that. But a quick thing is data has to be your best friend, right? And not just data that suits us in making the case, but real data that shows to those whom you are putting your programs and your pitch to, whether it is boards or CEOs or CXOs or your advisory committees, that's very, very key. So our long-term strategy when we are developed for each of our areas, we have said, okay, over the next 5 years, how can we enable livelihood through digital literacy for 100 million people? How can we create access to 21st century skills for 50 million students? How can we enable 10 million people to enter into jobs in the new economy? How can we enable those 1 million entrepreneurs who can serve 1 billion people potentially in the next 5 years? So those are tangible reach goals, but you need to have evidence and latency to say that some of it is going to succeed and we are not going to do any of this alone. This has to be done at scale with government, with the right governance from multilateral organizations, with the right kind of patient capital with other philanthropies, and the long-term need to be done at a grassroots level with community organizations. So if there is one thing I want to leave you all with, yesterday I said, lean in, don't tap out. I'm going to leave you with this phrase. I think today is the day of threes, right? So the three phases is good intentions, good actions, good outcomes. We all have good intentions. Have the perseverance to move it from good intentions to good actions. Make it measurable. And then have the resilience to stay the course till your good actions lead to good outcomes.
Yeah, Randy, how about your one thing?
Hard for me to improve on that. That's pretty compelling. You know, I mentioned that the first part of my career was in government and politics, and there was a saying, never waste a good crisis. I've translated that for this role, and it's really never lose an opportunity to achieve the change that you're trying to make in your company. Every company in this room is, or each one of you represents a company, no matter the size, that has leadership changes, that has mergers, acquisitions, divestitures, changes in your business lines. Every single one of those opportunities is an opportunity for you to go to your leadership and present new thinking on how your strategy can evolve. And in some cases, you get that once in a career opportunity like we had at RTX.
Madge, you get the last word.
Sure. I'm going to choose 3 words, but 2 of them are connected. I'd say prevention over response. I think sometimes it's very easy for companies to be reactive. And I think, again, coming back to having a good offense is your best defense, you need to really think about what could happen and what you're trying to achieve, to your point, but come back to how do you prevent those things from happening in the first place? How do you build a pipeline of success before that? And then the last thing I'll say is it's partnership. So in the work that we do, you know, we're not the ones administering and running the programs on the ground. So you really have to be thoughtful and choose nonprofit partners, and those are both internally and externally, and work with aligned companies as well. None of us are going to solve any of these issues alone. So I think partnerships are going to be key to achieving the outcomes and the scale that we're all looking for.
Well said. Madge, Randy, Balaji, thank you.
Thank you.
Give them all a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. What a terrific lineup of panels and speakers we've had today and yesterday. Thank you again for being here at today's Business Solves. We want to continue the momentum here this afternoon with our next session, Cleaning and Greening Our Communities. I'm Peter Fadul. I'm Director of Environmental Affairs and Sustainability here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I also had the pleasure of working on the foundation side for several years before moving over to the Chamber, so I'm very pleased to see many familiar faces here in the crowd and rejoin my colleagues. I'm also very excited to be up here with our fantastic speakers. Jenny Lawson here to my right is the President and CEO of Keep America Beautiful, a position she's been in since 2022. Keep America Beautiful has essentially become a household name in the U.S. from your work in community improvement and reducing waste in regions across the U.S. I think it was founded in 1953, so clearly a storied organization, but I don't know if everyone grasps the full breadth of what Keep America Beautiful actually does and the ubiquity of their work. So all the different ways in which you're engaging with communities around the country to eliminate waste and advance the circular economy. I know we're all really looking forward to hearing more about that. I'm also joined by Jorrit Vervoedeldonk, who's the lead for the Cities and Regions team at Metabolic, which is a circular economy consultancy that has been doing incredible work with cities across the US and globally, both from a technical standpoint, with waste analyses, et cetera, but also a stakeholder engagement standpoint, working with cities and businesses. They're also a longtime technical partners of ours for our Beyond 34 initiative, which you'll hear more about today. But to gather insights from kind of on the ground that help communities and businesses reduce waste in the environment, I couldn't think of a better team up here. So thank you both so much for joining us. In today's session, what we want to accomplish is focusing on kind of innovative strategies wherein business, governments, and nonprofits are collaborating to make lasting sustainability impact in our communities. It's our hope that you'll come out of this session inspired with ideas and best practices that you can take back to your companies, your organizations, your cities, and accelerate the U.S.'s transition to a circular economy, where waste and the very concept of waste are inverted and instead turned back into valuable inputs in a thriving economy through things like reuse, recycling, remanufacturing, circular business models, and take back, and the like. So I wanted to give a bit of context on our Beyond 34 program. Much of what Yorit will speak to is centered around that. It was really aimed at advancing the circular economy in cities across the U.S. by providing a sort of scalable model to identify and implement high-impact waste projects in cities across the country. The model centers around public-private partnerships where we coalesce local governments, regional businesses, and community organizations in a given city or town to perform a robust technical analysis and stakeholder engagement plan around waste needs in the region. So through this process, we discern kind of high-impact projects that are centered around reducing waste in several different sectors, from plastics to organic waste, e-waste, to even construction and building materials, and kind of set the community on the path of implementing those projects. We began the program in 2018 by partnering with Orlando, Florida, and have been very fortunate to continue its success over the past several years with Cincinnati, Ohio, Austin, Texas, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Atlanta, Georgia. And I know there's a lot of overlap with Keep America Beautiful's work there as well. So a core aspect of Beyond 34 is leveraging the private sector's expertise and capabilities in helping cities achieve and design their circular economy plans. We've been fortunate to work with countless businesses, and I would chew up all of our time by trying to list them all here, but I did want to give a special shout out to Walmart.org, who was our founding partner for Beyond 34 and has been a steadfast ally in advancing these issues. Without them, Beyond 34 would not have been possible. So the time for the Foundation's active involvement in Beyond 34 is coming to a close after about 6 to 7 years of work. But through these past several years of working with regions and businesses, we know the work to advance circularity, which will continue to be led by groups like Metabolic, like Keep America Beautiful, and like many of the companies and organizations represented here today, is not going to stop. In fact, it's accelerating. So to close out the program, we've gathered insights from the regions that we've worked in, as well as visiting new cities that have the potential to implement similar plans to gather these insights and best practices to improve this type of work moving forward. In a moment, Yorit will share some of the key findings of this report in anticipation for its release this next month in November, and we hope that stakeholders here and across the U.S. will benefit from the learnings and continue to take the work forward. All the while, Keep America Beautiful has, again, been doing incredible work in this sector for the past 70 years and has a vast well of experience and insights to draw from. So in fact, we worked with Keep Orlando Beautiful around Beyond 34's inception in Orlando, Florida. And staying on Keep America Beautiful, that kind of leads me into my questions for today for our terrific panelists. Jenny, as I've hinted at, Keep America Beautiful has a vast kind of national network. It touches government, other nonprofits, the business sectors. Could you please go a bit more in depth and explain Keep America Beautiful's mission, focus areas, and your general work in communities across the country?
So great to see everyone, and thank you. We should have a publicist like this go with us everywhere. So Keep America Beautiful is a 71-year-old organization focused on inspiring and educating people to take action in their community around clean, green, and beautifying their communities. And we do this in two ways. The iconic advertising that everyone remembers, whether it was the Crying Indian, and I was in a cab yesterday, and it comes up all the time, at least once a week. Give a Hoot, Don't Pollute, and Woody the Woodpecker, and Lassie, and this iconic advertising that really set the stage for what modern marketing and communications around the environment could and should look like. But what really happens at Keep America Beautiful, and what we learned from that iconic advertising, is it doesn't do any good to get people excited to do something if they have nowhere to go. And so we have a network of 750 affiliates across the United States that are boots on the ground, local organizations that deliver opportunities for you to engage your employees, for community members to find their passion and engage directly in environmental change in their community. I was at a Plastics Council meeting at WWF last year, and somebody said, you know, the way that people come to the environment is through trees and litter. I'm like, wait, we're the trees and litter people. So we are the front door to environmental engagement for much of the United States, and are really pleased to play that role. I think relevant to this conversation is we do that through these affiliates, but they're not all 501c3s. There's a hybrid. There are 501c3s, very small volunteer-run organizations. We also have affiliates that are hybrids. They live inside of government, but they have fundraising and volunteering engagement capacity, all the way up to sitting inside of government like we do in cities like Atlanta and Phoenix. And I think we'll hear more about those in our conversation today.
Thanks so much, Jenny. Really resonates what you said about kind of bringing the high-level messaging to having an avenue to actually engage on it. And it's really heartening to hear how Keep America Beautiful has kind of evolved over the years to implement that strategy. Jorrit, I'm going to turn to you. I briefly mentioned the Beyond 34 program. Could you tell our audience kind of a little bit about our findings from our latest report and kind of where we've been and the insights we've gleaned?
Sure, and it's great to be here. Thanks, Peter, for the great introduction. I actually have a couple of slides to quickly go through, so I think this should work. So the Beyond 34 program has really been active in these past 5 regions over the past 5 years. As Peter said, as Metabolic, we have been part of the last 3 regions. Let's see if this works. Yeah, there we go. Thanks. Working with them in public-private collaborations and partnerships to implement these high-impact waste solutions. I do think it's important to frame the project and the Beyond 44 project a little bit. As we all know, that the Earth has very limited resources, and at the moment this unmanaged waste incurs high costs for businesses across the US, and it also creates high environmental impacts. And really transitioning to the circular economy can unlock the value that's kind of like trapped inside these materials, and promote sustainability, as well as create a lot of local jobs in these sectors. So it's really about transitioning from this linear economy where we take our resources, make beautiful things from it, but then mostly dispose of them in landfills, or sometimes we incinerate them to get some energy back from it. But then changing to the circular economy, which is really about going beyond zero waste to reusing and repurposing materials at a continuous cycle, is what the circular economy is about. So it's much more than recycling and the end of the value chain. During the Beyond 44 program, we've used this 7-pillar approach to the circular economy, which not only looks at materials, but also makes sure that we assess trade-offs to other aspects. So for example, energy. If we recycle, but it takes a lot of energy, is it worth recycling? But also, if we implement these projects in our city, are we making sure we're also taking biodiversity, water, social aspects, jobs, etc. into account to really try and create holistic solutions? As Peter said, as the project draws to a close, we've had a bit of a go around to all the Beyond 34 regions and some other cities that are front runners in the US and asked for their reflections and lessons learned. I've summarized them in 4 key lessons, which seems to be a mistake as everything goes in freeze today, but I'll do all 4 anyway. I think what everybody recognized was the power of public-private partnerships. They're essential for securing the funding needed to scale up circular activities. The circular economy is at the start of this transition, and it really helps in having these partnerships between government, business, NGO, community organizations to deliver the value that we just talked about and also to scale it up. I think a great example is the circular plastics microfactory in Phoenix that's in the process of getting realized now, which is a partnership between Arizona State University, City of Phoenix, Goodwill, Hustle PHX, and there's countless other examples. I'll give some more later. Another key lesson is, can we reclaim city space for circularity? There's a lot of underutilized spaces in and around our cities. It can be in city centers, but also industrialized areas. And they can create affordable locations for businesses while contributing to urban regeneration. Atlanta's Life Cycle Building Center is a great example. We've been active since 2011, I believe. They're housed in a historic industrial space, and they have diverted over 11 million pounds of building waste from landfill over the last years. And I think they've provided over $5 million worth of building materials for free or discounted prices to the community. The third lesson is really about fostering these collaborative networks. Connecting various stakeholders is essential, and I think there, what we've seen working with these cities in the US, they play a really key role in convening different stakeholders. As Peter mentioned, Cincinnati has been one of the first regions at Beyond 34. During this process, we've gathered stakeholders, local champions as we like to call them, around a composting facility project. And now they're actually trying to implement them in several locations around the city, partnering with private partners and NGOs. And I think the last one is really engaging communities for success. The circular economy is also about a mind shift, right? Like, we have to move away from kind of like just using materials as we get to them because they're cheap, because we don't think about the value that's in them. And raising awareness in communities, for example, through Austin's Fix-It clinics, they provide residents not only with the opportunity to keep their materials in play, but also changing the mind shift slowly, so people value the materials in our society and we can move towards this circular economy.
Thanks so much, Jorrit. A lot of great insights and progress from our work together, and again, we look forward to sharing more of that in our report and sharing that with you all. Jenny, I wanted to turn back to you, considering those regions that we've worked in, and additionally geographies outside of that. What resonates about that, about the Beyond 34 program with you? Can you share any other regional experiences that kind of complement those learnings?
Sure. So the idea that the structure of public-private partnerships, what's good for business, good for the community, good for employees, good for the environment, the coalescing of those aspects are essential to success of a circular economy, of moving to more sustainability, I think is the premise of Keep America Beautiful from the beginning. Working at a different scale, certainly, but this idea, our sort of theory of change is that you gather data and information and you gather stakeholders. Those are the first 2 things you do when you approach an initiative. And you get feedback and engagement from the stakeholders, and actually we work on what the stakeholders tell us need to be done in communities, right? That's how you identify projects, programs, and initiatives. Then together, not at, but with, you develop projects and programs and test them and pilot them and engage and learn and collect the data, and then you repeat it all again, right? That's the cycle of change. And I think we are working in partnership, I saw Niagara Cares up on one of the billboards with Niagara Cares right now in Austin on a recycling education program designed because the research and the community told us we've got 2 MRFs in Austin and flat or falling recycling rates. So how can that be, right? The whole thing was if there are more MRFs, there should be more recycling. What's happening? And so we are breaking down, working with the MRF, breaking down in the challenges and what specific neighborhoods. iHeartMedia is also helping us geofence and track and market and communicate and educate in a highly sophisticated way, messaging around improved recycling. And so we're testing what that opportunity is. So this complements what's happening at the city level by providing the public-private partnership resources that really can make change happen.
It's great. And I think the phrase you used, not at, but with, leads me perfectly into the next question. I know a central tenet of both of your organizations is kind of working with communities on a tailored approach. So each organization takes the time to understand and define strategies in each region based on their needs, where they've come from, where they're trying to head towards. So I'd like for both of you to kind of just speak further on this process. What are the best practices in stakeholder engagement and strategy development? How do you get that buy-in and sustain that buy-in? And how do you kind of keep the momentum when these projects like the materials recovery facilities or MRFs that Jenny mentioned are often like very long-term and sometimes arduous processes? How do you kind of sustain the momentum to help see results there? Yeah. And maybe we can start with Jorrit first and then move over to Jenny.
Yeah, of course. I think a key part of the Beyond 44 program and its success was creating that local champions group. I think so in every city we worked, Peter, it was the first thing we did. I think even though a lot of people don't call it that, in every city across the world, people have been working in the circular economy for decades. So really rounding up that group that really wants to work on it, if it's a small scale or large scale, is I think is key, and trying to get together along a shared goal and purpose. I think at Metabolic we're very good at doing this thorough analysis to know where you're at. So this is this material flow analysis or waste analysis where we basically map all the materials that go into different sectors into a city, and then how they're processed, what the environmental impact is, but also what the lost value is in these materials, right? And by having this science-based, data-driven current state analysis, you can then start the conversation, right? If you then have kind of like the scale of underutilized waste streams, for example, you can say, hey, maybe this is enough for me to start a business case. And that's often a problem, that you don't know how much of a certain waste stream there is. Hence, it's hard to know if the investment is worth it, and then you don't get there. So I think that's very handy, and it can also help businesses in applying for federal funding, for example, when you have that kind of like bigger picture of, hey, this waste stream is X% of the total waste in my city, and by starting this business, we can help X amount of environmental impact and climate impact. And maybe one last thing I would say is that for keeping momentum, we've seen that building innovation hubs really help. To having a physical location, it can be these underutilized spaces or industrial spaces, to get together, right? Like circular economy sometimes starts with very low-tech business cases or activities, and then it can scale up. We've worked a lot with Charlotte, which is one of the first cities in the US that has adopted a circular economy strategy. And they have the Innovation Barn, which I think is a very successful example where they showcase circular closed-loop systems from waste cycling to aquaponics, but it's also just a place where business can get together and actually have a physical space to share their challenges and work on these projects together.
Yeah. I think lessons learned from us is being present and staying present is essential, right? So this idea of creating sustained engagement from the community, not with a 3-year grant or a 6-year grant, but You know, some of our affiliates have been doing this for 50 years or more. And so they have the relationships and the experience of understanding the environment, but also the politics of communities that is really essential, I think, to make new strategies for the circular economy really present. And then I think the other thing is, and this is kind of back to our advertising, you got to make it fun. There's got to be a change in intensity for the work over time to keep people engaged. Because I think we can sit in this room and speak very academically about sustainability, but if people don't get it in the most basic, fun, their community way, they're not going to get it. So at Keep America Beautiful right now, we're launching an engagement campaign between now and July 4th of 2026, inviting communities to do more. To your point, do more circular economy, plant more trees, plant more flowers, clean up more litter, do more recycling ahead of the country's 250th birthday. This is something that everyone can get involved. If you're an individual, you pick up 250 pieces of litter. If you're a company or a community or a government, or you're the lieutenant governor of South Carolina, you take a pledge and say, we're going to do more through all our communities, and we're going to challenge other lieutenant governors to do the same. And when you have fun with it, it stays in their inspired space, not just their head space. And we know that both of those things are essential to keep people engaged in the process. So it's hearts and minds. It works in the environment as well.
That's great. I think both your comments are very, very true in kind of getting to the human center of these issues, and I think it's really astute. So thank you for that. I did want to move, considering the audience of the Chamber and Chamber Foundation, and the fact that a lot of the work can kind of center around the private sector, the business community. What are some of the key success stories or best practices, examples from your work of cities and regions kind of collaborating with the private sector, working with the regional businesses to implement some of these solutions? And maybe again, considering the audience that we have here today, what are strategies that the private sector can think of to help cities, help regions move and advance towards a circular economy? And maybe we'll switch it up, and Jenny, you could go first here. And
sure.
Yeah.
You know, it's a pretty big country. So the strategies, again, are really tailored to the local environment. So I'm going to be rural in this one. In McAllen, Texas, our affiliate in McAllen, Texas, actually partners with the Coca-Cola bottler in the region, and they run the MRF. So sometimes it's understanding the need at the local level and working in partnership with your companies to solve the problem together. They supply the volunteers and the staff, and certainly Coca-Cola supplies the sustainability expertise and the finances and resources that help make that possible. So that's a small scale example, but when we sort of took the lid off of that and looked at it, what we found out is Coca-Cola actually engages in this work with our affiliates in 35 locations across the country. So there's a scale to this that brands can bring in partnership with nonprofits that others just don't have the capacity to do together. So I think look for scale, look for replicability. So how do we take this, learn from it, and do it over and over again? So now our partnership with Coca-Cola looks at vendor relationships with them and with us. Like, where do we have synergy? Where else can we take this synergetic model and replicate it for delivering more sustainability, more recycling, more environmental education? So they're a lead partner in this campaign with that as the frame, doing re-granting in the local level, where there are bottlers, where there are affiliates in our organization. So I think it's just a terrific model of how you get to scale and what experience can look like. And then there's just straight up employee engagement. We've heard a lot today about purpose and engaging the purpose instinct in employees, and doing something great for your community does that like nothing else, especially when local officials are there and your boss is there. We've just been on national journey with Hilton doing these events around the country. And it teaches and engages and inspires people in really important ways. So thank you to all of you who do this work with nonprofits. It is really critical to keeping us all together and growing and building communities.
Thanks. I also really agree that circular economy should be fun. I was triggered by your comment about planting trees. Actually, this year I live in Amsterdam, hence the impossible name, but it's this year Amsterdam's 750th birthday, and they're giving away 50,000 free trees to all residents. So I'm picking up my free tree this weekend when I'm back home, which I think is a really fun way to engage citizens in this way. But on your question, Peter, I think a couple of things. Really talk to your regions, your city governments about what you need. I think Orlando, the first region, the Beyond 44 program, worked with, used our Beyond 44 roadmap and are now translating that to a Beyond Waste roadmap, which they've co-developed with all the businesses in their region for the past 3 years. And I think some great lessons followed from that as well, where they said, you know, maybe as a city we aren't the best party to operate or own infrastructure facilities around circular economy. Maybe that's the job for the private sector. Well, first they thought, okay, this is maybe something I might want to do themselves, and I think that's like these kind of insights really help in that way. And maybe another example from Philadelphia, which we worked, is a really strong connection between communities, the city government, and a company. So Bennett Composting is a company that does composting. The city provided them with free space, so again, utilizing that underutilized space in the city. But they're now picking up the organic waste from all of their youth programs, so school lunches, composting it, and then giving it back to community gardens for composting, which I think is a really nice way, right? Like always, I think circular economy solutions are value chain solutions. They require lots of different parties at the same time at the table. So I think for you as a business, try to not only think of circular economy within your organization with your waste programs, but go out there, speak to your local government and communities, what they need, and there's always great opportunities to go from there.
It's great, and I love what you all said, kind of looking for scale, looking for replicability, looking for fun and engagement. To close us out, I wanted to kind of combine our last two questions. So as we begin to wind down 2024 and move into 2025, I want to look forward. So how will Keep America Beautiful work continue to kind of build and create progress in these communities? And to your it, how will Metabolic and others working in this space kind of parlay Beyond 34's learnings and others into, even more acceleration in the circular economy? And then the second part to that question would be kind of how can the people in the room help? I know we started to talk about that in the previous question, but considering where you all are at, what is the next step and how can folks help moving forward? And Jenny, we'll start with you again.
Sure. So this campaign is what we're doing in the year ahead, right? So bringing fun and urgency to doing more so that the behavior of engaging more sustainably, of thinking more about your recycling, about your litter, about waste management in your home, whether it's the individual or at the community level. So we asked two things. Our goal is to pick up 25 billion pieces of trash between now and 2026. It's half of all the trash that's out there. So we're asking people to pick up 250 pieces. It's something your employees can do. They can take a pledge and do it. You can take a pledge as a company and we can help you do it. Or the state governments and local and city governments are getting involved as well. And so for us, that's the change. We're doing more. So 25,000 communities, 25 billion pieces of litter for the 250th birthday will be transformational, both to how people experience our work and our work when I say that, and also just for the environment. Picking that much litter up out of our waterways is an important thing. So I think that's the change we hope to bring, is a renewed interest in getting it done.
Thanks. Yeah, of course, in the short term, we'll share these findings, and we hope they're interesting for all of you. We've built a scalable model with the Beyond 44 program, which helps cities, but also businesses, identify these high-impact solutions. And I think on the longer term, of course, we want to scale this to as many cities, regions, businesses as we can. So if you have an idea which needs a multi-stakeholder approach, we're happy to help. We're happy to think about if there's a business model, who you'd need to the table. And I think maybe one longer-term thing, as I mentioned, is that we're working a lot on place-based transition funds, which a lot of kind of circular or sustainable solutions, they don't have necessarily the short-term returns that financial institutions are looking for, and by using a bit more of blended finance and packaging this in a clever way, we think there is a lot of potential to scale these sustainable solutions. So I know there's some financial institutions here as well, so happy to chat about that too.
Thank you so much to you both. Lots of inspiring words and actionable best practices that we can continue to replicate. I know we'll be following the work of both of your organizations very closely and helping where we can. So again, just wanted to thank you both. And with that, we'll close our session and continue the great work together moving forward. All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sticking through to the end.
Yes.
So I am joined by Anita Whitehead from KPMG, and we are going to talk about the future. And the future's already here, artificial intelligence. Anita, could you, as we get started, could you tell us a little bit about the KPMG Foundation and the work you in particular do?
Yeah, so KPMG Foundation, our mission is really focused around equity and access to opportunity, and we center our work across 3 pillars. Education, where we fund high school, early college career programming and supporting our teachers. We support mental health, where we're looking at programs around reducing stigma, increasing access to services, and supporting our practitioners. And then third is community vitality, which I think I have one of our partners here, Purpose Built, which is really focused on looking at communities that are tackling interlocking issues. And this is an important pillar for us because KPMG is in so many different places in the country, and it's really where we can really give back across the country. And we center this work across a mindset called Give, Serve, Grow. Give is all about providing philanthropic support to organizations. Serve is all around how do we serve as employees, whether it's through volunteerism, skills giving. And then Grow is really about how we grow these trusted collaborations.
So for a long time, AI was seen as something that would happen in the future.
Yep.
As a heavy user of, and as anyone who was here yesterday knows, we also use it to introduce me. It's here. It's ever present. When you and your colleagues look at AI in the nonprofit world and other organizations, what do you see the power? What is the power? What is the potential?
So I was a skeptic, as a lot of us were. And about 1.5 years ago, I went to a conference that was really focused on nonprofits and how they're using AI. And so I mean, there was over 4,000 nonprofits in the room, and for every nonprofit that had completely embraced it, there were probably 100 that were scared, right? And coming out of that event, there were some examples that I just was like, this is the coolest thing ever. You know, British Heart Foundation, just an example I love, they used AI to detect heart attacks 8 years before they could happen. I'm like, sign me up. Goodwill, just showing how they reduced just the length of time it took to put clothes on their online database, right, to get them out to the community. And so for me, I was like, this really can help propel a mission. Yes, it can help reduce your operational efficiencies. It can definitely increase your impact. But when I saw the long-term effects of just propelling that mission, I was so excited.
So how are you actually helping nonprofits? You created something, the AI Impact Initiatives.
So this summer, we launched AI Impact Initiative, and it's a collaboration between our firm, our nonprofit partners, our clients, what we call our alliances. And it's really around how can we empower nonprofits around the use of AI. And so in August, it was our day of service, and we hosted in 6 to 8 cities nonprofits to come in and learn just the use of AI. And the Chamber was one of our guests, right? And in just the 2 hours, what we found was nonprofits really learned about, you know, logic models and how to use this technology. And we also had heard a lot of cases of, you know, teams hadn't been using it yet. So for us, it's really around how do you use these tools in a trusted way, and how do you build those tools to help your organization.
So are there any examples that came out of those meetings of how nonprofits are using them?
Yeah, so we have a long history, and I think First Book is out here as well. First Book has been a partner of ours for over 16 years, and we actually gave them a grant, a $500,000 grant, to think about how can AI help you in your mission. And so through that, they also got access to our people that are skilled in AI and really help them create a trusted AI framework, how to use tools to really advance their mission. Another example, and this is another favorite of mine, is we work with Microsoft to help big brothers and big sisters. And we help them use AI to shrink the time between the matching of a big and a little. So when you think about, it can go almost months between that pairing that can get matched, and now with this simple engine, that tool is being used to shorten the time, which means greater impact for these kids.
Wow. So you mentioned your experts. Is it CSR people moonlighting as AI experts, or who's doing this work?
We have a whole AI team. I have a member from my CSR team here. We're learning. We're learning, but these are folks that are truly skilled behind AI and digital enablement. You know, in the CSR field, I think there's still so many things that we're learning about how do we use it to help ourselves in this work. And so, you know, coming out of this event about a year ago, I came back, you know, geeking out with my team going, guys, we got to use this. This is like the coolest thing ever. And just, I think the more you talk about how you use it, the more comfortable people begin to get comfortable using it.
So I want to ask the question that's probably on the mind of everyone in the audience. How can they get involved? How do they get access to this kind of expertise?
Reach out. I think, you know, for us, it's reach out. Reach out to us. You know, we're happy to talk to you all about it. I think everybody uses the public tools, right? But we really talk about using it in a trusted way, whether that's really looking at how to create a platform for you that's going to really help you. That's just, and just start talking to each other about use cases.
So zooming out from the nonprofits to the CSR and corporate philanthropy world, have you given any thought to how this initiative might help your counterparts in other firms?
Yeah, specifically, I'm gonna lean into the CSR because I think there's a lot more conversations in our fields around how do we as CSR professionals use AI. And I'll give you some examples that may not have seemed as intuitive to use them, but when we came up with the give, serve, grow mindset, right? I was always focused on like, how can this be compelling, right? And so AI has been a great tool in helping us articulate it differently, getting out of the kind of same language that you always use. We used it to kind of test our measurement framework. It's not perfect. I think that's where we come in, like your value as a human is still important and true. I've heard skepticism around vetting. I would still be a skeptic because I think there's still, I don't think it's quite there yet, but maybe in time. But I think for me, it's just been really helpful to just use it as another resource to kind of test your assumptions. We've used it to kind of help us get started on new programs, right? Just the initial outline.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned that you've worked with Microsoft. Are there any other B2B collaborations?
Yeah, we're doing some work with ServiceNow through a grant program that they launched where we're partnering with Care International. So that's a really great example, and recently we actually shared their kind of study, and if you follow me on LinkedIn, it's probably out there, where we really talked about the benefits of AI and how it can help the sector. So that's probably a really good example to highlight.
And what do you say to people who do have hesitation?
I ask why. If you can't tell me why, then we're going to start there. So, but I think for me, I just start using it as just simple examples, right? It could be as simple as helping you craft the right message on an email, right? To creating an outline or a framework for a new program. But I think really leaning into those stories around how organizations are using it when you see the long-term effect, I think that's what gets me really excited.
So workforce is a huge priority for the Chamber Foundation and for pretty much anyone in the corporate world. We still have an imbalance between open positions and people who are looking for work. When you look at AI and you think about the future of work, are there specific ways that it is or could be contributing to workforce development?
Yeah, so for us, KPMG, an accounting professional services firm, we know that kids are not joining the accounting field, right? It's not as interesting, I guess, anymore. But so our CEO recently became the first CEO of the Big Four to publicly advocate for alternative pathways to the CPA. It's expensive, right? Kids have to go get their bachelor's degree. They have to get 30 additional hours of academic credits. They have to get work experience under a supervision of CPA, and then ultimately pass the exam. So our CEO is really advocating for other work-study programs that can help these students get the real-life examples of experience, really get the coaching that they need, and ultimately be able to afford to get the CPA. It's a huge step in the right direction for the field. And so really thinking about these alternative pathways and how they can propel workforce development in different ways.
So you spoke about accounting, and that's an area that is near and dear to KPMG. Is there any relevance or parallels with other industries or other professions?
So I think I'm probably going to lean into community colleges. I think for us, this is another area that's really important for us. We started a program a couple of years ago that really focused on funding community colleges. You know, I think we all know college is getting more and more expensive. We were both talking about our children backstage. And community colleges is such an amazing alternative way of getting a student access into the education spaces that they want. And so a few years ago, we launched a program called Reaching New Heights, where we identified 5 schools and some were community colleges, where we gave them funding to actually I would say, kickstart a program of theirs. And some of these programs have just been great. Micro internships, getting access to different opportunities for these students. And I think these programs for these community colleges are getting some attention because of funding through us, which is leading to more funding, right? So for me, I love the community college model. I always tell this story of, a year ago, I was touring one of them, and a student stopped me on the tour, and he said, "What are you here for?" And I explained what we were doing. And he said, "I never thought of applying to KPMG because I never saw you out here. Can I have your card?" And I loved, he was instantly networking with me. And that's what we're really looking at, is that instant access that we can give them.
So when we think about artificial intelligence and social impact, is there anything that you want the people in the audience to do or commit to exploring in the next year?
I would say, I'm curious in the audience, who hasn't used it? Okay. So I'm going to call you next week, and you're going to tell me how
I'm going to visit with you after the panel and expose you to it. We're going to create images. We're going to do all kinds of cool things. We're going to have the
conversation of why not. But I would say if you are using it, try using it differently than you have. Just explore a completely different way that you have not used it. If you are using it, talk to those who haven't used it. And if you haven't used it, jump in, because it's only going to make your lives a lot easier, and you're just going to have more time to be more creative, to do the things you love.
So jump in. And one of the things that I have learned about AI is everyone talks about the technology and all the cool things that you can do with it, but what it really is a productivity hack.
Yeah.
It saves you time. It brings in you can use it to bring in additional perspectives, and you can also use it to validate some of the stuff that you produce. So, Anita, thank you very much for the work you're doing to ensure that nonprofits have access to the advances in artificial intelligence and technology. And thank you for the continued partnership between KPMG Absolutely. And the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
I'm going to leave you all with one more way to use it. If you don't use it at work, it's a great tool to help your kids with homework. So,
well, and recipes. You can pick random things that you have in the refrigerator and say, "What can I make?" And it's actually not bad.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So, yesterday, we bid a final farewell to former Chambers CEO Tom Donahue. And I kept hearing about and thinking about something that was probably his favorite saying: "If you can, you must." So as we close, I'm going to talk about those simple words because they have profound meaning for business leaders today. So during COVID, when developing nations struggled with vaccine distribution, companies didn't just send money. We helped them mobilize corporate experts in logistics, demand generation, data management, and other critical fields. What was routine expertise for these companies became life-saving knowledge for communities. This is the can part of Tom's equation. Companies possess extraordinary capabilities that extend far beyond their balance sheets. But why must we act? Look around. We live in an era where trust in institutions has eroded to historic lows. Yet business stands apart. People still trust business to deliver, especially their employers and the local enterprises they know personally. This trust isn't just an asset, it's a mandate. We see this power in action through all of our programs. Talent pipeline management connects people without jobs to jobs without people, restoring dignity and opportunity across America. The National Civics Bee, now in 40 states, leverages our unique position to strengthen democratic understanding among young Americans and their parents. Tom's words, "If you can, you must," weren't just a saying. They were a challenge to business leaders to recognize their full potential for impact. So as we close out this Business Solves conference, I want you to leave with the deep understanding that you can leverage your expertise to solve community challenges. You can collaborate across sectors to address shared problems, and we can rebuild trust in American institutions. As I look around the room, I see leaders who can make a difference. So let me be direct. Find a way to broaden or deepen your engagement with the Chamber Foundation. We need all the help we can get, because if you can, and I know you can, you must. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for participating in this conference. And thank you for walking across the hall to the post-event reception.